Hey, you guys! How's everybody doing? So the good news is my meeting today ended a little early. The bad news is they want to start the meeting a little bit later Mondays moving forward. So we'll have to, I'll let you guys know what Mondays are going to look like moving forward, what time we'll get started. It seems like today there's been like an hour plus of downtime, so we will get caught up. We will be watching day 148. But since they have a ton of breaks anyway, it's my understanding that they're waiting for a juror. I thought we could look at the written response from Brian Steele in response to the state's motion to reconsider the oral order striking retired Detective Dennis's testimony and related exhibits. So this was filed, you see it marked, it says midnight, like right on the dot. And I know we're going to hear this argued orally. Right? We'll get caught up. We'll hear all that stuff. I'm looking forward to it. But reading it, there's some extra snark and some stuff we don't always hear in the oral arguments. So let's see. Make this bigger. Make it easy to read. If you guys want to read it on your own, pasting the doc link in the chat and I'll add it to the description. But what do we got? Comes now Jeffrey Williams by and through his undersigned counsel. Hereby files this motion to the state's motion for reconsideration of this order striking Dennis. In support of this response, Williams shows as follows. Mr. Williams is innocent of all charges in the above referenced indictment. Retired Detective Dennis has been called to testify on approximately 4 separate occasions in this case. The first 3 times, Detective Dennis was cross-examined. On Thursday, October 17th, 2024, retired Detective Dennis was testifying on direct examination. Retired Detective Dennis was asked whether Co-indictee Kendrick agreed to speak with law enforcement after being read Miranda rights. Detective Dennis answered no. This was met with an immediate, timely objection and a curative instruction by this honorable court that retired Detective Dennis could not legally comment on an individual in custody invoking his constitutional right to remain silent. So there is a specific there, right? We're getting the context of October 17th. This honorable court gave the benefit of the doubt to retired Detective Dennis that his improper comment on post-arrest silence was a misunderstanding. The timely motion for mistrial was denied by this honorable court. A short time later on direct examination, retired Detective Dennis was asked about a photograph placed in evidence, depicting Mr. Kendrick standing on top of a vehicle purportedly possessed by Mr. Bennett. When asked to orient the jurors to this exhibit, retired Detective Dennis improperly, intentionally, deliberately, knowingly, and willfully poisoned this trial by announcing that Mr. Kendrick was released from prison a short time before this photograph was taken. There was an immediate objection based upon violation of OCGA 24-4-404A, bad character, and motion for mistrial based upon the second highly prejudicial and improper gratuitous testimony by retired Detective Dennis. Now remember when we were watching the court feed that day, whenever they had an exhibit up on the screen, we couldn't actually hear the audio. The audio wasn't coming through to the media pool. So this is spelling out the details of what we were just kind of trying to piece together from reports online. It was established that retired Detective Dennis is at least a 10-year veteran of the City of Atlanta Police Department, has been accepted as a gang expert in this case, has testified multiple times in this case, and therefore, it was clear, even to a casual observer, that retired Detective Dennis intentionally and wrongly put this case in jeopardy of a mistrial. This honorable court denied the second motion for mistrial and instead ordered that retired Detective Dennis had forfeited his right to continue to testify, as he was intentionally, obviously, and wrongfully violating elementary, foundational rules that any law enforcement officer, but especially a seasoned veteran, should have obeyed when testifying in a criminal case. Now, did you guys, we knew there was something was going on after that picture where Yak was standing on the vehicle, but I don't know if it's just slipping my mind, but I didn't really remember catching this first motion for a mistrial. So remember when Whitaker was snapping, I'd like to admonish him myself, talking about Dennis. It was probably because minutes or so before this whole instance with Yak standing on the car and he makes this utterance that he had just gotten out of custody, Whitaker had to clear this all up. So, and then he does it right away. Since retired Detective Dennis was no longer a testifying witness in this case, Mr. Williams and the other individual on trial never had the opportunity to cross-examine him on his fourth round of testimony, and Mr. Williams then asked that the entire direct testimony of retired Detective Dennis, all exhibits, and jurors' notes be stricken. The prosecution's motion for reconsideration, emailed at approximately 9:02 p.m. on Thursday, October 17th, 2024, argues that there is, and this is important because the state never does anything this quickly, but they filed this super quickly because they needed Dennis. They wanted Dennis to come back. They want Dennis to continue to be able to come back to the stand whenever he pleases, whenever they please, to testify how they want him to testify. But they argue that there is no constitutional or statutory right for this honorable court to strike the testimony of retired Detective Dennis. As discussed above, this argument is off base, as Mr. Williams et al. Right to confrontation would have been violated if this direct testimony, exhibits, and jurors' notes were not stricken from the trial. Specifically, because Mr. Williams et al. Did not have the opportunity to cross-examine retired Detective Dennis during his fourth round of testifying, based upon retired Detective Dennis's failure to comport with critical, material, and foundational rules of a trained, sophisticated law enforcement officer. Oh, this is such good shade. The confrontation clause would have been violated if the direct testimony, including all exhibits, jurors' notes, were not stricken. And we get this cite here to State v. Stevens, where testimonial statements are at issue, the only mechanism to properly judge credibility and to satisfy the constitutional demands of the confrontation clause is the opportunity to cross-examine. In this case, since the Honorable Court denied the motion for mistrial, but crafted the permitted sanction of prohibiting the permitted sanction, so this is just a slick way to argue, the court was allowed to make that sanction contrary to what the state wants to argue, of prohibiting the witness's direct testimony to go forward based upon fear that the witness would continue to intentionally thwart the obvious and elementary rules of evidence. Cross-examination did not occur, and since there was no opportunity for cross, that is the reason that the witness's testimony, in toto, was stricken from the record. The striking of testimony on direct examination was lawful, just, and mandated to cure the violation of Mr. Williams et al.'s right to confront the witness. So, if you reconsider this and undo this, there would be a bigger problem, a constitutional problem. The right for these defendants to confront this witness. So, even though what you did was permitted, the state's arguing that it should not have been permissible for you to do this big sanction. If you undo it, you're going to run into a constitutional problem. So, your hands are tied, court. Thus, the prosecution's argument that the stricken testimony, thank you for the super chat, but we're gonna get there, you guys. We're gonna get there. So, common sense would tell us that this has already been ruled on since they did these arguments this morning. But we're looking at it because we get certain arguments and certain details that we don't get from watching oral arguments. So, that the testimony was not connected to a statutory or constitutional violation is not correct. So the state just dumb argument. When a witness testified at trial but was unavailable for cross-examination, the 6th and 14th Amendments to the United States Constitution and the corresponding sanctions of the Georgia Constitution and Georgia statutory law are all violated, and thus striking the witness's direct testimony in toto and instructing the jury to disregard the entirety of the non-cross-examined witness's testimony was lawful and cured the 6th Amendment violation and avoided a mistrial. Now, this is very complimentary to Judge Whitaker here, which I think is strategic, right? You don't want to harp too hard on the judge saying what she did was wrong, because she's probably not going to want you to argue that. She just wants you to argue what case law is there that this shouldn't be reconsidered. Further, the prosecution's motion for reconsideration is an inappropriate vehicle to challenge this honorable court's action and is a misnomer for the reasons below. And remember, it was Kevin Armstrong that wrote that motion to reconsider. The prosecution did not make a timely objection raising issues articulated in the 9:02 p.m. Thursday, October 17th, 2024 email attaching the motion for reconsideration. All of the arguments contained in the motion for reconsideration are time-barred because they do not request the reconsideration of issues timely raised, but are new propositions of law not previously argued by the state. Now, this is really interesting because this is something like, this just seems like such a Brian Steele argument. Like, the technicalities, the nuance, by the way, here's this other argument. Thus, this is not a motion for reconsideration, and therefore this motion is not timely because it is not made at the time that the objections needed to be voiced. So he's like, this is technically a different mechanism, and it's not appropriate. It's not appropriate to call this a reconsideration. This is such a Brian Steele argument. The contemporaneous objection rule provides that counsel must take exceptions to the alleged error at the earliest possible opportunity and state the specific reasons for the objection. And he cites Birch Property Apartments v. Simpson. Specifically, under our, quote, new rules of evidence, the contemporaneous objection rule provides that counsel must make exception to the alleged error at the earliest possible opportunity in the progress of the trial by a proper objection made part of the record. And he gives Torres v. City of Jonesboro. Like, this is just so Brian. The state's motion for reconsideration injects new theories of why this honorable court supposedly committed error, and thus is untimely, and hence there is nothing to reconsider, as the state has waived these objections by failing to raise them timely/contemporaneously. Additionally, in Illinois v. Allen, our highest court articulated 3 principles regarding courtroom decorum. It is essential to the proper administration of criminal justice that dignity, order, and decorum be the hallmarks of all court proceedings. The flagrant disregard in the courtroom of elementary standards of proper conduct cannot be tolerated. Trial judges confronted with contumacious, stubborn, defiant witnesses are vested with sound discretion to meet the circumstances of each case. Striking the testimony of a witness is a drastic remedy, which is not to be lightly done. However, this honorable court properly exercised its power and authority to attempt to keep. Oh, words are so important, you guys. This honorable court properly exercised its power, good job, Whitaker, and authority to try. So we're not saying you succeeded, although you did everything within your power. That's like the best way you can compliment the judge while also saying, still don't know if you can fix this trial, but you're the best one out here to be able to try to find a way. Like, that's such a great way to compliment somebody, coax the ego, without, conceding that everything is fine. To keep this trial constitutionally and statutorily fair. In California v. Navarrete, the California court was met with an issue closely mirroring the state in the case at bar. So we're going outside of, our circuit here, but this case matches really well. Why does this case match so well? Specifically, the prosecution called a detective. So we're dealing with a detective who probably knows how to testify. That's very similar. Who testified and impermissibly commented on Ms. Navarrete's in-custody statement. So we're getting a defendant who was in custody at some point, the detective comments on it. Very similar. That was deemed inadmissible because it violated the requirements of Miranda. The sister trial court, sua sponte. So at this court, the court stops. The defense doesn't object in this situation. The court says, whoa. Interrupts the proceeding, called counsel into chambers, demanded the prosecutor to explain, what do you have to say for yourself? And the prosecutor replied that he did not expect the detective to answer in that impermissible manner. And this is exactly how Hilton explained herself. But we didn't expect him to give that answer. The defense lawyer moved for a mistrial based upon the detective's reference to the suppressed statement, but the trial court denied that motion for mistrial and instead crafted the sanction that the detective's testimony would be struck in its entirety and that the detective could no longer testify on the case. So there was a motion for mistrial, but the judge in this same case said, no, but we're going to strike the testimony and the detective's got to go. So point for point, this is very similar to what happened with Kendrick, Doug Weinstein, Hilton, Detective Dennis. The trial court then returned to the courtroom and instructed to the petite jury that the detective was excused. The jury must disregard the detective's testimony in its entirety, admonished the detective, and prohibited him from further testimony in the case. The prosecution then called its next witness. Interestingly, the Court of Appeals in California, 2nd Appellate District Division 8, held that the sanction of preventing the detective from testifying further in the case and striking of the detective's direct testimony did not go far enough to ensure that a fair trial was available based on the deliberate, highly prejudicial conduct by a trained law enforcement officer. And this misconduct mandated a reversal of Mr. Navarrette's convictions and sentences. Whew! Great comparable case, and it's not... When you can find something in another circuit, it might not be binding in and of itself, but it can be highly persuasive. And when it matches these details across the board, highly, highly persuasive. As shown above, and I think we're wrapping this up, so we'll get into the arguments from this morning. We'll start playing the trial stream. As shown above, this honorable court has considerable discretion, which is true, to control this trial to ensure fairness and the orderly administration of justice. See Jackson v. State. It is the duty of the trial judge to control the trial of the case to ensure that a fair trial occurs on the disputed issues, and that this honorable court has considerable discretion and power to control and meet these constitutional guarantees. Respectfully, this honorable court should deny the state's motion for reconsideration as untimely and not legally correct. Wherefore, Mr. Williams respectfully requests a hearing on this motion, and at the conclusion of same, asks this honorable court to deny the state's motion for reconsideration as same is not timely, not based on accurate facts, and not supported by case law or constitutional and statutory provisions applicable to this matter. And we've got a footnote. Moreover, it appears, we're ending this with a footnote. Moreover, it appears that much of this motion is deemed moot as the state on Friday, October 18th, 2024, over defendant's objections and continued objections, is, quote, redoing the testimony of retired Detective Dennis with Detective Underwood. For this additional reason, the state's motion must be denied. So we put this common sense extra argument down here as a footnote at the very end. Man, shout out to Brian Steele. Shout out to Keith Adams too, because I'm sure Keith Adams had a role in this. But what do you guys think, guys? This is why we go back and read these things, because we'll see some of this argued orally. But there's some stuff you get from reading this that you won't get from, with oral arguments. You want to be concise. You want to value brevity. We might miss some of the stuff that's in these written responses here. And I loved this all the way through. I loved the extra, to me it was like a left field, never expected an argument. But I'm sure Brian Steele, it was like common sense in the moment it was happening when they didn't object in that moment or didn't raise their issues. This, it wasn't timely. So to see that additional argument in here, I was like, oh, good lawyer there. Good lawyer. So what do you think? Rate this on a scale 1 to 10, with 10, of course, being 10 stars the best. What do you guys think? Drop this link for you in the chat and put it in the description. And we can get on over to this actual trial day. We'll be able to catch up, you guys. Switch over to here, get some captions on, and great across the board. And I really think you guys, we love to go extreme sometimes and give 10s for the sake of giving 10s. But even, I know some people never want to give something a 10. Even seeing 9s, I think, is really nice. And remember, I think Steele didn't have to put that much effort into this. Whitaker just wanted, a case law site. So, thought it was really great. There we go. Tons of 10s. A 9+. Love that. And I do want to give a shout out before StreamYard picked up on it. I saw that Gigi for Liberty became a member. Thank you so much. Same with Jason King, hopping up on in here. Thank you for becoming a member. Victor Johnson, again, thank you for the super chat. Didn't mean to bark at you, but just wanted to reiterate we are getting to the oral motions here. So we will get there. And then Kamala Norris, thank you for becoming a member. Love the tiger picture. And also, guys, amazing right here. Muck Duck, very generous. 50 gifted memberships. So while we're giving these 10s, if you want to give a shout out here to Muck Duck for giving out so many memberships, incredibly awesome. We're going to get the squeak counter going. And I don't know how many squeaks we'll get today, because it seems like Adam Abate tried to move the chair around. So we'll start with 0 squeaks, we'll see if we get any, and that is going to be sponsored by Muck Duck Inc. Super generous, tons of 10s, 9s on the board here. And I don't know why the stream counter is wrong. It is only showing 51 new members. I think YouTube cut off the people that joined before the stream actually started. So we are at 51 new slimes. Thank you again to Muck Duck Inc. And the reason I think that's so important, if you guys are on X, you may have seen, yesterday we were going through the transcript of the Daubert hearings for Detective Marissa Viverito. And we were going through it. It was a time and a half. Very interesting. Might do a transcript reading if I can find time, either this evening or tomorrow. But there was this part where Viverito says, her question was, during your time investigating the gang known to you as YSL, were you able to identify any terminology that is used primarily between members, affiliates, or associates of YSL? She says, sure. Reviewing the terms, I would say slime, slat. When they refer to Cleveland Avenue as Bleveland Avenue, I think in one of the phone dumps or one of the phone extractions I looked at, I think the word slime or slat had been used over 300 times in conversation. And I laughed so hard when I said this because in my head I said, that's it? We go through one stream and we say slime and we say slat way more than that. So that's the crux of their investigation on gang terminology and usage between the alleged associates of YSL. And guys, we outdo that every day. So all the love to the honorable chat. And big thank you, Muck Duck Inc. here. We got 50 slimes right here initiated today. And we're competing up against a mere and measly 300. So love to see it. Good morning to everybody. Good afternoon, depending on where you are. Let's get into these morning arguments.
Actually, honestly, the motion in limine is basically saying, can we make sure that we follow 24/7 704, which we will. But in terms of preventing testimony short of something that would violate that statute, it's denied short of that. So it's not going to change any of the previous rulings about what various experts can testify to. All right, motion in limine 65.
I like the way Yak is dressed today. I like that.
I printed those out, but I didn't bring them with me this morning. So give me a second. Actually, I think they're arriving right now. So the contours of Investigator Viverito's permissible testimony have already been established as well. And so we won't be changing the ruling on that either. And then we've got motion limine 66, which concerns Mr. Lamar, Rich Homie Quan, and neither side really should be able to say. It seems that the defense wants to bar the state from being able to say the defense didn't call this witness at trial, which obviously they concede they have no right to do and say they have no intention of doing, and they would not be permitted to do such. But at the kind of flip side of the same coin, the defense seems to maybe be suggesting that they would like to present that the state could have but did not call that witness. And I would not permit that either, because we're clearly nowhere near, unfortunately, the end of the state's case. and obviously, Mr. Lamar has now passed, and so we don't know whether they would have called that witness or not. So I wouldn't permit the defense to make that kind of a presentation either. So I trust that everybody understands what they would not be permitted to do. And then we have, yes, sir.
Speak to that for a moment.
Yeah.
Thank you. Good day, Your Honor, and good day, everyone.
Good morning.
So I understand your ruling, obviously, abides by it, but I'd like the record then to show, if you don't find this to be changing. The state sent us lists of witnesses on a short list that they were going to call Mr. Lamar, who's a performer known as Rich Homie Quan. This was well before September 5, 2024, when he, God forbid, passed unexpectedly. So to me, and the state has put in evidence over objection that starting in the fall of 2014, Mr. Lamar and Jeffrey Williams don't get along, and Mr. Lamar's with Mr. Donovan Thomas, who doesn't get along with Jeffrey
Right.
Williams. And it's all, to me, it's all made up. It's not supported. Obviously, the jury can make that determination. But I think that it is important that the state, in writing, put the predecessor court, as well as Mr. Williams et al., on notice that they were going to call Mr. Lamar. They filed their service of a subpoena, and they don't call him to support this, supposed beef. And I can't do anything about his prior statements now because it would be frivolous under 24-8-807, which is rarely used, it's frowned upon, and it has to have the same guarantees as a dying declaration or something. It's not like that. He gave interviews throughout all the years talking about his close relationship with Jeffrey Williams. And if you let that in, that's great with me. But I'm assuming you're not going to let it in, so I wasn't going to try to get it in because I don't think that that's a dying declaration type of statement. So I'm stuck. So I would like the jurors to know that unfortunately he passed, and that the state stated that they would call him as a witness and subpoenaed him. And if the state has reasons that they didn't call him, that's fine. I understand I'm opening a door, but that's why I put it in writing. That's my motion.
All right. Well, I mean, if the state's case were over with, then that would be a different argument, but it is not as though the state's witness list has stayed in anything like any semblance of order during this trial. So, I mean, I don't think that if you can get a concession out of the state that they weren't going to call him even if he stayed alive, that would also be different, but I don't think that we've got that situation.
I understand the ruling.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, and then we have this issue of the state wanting the court to reconsider its ruling striking whatever day that was.
The
one day of,
reconsideration.
the detective's testimony and the defense response. And I believe, and Mr. Armstrong, I see you standing because you might want to argue, but I think that the waiver argument that is presented in the defense response is meritorious. I think that the arguments that the state made after that they were waived because they certainly were not made at the point in time when I could have done something about it. But in addition, the state last week ended up calling a different detective and investigator, Detective Underwood, who's on the stand essentially right now in the midst of her testimony and seems to be covering the same things that the other investigator was covering anyway. So it doesn't even seem, it seems like this whole issue is moot. You may be.
May it please the court, Kevin Armstrong for the state. First of all, the contemporaneous objection rule, which was cited by the defense, which is the waiver argument that Your Honor referred to, is one about preserving an issue for appellate review. It is not about a court who can reconsider their rulings during trial. One of the issues that is here is that the court precluded the state from calling that individual back to testify about other things. And that's one of the things that the state filed the motion for reconsideration to avoid. And so the state is asking—
This is Kevin Armstrong.
For other issues and for whatever issues that have not already been addressed, the state be allowed to recall Detective Dennis to testify about other matters that were not the offending statement, which the court appropriately excluded from evidence. And one of the things the defense brought up in their response was confrontation. I want to make it absolutely clear that there was no intention in the motion for reconsideration to have state's evidence in that they didn't get the right to confront, and so that was not part of the issue. But the issue isn't only the testimony that was struck from that day, it was his future testimony, precluding him from testifying in the future. And while there are other means to get in some of the testimony, I don't believe that is all the testimony that the prosecution team intends to get in through Detective Dennis. And so essentially it's an ongoing order of the court that we would be asking the court to authorize the state to present that witness to testify further.
So tell me what it is that this other investigator or detective is not going to be testifying to, because she was qualified to be able to testify to the meaning, or her opinion as to the meaning of particular lyrics. So what is it that only this other witness, Dennis, could testify to?
I'm going to turn that over to the facts prosecutor.
All right.
What is Hilton saying?
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Dennis testified to a statement regarding defendant Kendrick, in which Investigator Underwood was not present for that interview, and so he testified to that. He also testified further regarding the Quindarius Zachary interview, in which Investigator Underwood was not privy to that interview as well. Additionally, Your Honor, he was able to introduce several additional exhibits, to include the Magic City video that will not be able to come in through Investigator Underwood. And I believe those are the three primary things that Investigator Dennis was able to testify to previously, that was struck, that Investigator Underwood would not be able.
Hold on, call me crazy, but at the end of the day, on Friday, we ended with her teeing up questions to get that Magic City video in. And the judge seemed to see that and realize, hey, that's going to take some time. We have like 13 minutes before the hour. We've got to get this juror out of here, and I've got to do this Moot hearing. So what is she talking about that she wouldn't be able to get this Magic City video in? Because they were about to roll it on Friday, except time got in the way.
To introduce during her testimony. In course indulgence for one moment.
All right. Thank you. Okay. So, Mr. Steele,
Is my mic
guess,
better?
You sort of led
A little better?
charge on this, if I'm not mistaken. What do you say to the state's position that the court's decision to strike and prevent further testimony of this witness isn't a remedy that is permitted to the court by statute or the Constitution, and understanding that if this were reconsidered, the state would be, the defense would be permitted to cross-examine?
So I believe that you have the authority, jurisdiction, and power to prevent a witness from testifying when that witness shows that they are not capable of providing a fair trial, and intentionally, and that's my word, but it was clear to me sitting there that when Ms. Hilton asked retired Detective Dennis, tell us about this photograph that has Mr. Kendrick standing on top of a car, his initial lead into that answer is, well, Mr. Kendrick just got out of prison. And, that affects Jeffrey Williams. Mr. Kendrick, as the court may have heard, is signed to Mr. Williams' record label. Mr. Kendrick, as you will learn, is at Mr. Williams' home on May 9th, 2022, when Mr. Williams and Mr. Kendrick are arrested. And it is just not that simple to unwind that instruction. It was an intentional, obvious infliction to denigrate this trial and prejudice Mr. Williams, Mr. Kendrick, and all. So you then have to do something about it. And what you asked to do is declare a mistrial. And you said, I'm not doing that, but there will be a sanction. So what are you going to do? So to me, that was the second time. The first time the court, I'm not saying it's not accurate.
So obviously, considering that I'm the one that imposed the sanction, I think it was an appropriate sanction. Address the state's argument that a trial court doesn't actually have the authority to impose that sanction.
I think that's wrong, based upon, let me give you, and I put it in my response, but Illinois versus Allen, 397 U.S. 337, it's 1970. What happened there, and the U.S. Supreme Court took down, that was an accused, the accused right to be present at a trial, constitutional right. And there's a dissent in it saying the accused, no matter what their conduct is, they could be gagged and bound. They have to be in the courtroom and watching the proceedings. Otherwise, it's a constitutional violation. But the majority said, this is ridiculous. Courts have to have the power to ensure that the trial is, and I'm quoting, conducted with dignity, order, and decorum. They are the hallmarks of a court proceeding. And then I found a case, I just found it amazingly similar. California versus Navarrete, Navarrete. Your Honor, it's 181 California Appeal, 4th, 828, 2010 case. And in that case, a detective is testifying, and there was a suppression motion granted. There was no Miranda rights given to Mr. Navarrete. And the detective testifies on the witness stand and said, well, the reason I didn't follow up on this DNA swabs is based upon the client or Mr. Navarrette's statement. The judge did exactly what you did. The judge called the prosecutor, well, a little different, called the prosecutor and defense counsel in chambers and yelled at the prosecutor and said, I'm demanding, what are you doing? And the prosecutor said, I didn't know that would happen. Just like here, I'm not saying that it was Ms. Hilton eliciting that on purpose. I have no information to that she would ever do that. But the judge said, well, this detective knows better. I find the detective is trying to harm this trial. The detective is barred. His testimony is struck, the direct is gone, and he can no longer testify. And the state did exactly what happened here. The state in California, the prosecution, the people, they called the next witness. To me, it's on all fours. The appellate court, Mr. Navarrete is, God forbid, convicted, and the appellate court then reversed and said, that remedy did not go far enough. That had to be a mistrial, that intentional conduct. And here, I'm asking the court, I believe that you have total authority. There is no way that anyone will convince me, I'm not the one who needs to be convinced, that Detective Dennis did not realize. It came out of nowhere. What difference does it make that Mr. Kendrick was released from prison 5 weeks earlier? What difference does it make? He did that to bring out to the jury that Mr. Kendrick was in prison for, and I'm telling you, it's a federal offense, a gun charge. There was no basis. So to me, to say you don't have the authority to do that, I believe you have every authority. If a witness comes in here and starts cursing, I'm using an example, I would assume, you are going to say, this is just not decorum. You can't curse. The witness curses again. You're going to do something. You're done testifying. Courts have that power. So I believe that the state's argument that you have no power to control the proceedings is not backed up by the U.S. Supreme Court.
All right, thank you.
May I respond?
You may.
There was a defense attorney who raised their hand.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. I want to be very brief.
Sounds like Jay. Big J apt. Your own co-counsel would tell you to get to the microphone.
Jay Apt, Your Honor, good morning. On behalf of Mr. Kendrick, and I'll try to be extremely brief. Your Honor decided this issue in lieu of granting a mistrial. And one of the things I want to remind the court, really I'm just here to remind the court, is one of the reasons for this sanction, Your Honor, is because of, and I'm not pointing fingers at any particular district attorney, but the state's repeated unpreparedness, their repeated discovery abuses. And so this is a compound issue. And I think
One in the chat for unpreparedness.
The court finally had to say, okay, we're not granting a mistrial, but we got to do something. And if you now go back on that decision and reverse your own decision, you are essentially creating an incentive for the state to continue these, I'll call them mishaps, whether they're negligent or intentional. And I think the court has sent a clear and convincing message to the state that they need to be buttoned up, more buttoned up than they have been. And so I would ask the court, certainly the court has the authority. Mr. Steele's done a very good job of explaining that, but I would ask the court to uphold its own decision to send that loud and clear message. Thank you,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
thank you. Mr. Armstrong.
Yes, Your Honor. I would agree with Mr. Apt to the point that I would like the court to uphold the determination that the court made, which was that it was not an intentional, willful act, as Mr. Steele has argued. I want to address both of the two cases that he referred to, Illinois versus Allen. One of the issue in Illinois versus Allen was a defendant who refused to act with decorum and was excluded from the courtroom, but was permitted to come in the courtroom if he was going to behave correctly. And so it went specifically to the offensive behavior for as long as the offensive behavior went on. We are asking the court to, the court appropriately struck the testimony that was at issue. We are asking the court to go further with other testimony that was not the offending testimony. Now, People versus Navarrete is the only case the defense has cited to suggest that the specific remedy was permitted. That is a nationwide search in People versus Navarrete, Navarrete, is the only one that they were able to cite. And that is materially different in a number of ways. Number one, the facts are wildly different. The officer in the case was mad at the judge for excluding a statement that the officer had obtained and actually had told people that when the prosecutor found out, told the judge after the fact, when they found out, that the officer had basically said he was going to do this because he was mad at the judge and would show the judge what for. That is not anything what happened here. And the reason that the appellate court in California decided that a mistrial was necessary in that circumstance was because of the specific evidence in that case, which is basically three things. You had a witness testifying the defendant had committed lewd acts against them. You had somebody testify they took about, I think it was a dozen or more swabs relevant to that. And then you had the officer testify, oh, I didn't think it was relevant to get the swabs because of the statement the defendant made that I can't talk about. The officer specifically said that because it would prejudice the defendant. And those are the circumstances in which it would, in fact, be incapable for a court to take that away. I would note before I go on to my main point about People versus Navarrete is that the California appellate court stated, "We note that a trial court can almost always cure the prejudice of an improperly volunteered statement by granting a motion to strike and
Red Bunny, I'm
charging
going to
the
pull
jury with an
that
appropriate curative instruction."
motion.
This court did exactly that. It was just the exact facts, how thin the state's case was on that issue, on basically the entire case. And the reason for it was why they decided a mistrial was necessary on appeal. More importantly, this is the case that they cite that says the remedy of preventing Detective Dennis from testifying further. This is the case that they use.
Okay, just found it. Red Bunny, I'm pulling up. Harvey put in a new motion for mistrial again. We can pull that up, guys. We can look at that.
For that proposition. At no point in this decision does the appellate court address the legality of that. They simply don't do it. It is not addressed whether that was a legal remedy to occur. It's not something that
The portal
stands for the
sucks.
proposition that the defense is citing it for, which is that the remedy to prevent Detective Dennis from testifying further is appropriate. And so they have not pointed to any statutory or constitutional authority, and under Rule 402, the exclusion of evidence can exist outside of that in the state of Georgia. Now, I'm sure, let me just strike that. So we're just asking that the detective be able to testify further in the case when the prosecution team determines that he is the person who's best able to testify to facts that are relevant for the jury's consideration.
All right, thank you. So I don't think that the facts in the California case are really that different than the facts here. Frankly, I think that an argument could very plausibly be made that the detective in this case was upset with somebody about his qualifications having been challenged and had made a decision that he was going to show somebody what he thought about that. I don't know that that's what happened, but I do think, like I said before, that the detective absolutely knew better than to have said what he said and did it anyway. And I have given consideration to everything that has been presented, but I am not going to change my decision about this. All right, I think that the next thing that we had to do was sort out the remainder of what we're calling the Ryan evidence. So if y'all want to present what you've come to agreement on and what still needs to be litigated. And thank you, Mr. Armstrong.
Yes, Your Honor. And one small matter that's in this act we can address is
Okay.
in the CAD report. Okay. Never mind, Your Honor. Counsel and I have been discussing stuff frequently. So
Yeah, I know.
I will turn to all that's left, to my understanding, is the last little bit of Bllelock's Instagram.
Okay. And do y'all want to give me some kind of, I don't know if it's written or whatever, indicator of what y'all have agreed to, or just put it on the record, or what's in, what's out?
Your Honor, I'm trying to think.
Or I guess, if you don't have something at the ready, then I would assume y'all are on the same page about it and will abide by whatever it is you agreed to.
Your Honor, I believe that is accurate.
Okay.
I think what the state would be moving to enter into evidence is things that we've agreed upon or the court has already ruled on,
Okay.
besides what it is we need to discuss this
Okay, all right. And so what is it?
Hey, Red Bunny, if you're still in the chat, I looked at 2 different portals and don't see anything from Nichols here. So if you have it, would you be able to email me? Or send it on X? Because I don't see new filings from, like, really any mistrial motion from an attorney, and nothing new under Nichols. So, but I'll keep looking to see if something new comes up there. Also, big shout out to the Honorable Iron Rabbit here, gifting 5 gifted memberships. We'll get you in the banner here. You guys throw some rabbit emojis in the chat. I'm telling you, we're growing the slimes. We're gonna beat the number that Viverito threw out there, that 300. Have we said slat enough times in the chat yet? Have we said slime enough times in the chat? Big shout out there to Iron Rabbit. Yeah, that says don't speed play. We'll catch up close to end of lunch. I know, guys, most of this is break. If you can see this toggle down here, we will be caught up in no time. Just insane. We don't have that much to get to. We've got like 30 minutes and then we'll be out of content. If there is a new motion for mistrial from Bruce Harvey, which I don't see, but if there is, we can read that as well, but I'm not seeing it. Thank you, yeah, that. Katie Coco with some mod love says, if I haven't said it before, the hardworking, positive mods are a great compliment to Kat's knowledge and humor. I love the mods. They keep this. They are the glue. I'm just here on the screen, but they are really the glue that keeps the whole community together, keeps the slimes intact. Thank you so much, Katie Coco, for the mod love. Also, for these live streams, you guys, any mod that was willing to provide like a PayPal or Cash App, I do link them in the descriptions of all my lives. So, just so you know. Squirrel Brain gifted 5 new memberships. Squirrel Brain out here. Now, which Squirrel Brain are you? Because it used to be Thorpe, but at this point, I think Squirrel Brain can apply across the board to several of these detectives. Like, Dennis might be going for the crown there. We'll get Squirrel Brain in the banner. Thank you so much, Squirrel Brain. And guys, vote in the chat who you think is the ultimate Squirrel Brain detective. Just crazy, this whole case. Lib Mr. Duck says court volume super low. Am I better now, you guys? And I'm not really playing the court, but I've turned it down twice. And I'm watching you guys for the feedback. That way I'm not blaring out your eardrums. I don't want to do that. So thank you so much for the prompt reminders. I do try to adjust as soon as I see it. Jordy says, whoo, Kat, I sent you an email last night. Okay, I gotta check my emails, you guys. I will do that. Good to see you, though, Jordy. Stephen T. Satchel out here sniping. Thank you so much, Stephen. Great to see you. Kamala Norris says, I'm old enough to remember my kids wiping their nose meaning slime. I'm also a gang expert witness. I've watched those movies and listened to rap with closed captions. Heck yeah, I mean, it's just crazy what counts as being an expert. And if we get a chance this week to look at Detective Viverito's Daubert hearing transcript, I think you guys will be blown away with the way that Glanville was willing to redefine certain things, to make certain things allowable for Viverito and the state to be able to talk about. But then as soon as it was the time for the defense attorneys to cross-examine during this Daubert hearing, that redefinition was walked back and flipped the other way to keep the defense from getting into the same sort of, the opposite side of the same question. Really crazy to look back at. So we might have to look at this Daubert hearing and see exactly. I didn't find a stream of it, so we'll have to read the transcript. But Kamala Norris, I think you'll be blown away that this is pretty much, this and Kenneth Copeland were the substance of looking at YSL and deciding YSL was a gang, doing things in furtherance of YSL. Thank you so much for the super. Muckduck Inc. Oh my God, she called it. He was butthurt. Yes, Dennis was butthurt and wanted revenge because they criticized him for reading these magazines and saying he was an expert. And that's really similar. And when Kevin Armstrong was making the case that this California case was different from what happened here with Detective Dennis, and he was like, well, the witness was personally offended and wanted to get revenge. No, it wasn't that different. It was not that different. And you are right. Whitaker called that out, and I'm very glad she did. Muckduck, thank you for the 10. Ms. Kim says, good afternoon, all. I hope everyone had a wonderful weekend. Super sweet, Ms. Kim's. The likes are very low. She's so nice. She, gives a spoonful of sugar. She's like, hey, everybody, the likes are low. What's going on? Hit that like button, you guys, if you could. Peace and blessings to all. Thank you so much, Ms. Kim's. Love the way you worded that. Sometimes I don't have kids myself, but I know Ms. Kim's is not only a great parent, but also a great grandparent. Well, a great space. A wonderful grandparent. And I can tell sometimes the way, and Drea is a great example in the chat, some of the mods that are moms like Steph JK, the way you guys are able to very kindly ask for something, I'm like, you guys are parents. You guys are good parents. So love to see this wording here. Thank you so much, Ms. Kim's. And then Leah's dad, another parent, says, this is the first time her bias against black men has helped the defense. Right. I just want to admonish Detective Dennis for being an adult and maybe wanting revenge. Thanks, Detective Dennis. Dennis getting the Adams, Brown, and Matthews treatment. And DeWilliams. I'll add DeWilliams to that list. But yeah, good way to put that. It's working in the other direction this time. So thank you so much for the super there. Guys, I don't know if we'll have content to get us this court feed.
This morning.
We are getting
we're
very
going
close
back to content.
to this long break. Oops, look at me messing it up.
Last little bit of Bllelock's Instagram.
Okay.
There we go. Sorry.
Tim, what's
Clicked
that?
when I didn't mean to click.
Your Honor, I'm trying to
Right,
think.
or
of-
I guess, if you don't have something at the ready, then I would assume
Oh,
y'all
Viverito
are
for
on the same page
Friday.
about it, and we'll
Brace
abide by
yourself,
whatever it
guys.
is you agreed to.
Shout out to Thugger Daily, the
No, I
Honorable
believe
Thugger
that is
Daily.
accurate.
Okay.
I think what the state would be moving to enter into evidence is things that we've agreed upon or the court has already ruled on,
Okay.
besides what it is we need to discuss this morning.
Okay, all right. And so what is it that needs to get discussed this morning?
This morning, Judge, we're going back to content in Mr. Mr. Damone Bllelock's Instagram messages between him and third unknown parties. Your Honor had asked me to take a look as far as co-conspirator hearsay.
Okay.
From what I can tell, every instance I found requires evidence really from the outside, that basically you could ignore this entire statement and there's still something to indicate participation in the conspiracy. I don't have any sort of law stating one way or another that that is what is required. I would just point back to the statute, Your Honor, that I think what Your Honor had referred to, I would say kind of are indicia of reliability, that they're talking about things that a person who's a member of the conspiracy would know about. And just simply, that's not what's articulated in the statute. If it was supposed to be indicia, then I think we would be there. But that's not what the statute requires. So I don't think that would be sufficient. I think it truly does have to be from outside of that hearsay statement.
All right. And is there further argument from the state on that? And I know there was one, and there might have been two that we had already looked at that were kind of outstanding. And I had given a preliminary ruling subject to further argument on this. And the second one, I think I already brought up, and I don't know, Ms. Abbasi, if you were here that day, but
I
I didn't
reviewed it.
think there was enough, so I have excluded that. But the other one, does the state have any further argument or authority on that?
So, Your Honor, I don't have, the state's argument was in looking at 801 D2E, just the basic building blocks of if the court finds through the four walls of a statement, evidence in trial, or some other evidence the state would present. Ultimately, it is the court has to find that that other party, whoever they are, to a preponderance, are part of the same conspiracy against who it's being used against. And I will use, I don't have a specific case for this principle, but I think it illustrates this point the state is making, is if you take aside a gang conspiracy, say you had a murder committed and the defendant's phone, they get a search warrant, they extract it, and he is messaging someone after the murder that you do not know who they are. And he says, I need you to go to my house. The murder weapon's in my back bedroom in the second drawer. And they respond back, yep, the police, I can hear the sirens coming down the street right now. I'm gonna go grab that gun. Where do you want me to take it to? And they have this whole conversation. You don't never know who he's speaking with. By my reading of, or an understanding of co-conspirator, that conversation, if you had it in that trial, and we're trying to introduce it, I believe a court could find from the four walls, so to speak, of that conversation that that person they're speaking with to a preponderance is a co-conspirator. And by that same analogy, if you have in the conversation that the unknown party, so to speak, whether it's their Instagram handle, the fact that they're referencing specific individuals, or that gang APD detectives have referenced are, say, YSL members, or they're discussing locations, or they're using gang identifiers in a private conversation, coupled with the evidence that hasn't came in yet because no evidence about Bllelock to the jury has came in, but when APD gang detectives to speak about Bllelock and his Instagram in public and private conversations indicative of his own membership in the YSL criminal street gang, all of those the court can use or not use in making that determination. And so I don't have a seminal case that says you need more than the statement itself. I think oftentimes the statement itself, absent this kind of, in a gang context, there's other information versus when you have just, say, a murder case, you would, other than the factual analogy I just gave to the court, it would probably be hard to decipher if you just had a single text with an unknown party. You wouldn't know who they are unless it was like the analogy I used. So the state doesn't have any additional case law. I always will cite, because I think it's a seminal case and important for a criminal street gang conspiracy, which all of Bllelock's are, the state's arguments related to them are not tethered to the murder of Jamari Holmes. They're tethered to the YSL criminal street gang, at least the ones that are in dispute, I should say.
All right, so can somebody remind me where it is that we're going to find the statement specifically that we had been paused on before.
I don't know if this, sorry, excuse me, I don't know if the state sent to the court a new link or we're
I'm
still on
sure
the
there was
prior
a
one.
link that y'all sent me at some point.
I can create
Over and over again, I know, I'm
Yes.
sorry.
for a,
The most recent
If
one, I
if you
don't
wanted
know.
to remind me when that was, I could probably find it, or
The-
what folder it was in.
yes, Your Honor. The initial folder was 9 October centralized motion folder in Dropbox. For efficiency's sake, I can
Okay.
quite quickly create and
That would be
send.
wonderful. A new link.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
We got a squeak.
And I,
We got
I
a
guess
squeak.
it'll be easy enough to see once, once we're all looking at it again. But I cannot remember whether in this particular one that we were talking about, there was anything like the other speaker's handle or anything like that that would have been outside of the statement itself. So I guess when we get the link, we can look at that.
And thank you for all the birthday love here for Muck Duck Inc. in the chat. We're having like a
And
mini
Your Honor,
party
I'm
in
gonna
the
try
chat. I
initially
love
to
it.
email because Bllelock's Instagram is 28-page PDF. So I think that that should be small enough to send via email.
Okay.
That was definitely another squeak. It was very quiet, but I heard it. All right, and we can fast forward through this searchy McSearchington.
That email hasn't sent, Your Honor. I utilized the Zoom link email that Ms. Percival had sent. If anyone does not get it, please let me know.
Okay, thank you.
He sat down so quietly to avoid the squeak. You got to use that arm strength to settle down into the squeak chair. Oh my goodness. Okay, is my audio still low now? Or is my audio too low now? The court is across all streams, low audio. So. All right, let's see. Do you guys remember last Monday when we started late because of my Monday meeting and we couldn't get caught up because it was the first day that Love wasn't there like at all, or one of the first days, and they were so productive. They called like 1 million witnesses, and
Right, so
for
it was at some
once
point after
we
the
couldn't get caught
294
up.
one. It may have been the one directly after that.
I
Yeah.
believe we had the court's preliminary ruling of admissibility pending additional case law from defense ended on 344.
Right.
And so there's only, I believe, 5 PDF pages left for
Okay.
Bllelock. And so it will start in PDF page 13, Instagram page 359.
Right, but my preliminary ruling pending the additional case law is still a preliminary ruling. And
Yes, Your Honor.
so the conversation, if you will, that is, starts on
342.
342 and goes through 44?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, that's the one that it was only a preliminary ruling. And
Squeak.
so the person whose true identity is unknown, is their handle Snake Life Maniac?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, and did I understand your argument to be that the court could take into consideration in determining something outside of, if there's anything outside of the statement itself or the conversation itself that would indicate kind of a co-conspirator nature, that the court could and should take that into consideration?
Yes, Your Honor. And what the state's referencing in regards to that is the totality, specifically or almost exclusively from APD gang detectives, which started with Detective Belknap, the first witness in the trial, in terms of like, for example, and there's also, they're discussing, someone references Pokey, which has come up periodically in this trial as one of the individuals that Quindarius Zachary mentions was participating in the shooting of Miss Reed's home, right? When he's discussing Ken Copeland returning. And also when this snake-like maniac, when Bllelock, who's one King DO1, states he was stamped into the street gang by Pokey, the individual responds, he's been locked up a good 6 to 7 years. When did you get stamped? And he's kind of checking to see if that story checks out. And so the state's argument, and then it of course continues on, but it's, and the snake-like maniac says, I never met the young rock crew. There's been a lot of testimony about rock.
Right, but if
Yes,
I'm,
sir.
if I have to find something outside of the statement itself, then that would indicate, I think, that I can't take into consideration the contents of what this unknown person is saying to make that necessary determination, right? So,
The state's understanding and argument is that you can use, whether it's this statement itself alone, the court just has to find to a preponderance that this
well, we
individual
know
is
that the statement
conspiracy.
alone can't establish the existence, or I'm sorry, the participation of the declarant in the conspiracy. I mean, the statute itself provides that much information.
And I guess my argument, Your Honor, is that the testimony in trial is in addition to the statement. As in, like, if you just had this in a vacuum and I presented no other evidence of why what they're saying is significant, if you didn't have APD gang detectives who've testified about what these indicate or mean.
So because we have outside of the statement testimony about Pokey and testimony about how people get included in gangs and things like that, is
Yes,
that
Your Honor.
your argument?
That's the state's
And in
argument.
addition to that, this person's handle itself indicating their connection to YSL?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. A preponderance is really not that high of a standard burden to meet. So I am going to find that this one does meet that outside of the statement alone, so that entirety of that can come in. So we then need to move on to whatever was left. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. And so the next one would be on page 430, or are there some that y'all have?
359, Your Honor.
Oh, that's a different one? Yeah,
It's
I'm
a different
sorry.
one.
Yes. Okay. So 359.
So what's highlighted is Bllelock stating you have to pay the dues January 15th. That's the day you got stamped. And then the individual responds back, essentially like he will pay him when he sees him. The state, because this conversation is so brief in terms of comparatively to the one before, the state will concede or not utilize 359.
Okay. So y'all withdraw that one.
But with yes, Your Honor,
Okay.
430, so the individual that Bllelock is messaging, YSC Prince, he says he's leaving that YL up to you and me. YL is young loyalty. So when YSL, the criminal street gang, you have remnants of, young loyalty is essentially a subset of that. And so when he said he's going to leave YL up to me and you, he said when he gets out, it's still going to be YL, but we're going to take it over, basically. Let's push up next weekend. The state wanted to include that because of direct reference to young loyalty and someone having to take it over. This would be in conjunction with, which I don't believe or do not recall, testimony thus forth in trial, as in through Detective Belknap, or will be when Detective Viverito testifies about young loyalty YL. But that was the state's request or argument in terms of this would have to be, the court would have to deem YSC Prince making that statement is in furtherance of the conspiracy to admit this as an exception to hearsay.
Okay. And you're saying we don't thus far have any evidence about YL or the meaning of YL, and are we going to get any?
Your Honor, yes, the state, I am drawing a blank if Detective Belknap addressed that when he first testified in this trial. I just do not recall as I'm sitting here. But if he has not, the state would proffer that investigator Viverito would discuss that at a future date. I do not have any additional
And
evidence.
YL is, how is YL furthering this conspiracy? I'm not following your argument. I'm sorry.
So young loyalty YL is a part and parcel of YSL. It's like a subset. And so the state, by him saying we're going to take over specifically YL, that is trying to assert leadership over young life or young loyalty, Your Honor. So
That one seems a bit, I don't know, far afield.
understood, Your Honor. The state will not
I'm gonna-
utilize
all
430.
right.
I would say it seems
And the
confusing for
last
the
one, Your Honor?
jury. I think that would hurt the state.
Do you mind if Your Honor, can I just interject?
Sure, I mean, they're withdrawing it and/or I'm excluding it,
Okay.
but, so do you need to?
No,
Okay.
I thought it was still up in the air.
All right, so 2145,
And Your Honor, the last thread of this nature is when you go to page 446, there's just one line where Bllelock is discussing, he says, "You're not slime," and on 447, they go back and
I don't see a 446, 447.
it is PDF page 15, Your Honor, and PDF
Okay.
page 16.
Okay.
And the key, the statement that the state is seeking to introduce is when Bllelock on page 447 states, "I stamped you in slime behind the blue house," talking about bringing that individual into the gang. The 446 is only included for brief context to that. The state would not necessarily have to use 446, but the argument is that when Bllelock states, "I stamped you in slime behind the blue house," to this individual, when they're going back and forth about if that individual is slime, that statement, the state believes there's two arguments for this statement in terms of Bllelock definitively stating that he brought this individual into a criminal street gang, and he references the blue house as just a specific location to remind him where he stamped him in. That statement is a co-conspirator statement, but in addition is a statement against interest. And the best example of why it's statement against interest is the case of this nature. And if Bllelock was in this physical courtroom right now, that statement he made there is against his interest in terms of definitively asserting he has enough rank in a street gang to stamp someone in, and would be evidence that could be used against him in a criminal street gang or RICO predicated on a street gang trial. And so the reason that the state articulates that this is 801D2E is because when he's telling someone, "I stamped you in slime behind the blue house," it's a conversation between, he's asserting in this statement that he brought this person in the gang. And so those kind of conversations, they have to be able to speak freely amongst each other, and they're discussing criminal street gang activity in terms of he's referencing when he brought him into the gang. And given the liberal standard of admissibility from Kemp and its follow-on cases, and that fostering cohesion, also, the direct reference to the exact criminal street gang conspiracy that the state is alleging they are a part of, feels that Bllelock's statement, "I stamped you in slime behind the blue house," should be admissible under either of those two bases, Your Honor, is the state's argument for why it's not hearsay.
All right, why, I think that one passes muster. Yes, sir.
I believe that a statement against the penal interest, as articulated by the prosecutor, if it only goes to Mr. Bllelock, that we would get a limiting instruction.
I think it comes in as a co-conspirator exception. I stamped you in slime behind the blue house.
Okay, and understand the court's finding, then I would ask you to decide whether 24-8-805 hearsay within hearsay would apply, because I don't see the exception on the other end of the conversation. I don't see, "I stamped you in." The other person's statement is also 801D2E.
The other person's statements, frankly, are GMFU and you not.
So how did
I mean, I don't
that conversation
think
further
it
interest?
seems, I don't think it does, but I don't think those statements are being offered for their truth.
That is correct.
All right. All right, so what's the next one?
Your Honor, that, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Bassi or Ms. D. Williams, but all of the remainder of this are conversations we have discussed that are pertaining to the February 23rd, 2019, the night of, day of the murder itself, not gang co-conspirator statements. They're tethered to, they're ones we discussed of no issues with. Unless the
Okay.
defense counsel corrects me.
That's right?
Accurate.
Okay. All right, and so is that it for?
That's the entirety of Mr. Bllelock.
Ryan evidence. All right, and when are we, we discussed before about how we need to get to this kind of grouping of evidence before the end of this month. Is that going to happen?
Your Honor, there is yes, Your Honor, the state, we could reach this case today.
Okay, all right, sounds good then. And then how about the Mr. Arnold's scheduling? Is that gotten nailed down? Okay.
Right, so they're approaching about Arnold scheduling, Martinez Arnold. There's like no defense attorney getting up there. They just let him go by himself. All right, so I think this was a mini break, and then they come back for a little bit, and then they take that big whopping, okay, that was a kind of a big break. All right, they do come back for a little bit, so we're going to skip whatever this was.
All right, because we are waiting on the arrival of a juror, we
We
are going
squeaked.
to, at this point, I'll entertain argument on our outstanding issue of whether an overt act not included in the indictment might be
Basis of
able to
guilt?
form the, and this is obviously hypothetical, but we need to sort it out, the sole overt act that a jury finds in support of guilt on count one, the RICO count. So whomever wants to open up that argument. And I know y'all both wrote briefs, but if y'all can brief me, that would be helpful.
Your Honor, I think this was the state's argument for why that would be acceptable.
I think you're right. And it may be that, I don't know if anybody in court right now is ready to argue that, or if y'all need to call Mr. Armstrong back or somebody else from the DA's office. Okay.
Somebody else, please. He's
All right, why
like,
don't we
nobody's
take
got this ready.
recess while whomever's going to argue that for the
All
state
right.
arrives, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
So that was a pointless, and that's been an argument or a question, not an argument, a question on the table for a long time, right? Can an overt act not in this indictment support an overt act for the jury to find and convict on count one in this actual indictment? We've been waiting for the state to make this argument. Love said, like, I don't know, it had to be like August or something, that there was case law supporting this, and she had it. And it is closing in on November. And we don't have an answer. We don't even have an argument. So that's something we've been hearing about for a while. And Leah Abbasi's right. It's the state that needs to make that argument, why that should be the case. Okay, so this was another break. They come back for a little bit. Oh my goodness.
Do we have whomever's going to argue for the state yet?
It's Miss Love. I'm just trying to get her ETA, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so in the meantime, do we still need to sort out anything about the evidence that's going to come in with Wooney Lee? Because I see that witness is on our list for this week.
I thought we discussed everything that was in his folder, Your Honor.
Making sure.
I didn't know that we had gone through all of his Instagram posts. I don't know that all of it will be relevant, although it depends on what he says on the stand. I don't know if the state would agree or disagree with that.
Sure. Just want to sort out what we can while we've got time beforehand and not have the jury waiting, because Lord knows they have to wait on us enough as it is. Although today we're waiting on them.
All right, so I just dropped in the chat. Thugger Daily had uploaded Slime Life Shorty or Wooney Lee. Wooney Lee's the actual name. Slime Life Shorty is the AKA. Plea and plea transcript. Also added it to the description. So if you're still in here, thank you so much, Thugger Daily. And thank you for everyone for the reminders that court is back in session. We are behind. We will get there. We will skip that hour plus break and be caught up in no time. All right, so I don't know when they actually start talking here. Just looks like they're trying to get it together. Let's see.
Where did Misty Williams go? Okay, what?
Dang, she clocked Misty Williams leaving the courtroom that quick. She like looked up, so where's Mr. Williams? Okay, so there's nothing after this part here. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. So if this is all just recessing in place, essentially, we can skip this whole thing. Sweet. So there we go. We can go to real time, you guys. Do want to give a huge thank you here to Stephen T. Satchel gifting 5 memberships, so we'll get them in the banner. Make sure you're saying thank you if you got a gifted membership, or if you just want to show some love. STS in the chat, W's in the chat for Stephen here. Super appreciative of all your support and your insights, right? Stephen's done a lot to look at the plea deals. I don't know, I consider Stephen a friend. And if you guys see some of the things he comments in the chat, big advocate for big picture justice, not just within this trial as a bubble. And I think a lot of you guys can share that same sentiment. And actually, what's our count on new members? We are up to 68 new members. So big thank you there. Squirrel Brain is also conceding here that Detective Dennis is definitely a Squirrel Brain, so it's acceptable now for us to... We used to get confused. Which one was Squirrel Brain? Doesn't matter. It applies to all of them now. Thank you so much for the 2 Squirrel Brain. Muckduck, on Muckduck's birthday, Muckduck is sending a super generous super chat to the amazing crew. Kat, thank you so much for the love today. You guys have been awesome with the birthday wishes in the chat. Today, it's going to be amazing being part of such an amazing online community. Just sad that we are here witnessing this injustice. Yep, and this is not the first or the only trial where this will be the case. So, you know, as far as this community, love and appreciate you guys. Hope you guys, if you ever want to bring another conversation to the forefront, another trial, drop it in the chat. You never know how far you could spread the word of something you think is a problem out here. So love that part too, Muckduck, about this community. Thanks for your support of this channel, and thank you for the kind words of the community. And I thought I pinned it. I saw you mention something about it being a tequila day, and I missed it. I thought I pinned it. But shout out to you celebrating your birthday how you best see fit. Tequila, I think, is a scary subject for some people. But, I love a good mule, a good Mexican mule drink, ginger beer, little lime, and some tequila when I do have a drink. So if it wasn't a Monday morning at almost 1 o'clock, I might join you. I'll join you on Saturday. So shout out to Muckduck. Survivor Speaks, I missed the answer if you put it in the chat. I see your email. We have a song here, and thank you for the super, but I pulled up the context here. Survivor Speaks had lyrics written and put it to AI about love. So he speaks about a gang I never heard of before. He needs love for that argument. This is the reason for the song I wrote about love today. So I've got that. We might be able to upload it and play as a theme song on an outro, but also if you have a YouTube link, if you've uploaded it, can you send me that YouTube link so we can share the actual link, or let me know and I can pull it. So thank you so much, Survivor Speaks. Orlando Antonio, yeah, what is YL? Orlando was so quick and said YL equals y'all lying, and I think the whole chat's embraced that. Black Butterfly says subset to a subset to a subset. And again, I think that hurts the state's argument. It's just going to confuse the jury. It's just going to seem like, wait, is YSL doing this to grow YSL? Or is somebody trying to, even if we think that YSL is a gang, is somebody trying to capture, ride the clout, the number of people that know of YSL to build YL as something separate, right? So I think the state would be smart to not get into the weeds of that, and they withdrew it. So good to see you, Black Butterfly. Stephen T. Satchel said, hold on, one more gift for good luck. Thank you so much to Stephen. And then Kamala Norris says, I can smash the like button on my phone and TV. That is awesome. 2 thumbs up. Thank you so much. And let's see. Guys, this is crazy. We are only...
Can we get the state in, please?
We can slow this down once they get in.
All right,
We are
Ashley,
only
picking
10
up with
minutes
Detective
behind.
Underwood? Okay. All right, if you want to go ahead and get her on the stand, we're going to get the jury out. Unless, let me ask, is there anything anybody needs to put on the record before we get the jury out and start with testimony again?
There we
No?
go. After all that,
All right.
10 minutes behind.
Okay, let's get Detective Underwood. And we can be getting the jury out as well. All right, the jury's going to be coming out also. I don't know. Sorry, I didn't write it. You know what? It's probably on this witness. Oh, you know what?
They're muting us out, so we'll skip. I mean, we don't really have much more to skip. We're going to get through all of our skips. We're going to run out. We're going to run out. And speaking of skips, tonight at
Detective
8
Underwood?
p.m. is Club
Oh, maybe
Classy.
Mr. Abadi's getting her? Yes. You know, he went out to get her.
I hope Whitaker yells at them to have the
Yeah, man.
witnesses at the revolving door.
Sorry to keep you waiting around.
But yes, Club Classy will be tonight. The reason skips made me think of that is for artists that want to get their song played or a sponsor that wants to sponsor a song, you can get an artist to the front of the line. Really great program to help get artists discovered and really fun community to hang out and decompress from all this mess of day after day. Stressful trials, stressful outcomes, feelings of injustice and not being able to do anything about it. Really great opportunity to decompress over at, and not just Club Classy. Classy Beats has a great channel. He's really created something great, and you guys have given great support to Classy Beats in the chat.
All right, thank you. Everybody can be seated, and we're picking up with Detective Underwood's testimony.
Good afternoon.
The
Detective
link to
Underwood.
tonight's
How are
Club
you today?
Classy is in the chat. And I'm breaking it by posting it, but we're breaking the stream for Club Classy.
Good.
All right. As soon as Ms. Knight gets set up, we're going to start with some defense exhibits that I want you to look at. Let me ask you this one more time. Last week, you said that some of the violence died down in about March of 2015.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as defense exhibit, Mr. Williams, number 19. Do you see what the cover of that says?
Rodeo Tour,
And what's the year?
2015.
And I'm going to flip to, I believe, page 3 of that exhibit. What does that say?
Tour schedule.
All right. And can you tell us roughly when did that tour begin?
Look like Saturday, February 28th, 2015.
And when did it end?
Maybe it's the last date on this page is April the 3rd, 2015.
And prior to today, had you heard of this tour?
No.
Do you know Mr. Williams was featured on this tour?
I don't know. It just says Rodeo Tour, but I don't know who. It don't say who was featured.
I want you to go back to that tour date page.
Okay.
Do you see a stop on that tour for Houston, Texas?
All right, so it seems like they are skipping this Magic City video thing. We heard a side remark from the state that they think that's being kept out because Detective Dennis is the only one that can testify to it. I don't see how that's the case when they could all review the video themselves. My guess, personally, is Whitaker said, why do you need to play that all again? Like, just talk about the order of operations when you get Martinez Arnold on the stand. Why do we have to spend another 2 hours doing that? And I'm not instructing the jury again about how we might see some stuff that you might see at a strip club. So I think Whitaker just wanted that gone.
Yes, March 23rd, 2015, Houston, Texas.
All right. I want to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 418Y. When you look at State's Exhibit 418Y, do you see the caption on that picture?
Yes,
What is the caption on that picture?
we in Houston with this S-word.
Okay. And are there emojis next to it?
Yes,
And are you able to tell what those emojis are?
snake emojis.
All right. And what's the date and time of this post?
9:43 p.m., 3/22/2015.
Okay. And in looking at that post, are you able to identify any of the individuals in that post?
Yes,
Okay. If you can. Permission for witness to step down?
Yeah.
And using this, the monitor board, you can just tell the jurors.
There should be a pointer somewhere and a laser
Oh,
pointer.
I got it. Just who you are able to identify that.
Vivian Darlington.
And how many times are we going to see this picture?
AKA OG Bentley, Montavious Stevens, AKA Dick, Jeffrey Williams, AKA Young Thug. That's Demise, Matt Mullen, AKA Nard. That is Antonio Sage, AKA.
This is what she practiced over the weekend.
I'm not sure which sister this is, one of Williams' sisters. I don't know which one. He has a couple. I don't know who that is or that is.
Okay, thank you. And did you say that the tour made a stop in Houston around that date?
Yes,
So based on this picture and the tour dates, is it fair to say that at least for this date in March, some people associated with YSL was in Houston, Texas?
yes.
Now I want to go to what's been marked as the fence, I think Williams 220.
I'm gonna keep myself over in the right corner. I don't know, the detective's wearing green,
And what
so
we're going to do is we're going to scroll
what does that mean?
through defense exhibits 220A through XX. And as we scroll down, I want you to tell me the dates that are in January. And as you're looking at the dates here, you can slow down a little. As you're looking at the dates, are these dates, let me know first, do they appear to be in chronological order?
I can't tell. My screen
Is
is not.
there a paper copy of this exhibit?
Right.
Would it be easier to let the witness look at the paper copy?
Well, last,
Unless I can make my screen a little bigger, because it's kind of minimized.
and as I'm looking for the paper copy, if it's easier to turn around, look at the bigger screen to see if you can see the dates on the bigger screen.
I mean, I can see the date on here. It's just the actual window is not as big, I guess.
That's as big as it is on anybody's.
Yeah, that part is not. Is that all? Yeah, that one would be bigger.
Are you able to see the dates on the flyers?
I can.
Okay, we'll just keep scrolling until I can find the paper copy.
Okay.
Because they appear to be in chronological order as well.
Yes.
Well, it's fine, Ms. Hilton, y'all sorted out the issue with her
Yeah,
not being able to
I can see the dates on the
sections.
flyers. It's just kind of smaller than what it probably should be.
Whose deep breath was that into the mic?
And are these flyers now in the month of November?
Yes.
And now these flyers starting in December.
Yes.
Yeah, hover on the red flyer.
Are we now in January?
We are in January.
Is this the first one in January?
Yes.
What's the date of this post?
January 18th, 2015.
And sorry, going back to this post, where is this show located, supposed to be performed?
Like I said, Tampa, Florida. At the bottom, maybe.
Is this another one in January?
Yes,
What's the-
January 21st.
And is that in 2015?
Yes.
Where's this supposed to be performance?
She moved it up a little. It looked like Santa Ana, California.
Are we still in January?
We're in February now.
Okay. And I just want to keep scrolling down, see if we see anything else for January.
No, it's still February.
Now, I asked you earlier about the rodeo tour, remember?
You did.
Do you see Defense Exhibit 220 KK?
Can she roll it up just a little, maybe? Okay.
And remember earlier I asked you who was on that tour?
Okay.
Who's on that tour, that rodeo tour?
Travis Scott and Young Thug.
And that's the same tour that's in the book that we just referenced a few moments ago?
Yes.
And where the group was in Houston, or where the tour stopped in Houston in March of 2015?
Yes.
Now, are we in March?
Yes.
Okay. Are we now in April?
Yes.
And are we now in June?
Yes.
And is that the 220XX, is that the last of the exhibit?
Yes.
Were the only two January flyers, January 18th and January 21st, 2015?
I think so.
Okay.
It wasn't very many January.
All right. Did you see any flyers for January 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, or 15th?
No.
Did you see any flyers in Miami for the 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, or 15th?
No.
Have you ever been to Tampa, Florida?
Yes.
Have you been to Miami, Florida?
Yes.
Do you know about how far the distance is between Miami and Tampa?
I haven't driven them. I know from Georgia, where my house south of Atlanta, it was like 10 hours when we drove to Miami, but I have driven to Tampa. It was like 6 hours.
Okay. So from Atlanta to Tampa was 6, from Atlanta to Miami was 10.
Right.
Now, in 2015, immediately following the death of Donovan Thomas, were there social media posts that appeared to threaten members of YSL?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury the type of posts that, those types of posts?
Sustained as the best evidence.
Have you seen pictures of those types of posts?
Yes.
From
Permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacy Exhibit 546 Yankee. Do you recognize Stacy Exhibit 546 Yankee?
Yes,
How do you recognize Stacy Exhibit 546 Yankee?
I recognize it because back during the Operation Planners investigation, we actually had a war room at APD.
See the terminology?
We
Don't
ha-
take anything from the fact that they called it a war room.
It was like our meeting room.
I understand.
And we put all our pictures on the wall involving the Operation Planners investigation. So we would collect social media posts and we would put them all that was related to the actual investigation on the wall. So we had this particular one on our wall.
Okay. And does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the one of the posts that you had on your wall?
Yes,
You're on this time to say what I intend to say Exhibit 546 Y is
I
evident.
object under foundation and authenticity. Just because it's put on a wall does not mean where it was posted or found.
All right, sustained, but you may establish a foundation if you can.
Was this, where were these posts?
on social media.
Okay. And was there a particular name or social media account that were posting these type of threatening posts?
Yes, it was named.
reading from a document, not an evidence.
Was,
Sustained.
was looking at that refresh your memory as to what the name of the post was? Just look at it to refresh your memory, look up when you finish.
Okay. Yes,
Okay.
the name of the actual account was Death to the State N-words.
And were there multiple posts on that website that you all gathered back in 2015 from,
Ye- Yes,
from that website? And is that one of those posts?
yes, it is.
All right.
Your Honor, I'm going to maintain my objection, which was the same as Mr. Steele's, regarding the authenticity and foundation behind these posts.
Okay, overruled at this
and-
point. Go ahead.
My objection is we're talking about the collective, we did this, we did that, and I don't believe that this witness is the proper foundation for these posts. I don't believe this witness collected them.
Did y'all work together as a team to collect or view social media in order to
The compound,
assist
that's
with
a
your investigation in this case?
Yes, we work as a collaborative
Collect
group
or
between Atlanta
view.
PD Gang Unit and ATF.
And as a part of this, is this one of the posts that you saw on social media at the time in which you all were investigating Operation Planters?
Yes,
And was this pulled from the site that you saw on social media?
yes.
All right, it's admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Hilton only really had to ask if she had seen this picture herself, live and posted.
And what was the nature of what the post would say? So not specifically, but what was the nature of the post when you all were pulling? And let me answer back. What made this of interest to the Atlanta Police Department?
I'll object to that phraseology. First it would be hearsay and then talking for other people.
Sustained,
What was the nature of the post?
The nature,
overruled.
actually, there were threats coming in right after Donovan Thomas's murder from this particular social media site, and it was towards only members of YSL. So it was significant for that reason.
Thank you. Now, after 2015, did you all continue to look at social media even after 2015?
Yes,
Specifically, I want to direct you to 2019. Did you have the occasion to look at a post of an individual standing on a car?
yes.
Permission to approach?
You may approach the witness freely.
Thank you. I'm going to show you what's the market Stacy Exhibit 3TT. Without telling me what is contained in the picture, is that a picture that you've seen previously?
Yes,
And where did you first see this picture?
on social media.
And
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the authentication.
Platform.
I don't think that this detective has the personal knowledge of who took the photo, who posted it. Whoever posted the photo, she's the one.
Was she nodding?
Overruled. Go ahead.
And specifically talking about the picture itself, what was of significance, without saying what's in the picture, what was of significance of the picture itself?
Significance was disrespect from one gang to another.
Okay. And
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that response and ask it to be struck. That is beyond 24-7-704B. Talks about the significance of somebody's state of mind.
Sustained.
as a gang investigator, what was of note in that exhibit?
It was a
Now that was getting into state of mind, which we just had a motion in limine filed by Brian Steele for last week, and the state was like, the state's response was basically like, huh, we would never. And not for nothing, but we also looked at Detective Viverito, who thanks to Thugger Daily, the expectation is that she's going to be called this Friday to come to the stand as yet another investigator / gang expert. We were looking at her transcripts from December 2022 and October 2023 for her Daubert hearing, her qualification as an expert witness. There is a huge exchange with really Glanville and Brian Steele over how the state has over and over been able to use a gang expert to get into the state of mind of the person that they're talking about, when that shouldn't be permissible. And Glanville twists the definition and the law to make it okay for the state to do that, while barring Brian Steele from being able to cross, at least during the Daubert hearing, to cross-examine on that same issue. Incredible stuff. I really want to do a reading of it, but we'll probably see the same thing play out on Friday. Just incredible. Mens rea is an element that needs to be proven. It's something the jury gets to decide. Was the mens rea there? What was the mental state? Was someone actually consciously making the choice to do something in furtherance of YSL? You can't just have a gang expert be the trier of fact. That's the jury. So, big issue. Glad that was sustained.
Individual standing on a vehicle.
Okay. And the vehicle,
The yak picture.
who did it belong to?
Objection, calls for speculation.
If it's within her knowledge, don't speculate.
It was Rayshawn Bennett's vehicle, YFN and Lucci.
Okay. And the person on the vehicle, were they a member of, okay, were they
Why?
associated with a rival gang of YFN Lucci's?
Yes.
Okay. And
Objection, Your Honor. There's been no foundation laid for how this detective has knowledge about some of this.
Actually, yeah, there has. Overruled.
And was that of note when you all first saw this picture back when you first saw it?
Yes.
You know, this time the state would like to admit State's Exhibit 3 TT into evidence.
3, TT?
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
right, it's admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
All right, so this is what got Detective Dennis in trouble.
Now, looking at State's Exhibit 3 TT, is the car that you were just referencing this blue Maybach?
Yes.
All right. And was it of note of the individual standing on the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know who that individual is?
Diamonte Kendrick.
Okay. And again, was this posted on social media?
Yes, it was.
All right. As a gang expert, is there some significance of a person associated with YSL standing on top of a vehicle with someone associated with YFN?
It is significant.
I'll object under 24-774B about the significance of somebody's mental state.
All right, I don't understand it to be asking that question. Overruled.
What, if any, significance is that as a gang investigator when you see a post such as this?
It showed, like I said earlier, the disrespect between, I felt like that this particular,
And-
Disrespect
In your
is the mind
opinion,
state.
in my opinion, this is a sign of,
Just a second.
okay.
Your Honor, it's also calling for her to have.
She's been qualified as an expert,
I understand her. She's just because she's an expert doesn't mean she knows someone else's mental state.
and she's not testifying to their mental state.
She is. She's saying it shows the disrespect. That's a feeling. That's an emotional
Working
state
as
of
a gang
mind.
investigator and dealing with different actual rivalries and, you know, the gang problems that we have had in the city. When we saw this particular post, we saw that it was like a gang member taking a shot at another gang member by standing on his vehicle outside of one of our malls here in Georgia,
And what mall was this?
Lenox.
Now, we've spoken about this term gang culture. Can you just briefly explain to the jury, when we talk about gang culture, what, if anything, are we referencing when we talk about that term gang culture?
I think of gang culture as the behaviors, the actual gang showing their characteristics, may it be whether they're displaying their hand signs, their colors, their tattoos, and just their way of life as gang members.
Can music be a part of gang culture?
Yes.
How?
A lot of the gang members, especially here in Atlanta, uses music to express themselves. They kind of, you know, talk about where they came from, how they came from it, things that they've done, their lifestyle in the music.
Do gang members sometimes use music to promote violence and fear of their gang?
Yes.
How?
Hypothetically, if gangs are beefing and even if they're local and they know that, you know, they listen to each other's music, they would take a shot. One gang would take a shot at another gang by saying disrespectful things or just letting them know that they are actually targeting them or talking to them through the words that they use.
Do gang members use music to promote allegiance to their gang?
They do.
How?
They brag about their gang. They glorify their gang. They glorify their gang members. They show the, like you said, alliances. It could be a blood gang that's, you know, really, really friendly with a Crip gang here in Georgia, and they will actually shout them out in music.
Do gang members use music to send messages to rival gangs?
They do.
How?
They send messages, you know, indirectly, maybe directly, just, you know, they might say, you know, I saw you at the club, or I jumped you at the club, and you are this gang, and they might call out that particular gang in the song, or they may not.
Do gang members sometimes use music to send messages to other members of the same gang?
I just want to note as a waive an objection under 704B. I believe this is all person's mental state.
All right, I don't think that anything I've heard so far is in contravention of 704B.
Why somebody writes a message? Does that go to their state of mind?
You may have a continuing objection.
Do gang members sometimes use music to send messages to other members of the same gang?
Yes.
And do gang members use music to send messages to promote cohesiveness? So sorry. Do gang members use music to send messages to promote cohesiveness with their fellow gang members?
They do.
In your experience, what genre of music do gang members use to promote their gang?
Just from my experience, being here and working here in Atlanta for over 30 years, I've only seen the gang members use rap music.
Does it always have to be rap music?
It don't always have to be, but that's what I've seen over my career.
As a gang investigator, do you focus on music and hope that it leads to an investigation, or do you focus on the investigation and it may lead to music?
Sustained.
I'll ask first. As an investigator, do you focus on music?
No,
What do you focus on?
the crime at hand and the actual person that committed the crime.
And are there times in your investigation that music may become part of your investigation?
Yes,
How is that?
because if it's a particular person that was maybe a singer or a rapper or whatever that may have committed a crime, that us looking at the crime, me looking at the particular crime will kind of lead me back to the music portion, or if they're a rapper, or if they, like a lot of gang members here in Atlanta, they call themselves rappers, but they're like studio gangsters, or they just put music out on YouTube. So even if they're not as big as most rappers, we still pay attention to what they're saying, the drill music that's going on, and because a lot of time it does lead to violence.
And you said drill music. What is that?
Drill music is kind of something new where the rappers, they kind of talk about, they rap about violence, and they mostly target, you know, the rival or the ops in that particular music. And it's really fast and really, you know, they actually, like I said, talk about violence, talk about firearms, talking about drive-by shootings. And that's been popular here in Atlanta as of recent.
And as you're listening,
It was a whole mess of an answer about drill music. And I think she just thinks the word drill is meant to be scary. But I see Red Bunny in the chat. Red Bunny, if I were to drill you and you were to drill me, that's like we're roasting each other. Doesn't mean we're threatening each other with anything. So I feel like she's just trying to make the word drill sound scary as a genre to someone who might not be familiar with the genre. It's all about murder. What? And it's not new. Oh my gosh.
to the music, are you in your mind thinking about your investigation and whether or not there are particular words in the music that match your investigations?
It depends. Every investigation is different. So if we do listen to it just to see if we can get any kind of, I guess, maybe confessions. Sometimes it's confessions in music, or any kind of thing that is said that relates back to our investigation.
Now, as expert, I want to ask you a couple hypotheticals. if you heard a gang member sing a country song about putting 100 rounds in a Tahoe, and that song comes out a year after a rival gang member was gunned down while standing near his Chevy Tahoe, and that Tahoe was hit multiple times with bullets, would you consider that song in furtherance of the gang that gunned down that rival gang member?
Sustained.
Would that be consistent with something that's in furtherance of the gang? Not if you say,
Overruled.
Like I said, each case is different, but if a country artist did do that and that country artist was a gang member, then yes, we would look at that gang member furthering the gang in that particular song.
what if a gang member had a calypso song where he said, I shot at his mommy, now he no longer mentioned me. And there was
You got
some
Shelton.
information that members of that particular artist's gang shot at his rival gang member's mother's house. Would that be something that you would look at as being consistent with furthering the gang?
Overruled. Overruled.
Yes.
Now, when you're listening to songs, if they come up in your investigation, will the entire song be disrespect or have words of cohesiveness, or would it be portions of the song? What has your experience been when you were listening to the music?
My experience is it's not the entire song. It might be a verse, or it might be just a line or a couple of words or a few words.
In preparation for your testimony, were you asked to review 3 songs in preparation for your testimony?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 535 Y alpha, 539 Y alpha, and 537 Y alpha. And tell me if you recognize those as the songs that you were asked to listen to.
Yes.
First, starting with 535 Yankee Alpha. What is the name of that song?
Slime, S word,
And who was the artist?
Young Thug.
Now looking at 537 Yankee Alpha, what's the name of that song? Oh, excuse me, 539 Yankee Alpha.
539, it's gonna be Just How It Is,
And who was the artist?
Young Thug.
And then looking at 537 Yankee Alpha.
It look like it says Juice WRLD, Bad Boy featuring Young Thug.
You're right, this time the state would like the tender and admit State Exhibit 535 Yankee and Yankee Alpha, 539 Yankee and Yankee Alpha, and 537 Yankee and Yankee Alpha.
What are Yankee? Because all she's testified to is the Yankee Alphas.
The actual song. So was 535 Yankee the song that you actually listened to prior to?
Yes.
Okay. For each, that's true for each of those.
Is 537 Yankee the actual song that you listened to?
Yes.
And is 539 Yankee the actual song that you listened to?
Yes.
You're right, this time the state would like the tender and admit Stacey Exhibit 535 Yankee and Yankee Alpha, 539 Yankee and Yankee Alpha, and 537 Yankee and Yankee Alpha.
All right, those are admitted. Overruled.
And permission to first publish 535 Yankee.
Nay.
Yeah, they gonna get me for that. Sorry, guys. I don't know if the captions are picking it up. So, super chats in the meantime. All these gifts, you guys. A big shout out again to Stephen T. Satchel dropping another 10. That's super generous. Tons of new gifted memberships today coming from Stephen. Yeah, and I'm looking as soon as we see, like, I don't know. I think those are still just lyrics from the closed captions and not actually Hilton stopping to ask a question, because there's a little player on the screen you guys can't see that's still moving. So we'll come back in 2 minutes when that's done. Oh, all right. Let's see what the question is here. Oh God, they're still playing it. Never mind. Never mind. Oh man. I guess I'll just watch on the screen up here and we'll see. Look at Rodelius Ryan. He's like, all right, we about to jam. I can't wait for Cross. We've got 3 of these songs to get through, you guys. And I just think it's crazy because it's like, so the thing is, if I were to edit it out after the stream, it takes away the live chat when you change something about the stream itself. So if I were to let it play and then cut it out, there would be no live chat replay, which you guys ask for a lot, so. But yeah, I'm still trying to figure out if somebody gets shot unalived because of a song lyric. Is their song, it's usually the shooter that's the problem. So if lyrics are getting people unalive because someone gets mad about a song and wants to go shoot someone because of something they said in the song, the person firing the gun would be the one committing the act. So beef between songs to me is separate from this argument that at least this one lyric is Jeffrey Williams saying something about your mom, which they're going to tie in as being something specific. Right? So there's 2 separate arguments here. Some specificity, particularity of certain lyrics to certain situations, and then the overall beef in this music is supposed to be in furtherance of the gang. And I don't really think the general beef thing is an okay argument. I think that's just an infringement on the First Amendment. It looks like it's still playing. Yep. Still playing. Oh boy. Stephen T. Satchel says, and this is going to the profile picture, my cat's expression is the same as how I'm feeling right now about this dumpster fire. Oh. There is a cat expression for every emotion out there. I love that, Stephen. All right, they're zooming in. So they're probably still playing the song.
And looking at Stacey Exhibit 535Y,
And we're back.
when did this song come out? Or when was the song at least posted on YouTube?
March the 25th, 2016.
And as an investigator and an expert, were there any particular words of note to you as you listened to this song?
Yes,
What were those words of note?
the 100 rounds in the Tahoe,
And why was that of note to you?
because 2015, the year prior, we had investigated murder of Donovan Thomas, where
Hang on just a second. Yes, sir.
I'm going to check this. This court, the trial court in this case, has previously ruled that.
Do we need to take this up outside the presence of the jury?
Yeah.
I'm going to excuse y'all for a minute, please.
Oops, not a good sign if there's a previous ruling on this. Because Whitaker likes to stand firm. And the state's always saying there's been a previous ruling on this when it's in their favor. So.
And Detective, I'm going to ask you to step out, please. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. So there's a previous order in this case bifurcating that any expert who would be on the stand in this case, who would also be providing factual testimony.
Oh, yeah.
That would be
Splitting out the factual and the
And
expert.
so, yeah, and this witness is now, she's given expert opinions, which we've heard, but now she's testifying about factual information, and I think that's going to mislead and confuse the jury, and even if Your Honor doesn't believe so, there's a previous order that in this trial we would have a bifurcation of those issues. So I'll object to her testifying about any factual information about what happened in 2015. I also think that I also want to raise an objection because the state has proffered this evidence as something that happened in 2016, when in fact, I think the state is misleading the jury because this particular song that they've now introduced to play the jury was actually recorded 2 years earlier in 2014, prior to any murder of Donovan.
All right, well, you'll be able to cross-examine on that. Can you address the issue of the bifurcation?
Yes,
I
Your
mean,
Honor.
not address the issue. I know that was the order. Address why this is or is not violating that requirement that the fact and expert testimony be bifurcated.
Your Honor, there is evidence already in about the shooting of Donovan Thomas. I believe as an expert, I could simply ask her, I can probably show her the evidence, the pictures of the evidence that we're discussing at this point to make sure that we don't violate her talking about her opinion as to why this song was significant. I'm thinking through when we have a medical examiner who is an expert, who can talk about the facts of the autopsy and give their opinion as to the cause and manner of death, that this is similar in nature, that she as an expert can speak to specific facts and give her opinion as to why that particular fact is of significance in her opinion. And so that's what I'm trying to correlate it to, very similar to a cell phone expert who can talk about the facts that come out, but can give their opinion on certain information. I'm trying my best to correlate how we can do those two things, because I do think an expert can speak of facts and how those facts can form an opinion.
All right, so are we finished with the portion? Has this witness testified to all of the facts that she's going to testify to as a fact witness?
Yes.
Okay. And so whatever you were about to elicit was?
Was information that has already come out, but we're not.
Right. I mean, you were getting an expert opinion on something?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
If the state proffers that they're going to stick to asking about expert opinions, then I'll withdraw the objection. It certainly sounded like to me that she was asking about factual evidence about an incident in 2015.
Okay, but you're not establishing that fact through that witness. You're asking, why is this fact significant to you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I don't think that violates that bifurcation order. All right, let's get the jury back and the witness.
Well, J-App seemed to concede there, but I feel like the question was teeing up the witness to say, yes, there was someone that put rounds in a Tahoe in 2015. So in a way, it seemed like it kind of bolstered the fact, which means it is testimony going to the fact of, you know, at some point someone Chevy Tahoe in 2015 got shot up. But
Is there anybody that knows that we need?
I'll trust Jay.
I don't know. I think.
And I agree. I can't wait till cross. Jennifer Devine says it's weird how they call people YSL gang members when referring to witnesses and defendants. Isn't that a fact that the jury is supposed to determine? Yeah, it feels weird. Like, I guess they just don't want to say alleged member or alleged associate each time, but it is really weird. It's reinforcing every time it's just stated as so-and-so being a gang member or was another gang member. So I agree, Jennifer. Thank you for the
We
super.
surprised y'all with a short break.
This is the other problem too. If you have
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Hilton.
repeating that
When we
someone's
left
car
off,
was
what
riddled,
of note to you in that song?
The 100 rounds in the Tahoe
And why was that as extra of note to you?
because of the murder of Donovan Thomas. When he was murdered, he was standing outside of his Tahoe.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as 6 Exhibit 8Y. I'm going to also show you what's been admitted as 6 Exhibit 12Y, 27Y, 26Y. I'm sorry. 218Y, 174Y, 193Y, and 221Y. Is that the Tahoe that you were just referencing?
Yes.
Okay. And why was that of note because of that particular wording in the song?
It was because it was actual crime that was committed with a murder happening, and the fact that it was a rival between the two. It was a rival between the YSL crew and the Inglewood Family Bloods crew. Donovan Thomas was an Inglewood Family Blood, and it was significant for us in our investigation.
And when you were talking earlier about sometimes gang members use music in order to I want to make sure we get the language right. In order to send messages to rival gangs, is this an example of that type of messaging?
It is.
Overruled.
Is
It
that-
is.
Okay. Was there anything else of note to you in this particular song?
I think the part about killing 12,
And why was that of note?
because the police is referred to as 12, and if you're, I guess, rapping or singing about killing somebody in law enforcement, that's not nice.
And let me ask you, this was in 2016. Were you aware of any incidents of YSL members alleged to have shot at police after 2016?
After 2016, yes, we had a police officer shot, a gang officer shot.
Objection, Your Honor. Same objection I raised previously.
Sustained.
Was there anything else of note to you in this particular song?
If you can refresh my memory with a copy of the lyrics, maybe?
I'll get you a copy. I think my copy has writing on it. My copy has writing on it, so we'll get you a copy. We'll go to the next song while we're getting you a copy. I'm gonna go to State's Exhibit 539Y. Is that just how it is?
Yes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
how did he sit down so carefully and then let out like a latent squeak? Oh. Is this a music video? Oh.
Mr. Williams' YouTube channel.
September 16, 2019?
Oh, sorry, let me get that question. Let me go back.
What if anything,
Probably asking when it was posted.
when was this released on Mr. Williams' YouTube channel?
September 16, 2019?
What, if anything, was of note to you in this song?
We killed the biggest kitten of all kitties.
And why was that of significance to you?
Again, it reflected us back to the Donovan Thomas murder. He was a big person for the Inglewood family, Bloods. He was a high-ranking member, well-known, well-respected, I guess, among his gang.
Overruled.
Was there anything else of note to you in this song?
It was a part about, I did the jacking and the robbing. Now I'm rapping.
Okay. And let me ask you specifically, in 2013, were you made aware of any robbery in which Mr. Williams was a person of interest?
Yes.
Okay. Did one of those involve an Archillian Bennett?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, we can approach.
Yeah, I think y'all might need to.
All right. So we'll count that one as a sustained when you get the, yeah, I think you might need to. And I don't know really what to make of that. Yeah, I think killing the cat and not me, the cat. There's several meanings for cat, right? But you get these gang experts up there and they give a conclusive interpretation. Like, I'm the expert. My interpretation must have been talking about Donovan Thomas. Let the jury decide. Cat can mean a lot of things, especially in music that often talks about women. So, oh my gosh. But we'll see. And confrontation clause issue after the mention of Archillian Bennett, who has previously testified. So we'll see if Hilton continues the same line of questioning or has to shift after this. Also, shout out to Shawnee C for becoming a member. I also love that you have the S as a letter in your name. I know it's for Shawnee, but it's also for slime. Thanks for becoming green. Cutthroat Radio Podcast says, good morning, Mlat, Chat, and Cat. Hope all, and it's not me in the lyric, you guys. Hope all is well, my slimes. Cat, can you play the ABCs of Steel on the outro? We can probably do that. I am trying to upload a video from Survivor Speaks on with lyrics about love. So it'll be one or the other. If I can get Survivor Speaks uploaded, we'll do that. And ABCs of Steel tomorrow, if not today. So good to see you, Cutthroat Radio. Peter Ortiz, big thank you here for the 10 gifted memberships. I gotta look for you in the chat now that you changed your picture. I need those boom emojis. If you guys want to drop a boom emoji in the chat, thank Peter for gifting 10 subs. That would be awesome. Also catching this, good to see you, JR. King JR says, all Steel has to do, all he has to do is show that this song has 7 writers and was released March 25th, 2016. So the expert doesn't know what she's talking about. Oh my goodness. Yeah, going off of YouTube dates. Like, to me, that just seems like a foundational issue, and I guess they're getting around that because they want to talk about the video release, the release of the video. But the questions after that video was played pertain to the lyrics, so I don't know. What a time. And this wasn't just a quick one. And I really miss being able to see when they were at the bench, because you could kind of see how long one person was arguing, because you could kind of see when the person's talking, who's really trying to make the argument, how much time does the other side spend responding, and I miss being able to see that. Jennifer Devine says, Miranda Lambert song, given medal and lead song about shooting her man. Right. At what point, if there isn't particularity, what's the relevance? And I get that here they're trying to say 100 in a Tahoe is relevant because Donovan Thomas drove a Tahoe, right? And maybe that is one that the defense has to clean up on cross. But some of the other things later down the road, making a mention of the word cat, can you show us other evidence where YSL referred to an op as a cat? Because that gets to me, that's way outside the realm of, I can possibly see how that might be specific to something. I think it's just a bad thing to have a gang expert on the stand say, yep, those lyrics are always directed at the ops and it's indicative of criminal activity. So I don't really know why they were able to go down that line of questioning. Maybe we'll find out. Peter Ortiz says, have you reviewed Lee's plea deal? So that's the Alfred plea, you guys. It's been a bit since I've looked at it. And I've never done a reading on the stream with it. So I guess really the answer is probably mostly a no here. But we could take a look at that one of these days, probably do it separately as a video. It is in the description of this video if you guys want to take a look at it. Remember, Alfred plea means, I'm acknowledging that you probably have enough evidence that I don't want to risk going to trial. There might be enough to convict me, but taking this plea and I'm able to maintain my innocence, right? So I'm pleading out and I'm working out this deal, but I'm not conceding to guilt on the factual basis being alleged. So that one will be interesting, especially watching that kind of testimony this week. I think that'll be interesting to watch. So Peter, I've reviewed it, but haven't talked about it. So I'll do that, though. I will. Muck Duck Inc. says, and happy birthday again, Muck Duck Inc. All day we're celebrating. It is absolutely ludicrous how our world has been turned upside down. Imagine all the gang-related things said by all the artists in the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s. Oh my God, they were all gangs. Translate people pushing the sky is blue. And I really do think that people turn real-life experiences into music sometimes, right? I do think people are stupid and say things they shouldn't say. If they get on social media and show that they're doing stupid stuff, like when you see someone go on social media and try to sell controlled substances on social media and they're making posts about it, I think people tell on themselves. I really do think that. But to see music come in from something that's highly produced, an artist that's on a record label, sometimes with features from artists on that same record label or a different record label. So many cooks in the kitchen creating this piece of music. And then to assert that this was written with specificity about a particular criminal crime that occurred. And it was intended to inflame a war, a gang war. That was why the artist wrote it. It's just way too much. Let's see what we think happened here. So thank you for the 20. And again, happy birthday to Muck Duck. I think we just got an elephant noise on the courtroom door.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Hilton.
Okay. So before we broke, we were talking about an incident in May. Oh, sorry.
Turn back around. It's okay. Sid, go ahead.
Got a little squeak.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Okay. All right. I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 1AA. And you were speaking about brief. Do you know where this is or the location?
Look like Trussell Tree.
Okay. And are you aware of an Archillian Bennett?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you were talking earlier, based on your review of reports and information that you gathered as an expert, were you aware of a robbery of Archillian Bennett in May of 2013?
Yes.
Excuse me.
Sustained.
Were you aware of a police report involving Archillian Bennett,
Yes.
in which she alleges to have been robbed in 2013?
Look at Hilton. I mean, Whitaker.
She said, and it's a leading question, and we facts and evidence.
So I'm trying to narrow down the issue so we can get to the answer as an expert that she's reviewed and she's aware of
All right.
this.
So the jury will recall what the prior testimony was. Go ahead.
And as a part of that, Are you aware who was a person of interest in that armed robbery?
Yes,
Who?
Jeffrey Williams.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been admitted as 23AA. Are you familiar with the individuals in that picture?
Yes,
Okay. Who were the two individuals in that picture?
look like Jeffrey Williams and DK, and his name's not coming to me right now, but his nickname is DK. He's a YSL member.
Okay. Does the name Walter Murphy sound familiar?
Walter Murphy, yes.
All right. Now I'm going to also publish for you what has been marked as 170, or admitted, excuse me, as 175C alpha, starting at 4 minutes and 12 seconds.
Hello, this is a free call from
Adrian.
Hey.
So you got minutes on the phone. Bro, what's up, man? What to do, Brody?
You alright?
Hell yeah, man.
I just talked to them niggas thought, though.
What they talking about?
Shit.
Man, I know how that nigga, man. Them nigga down there got a nigga killed, boy.
Fuck you talking about, man? I seen
Little
that
nigga
shit,
DK,
man.
little nigga DK shot at 12, nigga.
Yeah, he said it.
For no reason, boy. He shooting for no
Yeah, he
reason,
said-
though.
That's why they started shooting that child.
Man, that nigga just stopped busting for no reason. Call the little young guy there. I'm like, hell no, boy. Hit Big Fred, hit his ass. Me and Thug got there. We get out the car and run. I just went the wrong motherfucking way, man. I should have followed Thug there.
Fuck that
Everything
wild.
happened for a reason, though, man. They got to get this shit off his back anyway.
For sure, bro. Yeah, yeah. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, yeah, man. Damn, bro. We had to go like that, man.
Nah. Everything
Yeah,
happened for a reason, though, man. You know what I mean? It was all set up. I did the same
What
thing
they got?
I did. Sitting around, got there last night, got there talking that bullshit. But I ain't gonna never got there and do it like this. I never do this, man. Can't no
What they got you charged with, bro?
shit, but little punk ass little driving license, suspended license, little charge. Got them the aggravated assault. I ain't charged with none of that shit today. I could have gave him AC name and been at home child, man.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I thought
told
you
him I
did.
was
I kept telling the store, don't tell me
I
your
just
name.
know that I was a victim, man. I had to take out raw, man, and they was shooting at me, and I was running for my life.
For sure. That what's up, nigga, cause goddamn, I ain't see DK don't pull out on that boy. All they know is Red, that nigga Red was trying to rob y'all.
Yeah, that's what they said, too.
For sure. They just let that nigga out, though.
Around, man.
They just let that nigga go, bro.
Yeah, they let the nigga go, man. Me and that nigga, he ran. I wasn't too far from him.
Nah.
He went to Mickey D, nigga. I went from around the laundromat to goddamn that Dollar King over there, trying to make it over there through Little Haiti. For Cleveland E, goddamn, up through the top of there, and I go hit Jamal in my old apartment, goddamn, go down there and chill with Big Nick, you know. But shit, man, that whole goddamn come out of nowhere, boy, run me clean over.
That was goddamn, that was thorough, man.
Big Nick out.
Yeah.
I hit you with the car.
Yeah, they ran me smack ass over, man. My mom broke my goddamn collarbone and shit, man.
You alright though, ain't it, bro?
Big ass knot on the back of my head.
That nigga escaped, bring the police back to the spot, bro.
He did.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Hey, you went up there trying to get the fucking car?
Yeah, they what they told him, bring him to the person who he let the car to.
Nah, he's my goddamn. I've been down here chilling with Bean. He been staying down here and all this and shit.
Them folks are fucked up.
Hell yeah.
You don't even look like a nigga to survive in that motherfucker.
Fuck you so much, nigga.
That shit,
Hey, man.
that shit breaking news all day long, man. It's like that Viverito on news all day long.
I'm on the news.
Yes, sir.
My picture and everything.
No, they just show you getting in the police car.
Oh shit, man! I made the news.
Well, that shit everywhere, man.
Damn.
Yeah.
Man, that looks good, man. You know, like I said, everybody happen for a reason, though, man. Fuck it.
For sure,
I
bro.
don't
Get this shit out the
know
way,
if
man.
do shit with nigga like that anyway, so.
For sure, man. That was what I'm just saying, man.
Like, I can't even think about this. I've been thinking about all that. Like, I just told babe, you know what I'm saying? Like, this shit crazy. This shit don't even seem real.
Fuck, man, broke over these niggas, man.
You drive your own shit. I don't give a fuck what's going on. You feel what I'm saying?
Because, like, nigga, you just stay here. We went to Ken shop first, right? But you know, when you see shit, man, you gotta go on and get that shit. You know what I'm saying?
You gotta go on and get it, bro. I said the same thing. You
Man,
gotta go
when
on
you
and
see
get
it,
it
you
there.
gotta go on and get it right then. Man, we got them going back to the Ken shop. Okay, they coming out of Ken shop right there by the Chevron. Boom. Damn, man, they ride. I see them, I turn around, I'm following them nigga. I follow them nigga all the way up there on some of them. So, okay, cool. Soon we see the tire. I said, give me a chance and let me see what the fuck this is in the tire first before you even get out the car, DK. Man, that nigga hopped out the car, man, and just started busting. Bow, bow. 12 goddamn bag up, turn around, bag up. Niggas, by that time, they're trying to turn around and get up out that motherfucker. They run and hit me. Boom. Bump the car. I run clean through the goddamn gate, through Somerdale on the opposite side. Boom. He shooting through the car. Boom, 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 boom. Man, I'm talking about, man, I'm talking about bullet come sprint clean through the window, boy, down the light. Like it had went through my head, boy. I got came through my head and came out my face, boy. Bullet come clean through that motherfucker. Boom. Then I believe one of them niggas in the back shot Big Cub, man.
Big Clear the police shot.
12 shit. Big Cub, DK had to shoot that nigga. Cause 3 shots went off with the car. And we were jumping them hills and shit. So I was like, damn, boy. After we spray, I'm glad one nigga didn't just hit me in the head and shoot me, boy, cause some nigga ran.
That nigga thought they got down Big Fred jumped out the car. The police shot. They was still shooting.
Nah, that nigga probably shot Big Cub. So him, Big Fred, and goddamn DK had to scrap. I wouldn't even scrap my 22 at home and my AR in the trunk. You get that $150 out the cup holder, bro.
Huh?
You got that $150 out my cup holder.
No, so he had $150 to go buy the lane.
Nah, man.
Well, no money in the cup holder, bro.
Oh, my motherfucking money.
Yeah, he said he had the money to go buy the lane.
No, I think I had another $50, $40. He didn't even have that because DK didn't even get him his 50. All that money was mine, and money came out of Buck hands. So he ain't had no business doing that. He made Buck goddamn come off 100. I told him, hell no, nigga goddamn go 50. You go 50.
Nah, Buck told me to you $100 fit.
No, they gave me nothing. I had a $50 of my own money. I had $350. They got $340, $5. I got to let Babe come down here and goddamn go to profit and get that shit. Come down here and find a piece of paper. I got to fill out a property release form or a waiver form.
And we're going to stop it at 10:46. In 2013, and have you looked at any reports of a armed robbery of an individual by the name of Derek Dotson?
Yes.
And who was a person, or who were some of the persons of interest in that particular case with the armed robbery of Derek Dotson?
Your Honor, again, I'm going to object on the bifurcation issue.
This
Overruled.
Confrontation clause, Your Honor. Just read report.
Overruled.
Jeffrey Williams and Walter Murphy.
Have you heard of the name of Adrian Bean?
Yes.
And what about an individual by the name of Frederick Prothero?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, was Mr. Williams ever charged with either the two incidents we just referred to?
No,
No, he was, or no, you don't know?
no, he was never charged.
Next, I want to go to 537 Yankee.
And make sure that you know that we all human beings, we all on the same earth. So with that being said, you can achieve anything, if not more than what you see other people achieving. That's facts.
Oh man, they gonna get us. Oh, they playing all the bangers. Sorry, we gotta mute them, you guys. Mute that, catch up. And also shout out to, and I don't know if Flesh of the Gods has joined us in the chat today, but I did just drop his link. Recently gone over a lot of these names were, and like I get that it might not, well, let's see. Nope, still playing it. I get that it might not be muted on Law and Crime, but anytime I've sent a like fair use for something with a song, the video had someone that looked a lot like Nut in it. Very particular, very specific if you ask me. All right. Questioning.
What is the date of the release of this song? Or at least when it was posted?
Say premiered January 15, 2021.
And were there any particular words of note to you in this song?
Yes.
What was that?
I shot at his mommy. He no longer mentioned me.
I'm going to show you what has already been admitted as 1 triple DI. Are you familiar with what that location is?
Yes.
And where is that?
That's 1007 Hill Street in Atlanta, Zone 3.
That's Lucci's mama's house.
And
you see the
how are you
TIG
familiar with that
sweatshirt.
location?
That location was YFN Lucci's mother's residence during the time that she was a victim of 2 drive-by shootings.
And would it be of note, hypothetically speaking, if the drive-bys were purported to be by members of a particular gang whose gang member wrote a song or sang a song that says, "I shot at your mommy, now you no longer mention me"?
Yes, that would be significant.
Objection, Your Honor. 704B.
Overruled.
Why would that be of note?
Because it actually happened. It was a real crime that happened where the rival's mama was shot.
Objection on bifurcation.
Showing you, oh, sorry.
You understand the bifurcation
Yes.
issue, so.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as 4 DDI. And 5 DDI. 6 DDI. 8 DDI. 11 DDI. And I want to also show you 1 GG. Is that the same location?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you 3 GG. Showing 6 GG. 14 GG. 17 GG. 20 GG, and 26 GG. Again, as an expert, what if there's a word such as "I shot at your mommy" and you no longer mention me, and you see particular evidence of that when you're doing your investigation? For you, in your opinion, what if anything? In your opinion, what if anything is being communicated?
Sustained.
Why is that of significance to you?
Because
as an expert, why is that of significance?
I don't know what the answer is going to be, but it is potentially
Then crossing a line.
going to be a 704B issue. So,
I'll move on, Your Honor.
all right.
Job steal.
Now, we spoke about the first song, Slime S, and you said you wanted to look at the lyrics to see if there was anything else of note to you. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 535YB. Would that help refresh your memory to look at those words?
How long until Hilton tries to weasel in testimony on mental state after that last one was sustained?
You ready for me to answer?
Yes, I'm fine.
Just looking at the words, as far as significant for gang or furtherance of gangs, the part about the neighborhood 60s.
Consistent with being, just what is of note to you without talking about whether or not
Just
that's
some
further?
lyrics about neighborhood 60s and troop and stuff like that.
What is the significance of Troop?
Troop was a NH60 leader in over off of Old National Highway.
Okay. You said an NH60.
Neighborhood rolling 60.
Okay. I want to ask you a few more hypotheticals and then we'll be concluding. Hypothetically,
One in the chat for
if
concluding.
there was a member of a gang who shot at or in the direction or shot a gang investigator that was trying to arrest him, and this person shot at him multiple times, would it be of any significance to you as an expert if there was a song by a member of that same gang and in that song it says killing 12? Would that be of any significance to you hypothetically as a gang investigator?
Your
as a
Honor,
gang?
I think so.
No, Your Honor, that was the one that you sustained it earlier for mentioning that Mr. Objecting, you sustained it earlier.
Why are you asking it again?
He asked.
You sustained a different objection I made. She was allowed to testify about her opinion about 12, and the
Yeah, she laughed when she answered.
Sustained.
You guys remember Underwood
I'm not talking
laughing
about the
when she
word
answered,
12.
right?
Sustained.
And this is all like what the you mentioned 12 one time in a song, and it relates to anyone we want to say is an associate of YSL having any alleged shooting incident with 12.
Just generally speaking, when you talked earlier about how the music plays a role sometimes in your investigation, again, are you looking at to see whether or not there is some information that may or may not support any music that you may listen to, that you may find as a part of your investigation?
Objection to our investigation and the contours of it. It's irrelevant.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I object to
The premise of her investigation. She can testify to facts. She can't educate the jury on what's important to her.
Okay, can you rephrase the question, please?
Sure. As a gang expert doing your work with gangs, if music becomes a part of your investigation, does it become important if there is any type of evidence or information that support what may be contained within the music?
But the same objection, not the only Kenneth and jury anyway.
Sustained.
As an expert, was shooting at a police officer, and could that increase the status in a gang?
Yes.
How?
It shows your the other gang members that you are willing to put in work for the gang, put your life on the line, because sometimes if an officer fires back, then you can be killed, so you will risk your life for the gang. But if you can do it and get away with it, you get stain. And stain, the definition of stain is you get like not really rank, but you can get like appreciation, or you can get, street creds. With a lot of the gang members are looking for get street creds, not only from the higher ups in the gang, but from the gang members that they, roll with, or even just from the public.
Thank you. Court's indulgence for a moment.
Probably going to make sure they've got no further questions. And guys, I don't think these sustains that we just got from Whitaker, Glanville would not have sustained those things. I think Viverito's going to go differently on Friday than the state expects. Who's going to run up to the lectern first? Shart? So we're getting, and they're conferring.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
Oh, Steele's going first. And huge shout out to Stephen T. Satchel for the ginormous super chat. Thank you so much. But I think this is important. We're going to hear this a ton. Well, we've heard this objection a ton. Now we're going to hear Brian Steele try to clean up some of the stuff that was let through. You're probably going to hear him ask questions of, and you don't know what's in Mr. Williams' head when he's recording a music video, do you? Questions like this. And this is all to tackle this counterbalance where the state, in my opinion, keeps trying to cross this line that should be not appropriate under 704B. So Stephen T. Satchel giving us the education here. 704B provides, in a criminal case, an expert witness must not state an opinion about whether the defendant did or did not have a mental state or condition that constitutes an element of the crime charged. So, doing something in furtherance of the gang or of a defense. Those matters are for the trier of fact alone. So this is a jury trial. The jury is the sole trier of fact. So thank you so much for your incredible support here, Stephen. Great thing to keep this in mind. We're going to see Steele ask over and over. Maybe we need a counter on it. And you don't know what's in somebody's head, do you? So let's see. Cross-examination of Brian Steele, of detective/gang expert Underwood.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
May I ask you some questions?
Yes, sir.
Go and ask this. All right. I want to talk with you about Jeffrey's music
Okay.
and how many total lyrics or songs has Jeffrey Williams made?
I have no idea. I don't keep up with it. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. And
That's a great answer for the defense.
you may have the same answer, so I apologize. How many songs or has he put out or a record label put out for public consumption besides how many were made, if you know?
I don't know.
I'm not just including it to you, I'm expanding it to your coworkers, your team, the prosecution team. Do you know if anybody ever had that type of information to your knowledge?
I don't think that was relevant. I think the actual relevance was the things that were said.
I think she's using it in the lay term of the word. So overruled.
I don't even understand. Okay.
You can continue.
I was just saying, I don't think that we targeted the music per se. I think it was just certain songs. We didn't try to keep up with how many songs were released over the years, or it was only particular songs that stood out that had certain lyrics that kind of either taunted the other side, or, you know, like I said, it's when you rap about stuff that actually happened, we paid attention.
Did you ever look to like a pattern? You know, how many times in Jeffrey Williams' songs, I'll just leave it at his, then I'm going to broaden it, but how many times did he talk about, you know what a lick is?
Yes.
Just tell the jurors, they probably know. But
A lick could be a jacking, a robbery, or putting in work. It could be a smash and grab. Anything to get money. It can be considered a lick.
how often in Jeffrey's music does he use poetry, talk about licks?
Like I said, I don't listen to the music that much to be an expert on his music. These couple of songs, he talked about licks, but I can't tell you definitely how many times, but I understand that that was a way of life for him, and that he...
God, I have a motion.
There we go.
Excuse the jury. And
There we go. We got a motion for a mistrial. Oh, let's put a mistrial counter up here. So let's run that back real quickity quick.
I talked about licks to be an expert on his music. These couple of songs, he talked about licks, but I can't tell you definitely how many times, but I understand that that was a way of life for him, and that he...
God, I have a motion.
I'm going to excuse the jury, and I'm going to excuse you, please.
All right, from the jury.
This is like 2 minutes into cross. We got a mistrial motion. And this is Dennis's replacement. Brian Steele. Yeah, Brian Steele just hit a lick.
Yes, sir.
You know, my belief is that I was asking about Mr. Williams' music and how often he would sing about or use poetry about licks. And the answer that came out is that is his, and I'm not quoting it, but so if I'm wrong,
His
please apologize.
lifestyle.
But it just happened. I believe that's his way of life, something to that effect. I believe that's character. This is a gang expert. This is a 10-year, 12-year police officer, gang unit, ATF affiliate, and it's just repetitive. We just had the same exact issue come up with the former retired Detective Dennis, and I just don't understand. You know, I'm asking questions. I did not invoke character, and I get that's his way of life. Whatever the quote is. Okay,
I
Mr.
understand that was a way of life for him. Also, in the same answer, she's talking about not being an expert on his music. And I know she mentions lick as well. I don't think it comes anywhere near what happened with Investigator Dennis. I think that's a kind of vague, I do think it's somewhat non-responsive, but a vague answer that doesn't cross the line in the way that what Investigator Dennis said in his testimony. But I will have her back and instruct her, which frankly she ought to know better anyway. But I do think it was kind of vague enough and wrapped up in enough other things. I'll give a curative instruction if you all would like, or we can just move on. Or you'd prefer.
I would just ask for the mistrial. I believe it will be denied, and that I could preserve it with a curative instruction. Yes.
Okay. We need to probably take a break as well. So if you want to work on curative language, I'll just be a couple of minutes and then I'll be back to consider potential curative language.
Okay.
And if y'all want to get together on it and come up with something that y'all agree to, fantastic. If not, just work on what you think would be appropriate and then I'll take it into consideration. Let's take our break as well right now. And can you please instruct the witness to stay as far as possible away from things like that that might get into bad character evidence? Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll take a quick recess.
How-
10 minutes longer time. I'll be back before then.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Either needs to pee or calm down. Don't know which one. But holy moly. Holy moly. So you've got this witness who's a replacement for Dennis already walking right into a mistrial motion because she gives her own opinion, speculative opinion, that Jeffrey Williams lives a lifestyle where he's constantly catching licks, even though Jeffrey Williams doesn't have convictions against him. So what's the basis for saying that? That's just bad character. You're not supposed to go into that. And the state should know better. This witness should know better. And after, this is the same thing with Dennis. You put them up on this pedestal and say, this is a qualified expert. They've had experience doing this. And then they both make stupid assertions in front of the jury that they shouldn't be making. So, you guys are right. The state is down bad. Steele just caught a lick. Oh, man. And this is, and it sucks to say, but this type of stuff I think is good for appeals. When a witness is blurting something out like this. I know that doesn't help anybody that's in custody right now and won't help them for a very long time. But Steele already knows that this is one of like 80 things he's got to argue on appeal. But yes, we can absolutely do an all caps request, you guys. So all caps for the next 60 seconds. I'll throw in one in there. I'll do a holy moly in all caps. 2 minutes into Brian Steele Cross. Just crazy. Survivor Speaks, just to let you know, I did see I got your message on X, so that'll probably be our outro music for the day. But shout out to Steele and ABCs of Steele. You for unbelievable. We've got half his ABCs already. Leo Senpei says, I cannot believe this is the song they choose. Well, to be fair, Leo, and it's hilarious because she says, I don't know he has other songs that talk about certain things or how much music he has in general, even though I'm the expert on his music and the lyrics and what they're doing to signal beef through music. I've looked at a couple songs. What? But I feel like the state is looking for any song mention that Jeffrey has anywhere. There's been several songs already played or referenced to in front of the jury. So I don't think it's hey, we have a bunch of songs, we're going to choose this one. I think it's the state's trying to choose anything they can. This will not be the last song we see. Good to see you today, Leo. Nick Johnson says, Georgia State must think Eminem is the biggest gang out there if they ever heard his diss tracks. Just a one-man gang demolishing people, breaking that 3-person or more criteria. Thank you for the 5, Nick. Zion42 says, how can Abate be in the lead chair of this case, from what I understand, when he testified on August 5th in the same case? And I really don't understand how that's possible, because if you are one of the parties and then you're on the stand testifying, now your testimony's questionable. Like, how can you be a witness in this when you're on one side, one of the teams? So I'm really not sure about the answer to this, except to say that it just seems like another layer of mess with this trial. Like, at least with Sprinkle, they tried to make the distinction that he's kind of more the investigative arm of the district attorney's office rather than the lawyering arm, which I'm not sure how solid of a distinction that is, a separation that is. But Abate, no, he's one of the trial prosecutors. So I don't know how they decided this wasn't a conflict. And I'm honestly not sure if any of the defense attorneys raised the issue when he came in and started examining witnesses the other day. So thank you for the super, but sorry I don't have a clear-cut answer there for you. Mason Martin says, don't worry, defense is going to eat on Cross. Already happening. Love to see. You guys have been waiting for Cross. And thankfully that wasn't that long of a direct, although who knows, they might plan to call Underwood back. And then SSG Nunu, hold on, let's update the banner. Guys, drop a W in the chat for SSG Nunu, gifting 5 memberships out here. Got to get her in the banner. Rowing the slimes. So we are up to 99 slimes today, 99 slimes on the wall. Thank you so much, SSG Nunu. And love, look at all the support. Thank you guys for being so, nice and kind when someone gifts these memberships. Sheeny Beanie says, why is the gang expert not considering the lyrics can't have other context? I killed the biggest cat could also be about great virility in the bed. Yep, and that's like a common lyric. It's almost a cliche. Like, people complain like, oh, this music is only about getting women. So it would be reasonable for someone to also consider the possibility that a reference to a cat, could be about that type of thing. It's not far-fetched. In fact, I would think it's more reasonable than saying someone was using the word cat in a lyric to refer to a specific person, let alone that cat over there, right? That's kind of becoming an outdated slang term to use cat to refer to a person. But it's very common, especially in music, to use cat as a more PG-friendly way to talk about something else. So, a whole mess if you ask me, Sheeny Beanie. That's my only answer as to why. And they're so gung-ho on confirming what they have concluded from the very outset. We heard Underwood get into the same thing that Dennis said. Dennis said, we didn't chase the music, we chased the crimes. Well, then they looked at 100% of the crimes. They tried to find some music to tie back into it. So is that really truthful from Dennis? And we see Underwood in this short 2 minutes of cross that we've gotten so far kind of try to do the same shoulder raising. Keep your shoulders up tight and say, we're not really using music to look for this stuff. We just that's why I'm not looking at all of Jeffrey Williams' music. We're only using music when I decide it's relevant. So, a mess is my answer to you. Peter Ortiz says, we got an updated picture. So we have a cat, an actual cat in the picture here. Yeah, see, it could be about an actual cat too, these song lyrics. But Peter Ortiz, very cute. This is Rose. She is showing her feelings about this trial, just giving the stare. Yes, I changed my picture again. I love this. Rose is a beautiful cat. Shannon Alexander says, I won't sing I Bust the Windows Out Your Car. You gotta be careful at karaoke night now, because you could be up there killing it, crowd could be loving it, and then you could be charged. You're up there saying you bust the windows out. And that's another very popular and successful song. So, oh man. Good to see you, Shannon. Leah's dad says, this is so impossibly stupid and will get dismantled on cross. Judge Whitaker has Jeffrey Williams. Wrong JW. Jeffrey Williams has no felonies, so where is the robbing before rapping? Again, nothing on Thugger. And she tried to go there anyway. She tried to just create, really out of thin air. There's no facts and evidence. There's no, conviction that she could be referencing because he hasn't gotten a conviction. But she just got up there and said his lifestyle is this. Big bad criminal catching licks left and right. Just stupid. It's like she learned Dennis's testimony but forgot to leave out the bumbling squirrel brain part. Oh man. Shout out to Leah's dad. Always has great commentary. Shuri, thank you so much for the 2. Stephen T. Satchel says, does that mean we can use press releases when proceduring a DA for ethic violations? Well, interesting about this. There is a case, I've talked about it a little bit, but it's been kind of a while, in Johnson City, Tennessee. Serial R word, allegedly tons of victims are visible, incapacitated while he's violating them on video. And the feds had to get this footage because Johnson City's police department is alleged to have been taking money to turn the other cheek, turn the look the other way, ignore it. Tons of lawsuits there, and a new city manager took over halfway into this investigation before he was actually arrested. He was a fugitive, and the city manager coincidentally tried to buy the 5th-story apartment building that this guy, Sean Williams, owned. And when she found out, she did a press statement. She's like, I want to be transparent. I want to let you guys know I didn't know. And when I found out, I walked away from it. And then now more is coming out where that might not be the case. We looked at the contradictions in her press releases recently. And now, and I don't know if they're in the chat today, but you guys kept me up to date on this. Kateri Dahl, she was a AUSA, wanted to pursue charges against Sean Williams, and her boss essentially told her, no, we're not going to expand this search warrant to look at him having potential victims. And she recently modified her lawsuit, put a new filing, because she wants to use the press statements that city manager Kathy Ball made about this condo, saying that her press statements are contradictory. She wasn't truthful. So Stephen T. Satchel, yes. Yes. Absolutely. And it's being done. So unfortunately that stuff is all federal, so his case isn't televised. He just got a small win on an attempt prison escape charge. He was acquitted on one, but found guilty of the other attempted successful escape, which he still got a couple years from that. His big trial's coming up in November. But the civil lawsuits, this is happening, Stephen. So press releases, absolutely use them against people.
Your Honor, if you would just consider asking the jurors if they can strike from their memories, their notes, the last response. It was non-responsive of this witness, and we will do it again.
I'll just say disregard the last response of the witness. It was non-responsive. And then pick up from there. All right.
Then, Your Honor, can I just reserve my motion for mistrial? Thank you.
And then feel free to re-ask it in a way that is not going to elicit the same thing.
Okay.
All right, can we get the witness on the stand and the jury out?
So I think that was a smart move from the defense. Like, rather than have the curative instruction highlight, you think he lives a criminal lifestyle, disregard that, she wasn't supposed to say that thing. Rather than repeat that, they're going to say, hey, that answer was just non-responsive. The concession here is Hilton does get to ask the same question, but witness better know better now not to answer it that same way. Shout out to Ian Fortin, got the cat in the picture.
So we'll just recess in place for a few minutes.
Wait, what? I guess the jury's not ready to come back? Or maybe like one of the defendants is missing or something. Who knows? Whitaker doesn't like these holdups though, so we'll see how she holds up through the end of the day. Blue's House, I was mentioning you earlier because they mentioned, was it like a lyric of someone getting stamped behind the Blue House? I was like, where's Blue House? We can ask him about this. Blue says, would a record label be held under the same RICO? Right, like, if these lyrics are supposed to be indicative of, you know, some conspiracy, some alleged criminal act, then wouldn't all of the people who work together to put those lyrics forth, wouldn't that kind of be relevant? And can you imagine the backlash, the sheer amount of money that would enter the defense if a major record label had to get involved with trying to defend multiple people on their label or the label being named directly? Like, and I mean, this would be probably civil realm at that point, but still, like civil liability. Oh man, I'd love to see those arguments. Survivor Speak says, okay, so you'd said it here. No wonder I didn't pin it because it was here already. Survivor Speak says, I put it on X and tagged you. Love is on the Run is the name. So we're going to listen to that. That will probably be our theme of the day. So thank you to Survivor Speaks. Chelsea Health says, I guarantee we will hear a defense expert on the use of lyrics to incarcerate Black men from Doug Weinstein. And remember, each defendant, they can have their own case in chief. So we might get more than one expert witness. I don't know. I don't really know how something could be called cumulative if maybe one defense attorney calls someone to speak about something in relation to their own client, and then another defense attorney wants to call an expert witness to speak about something similar, but in relation to their client, right? Different facts being discussed underneath. So I expect to see more than one expert witness, and I would die on the inside if the judge tries to limit saying that that would be cumulative in any way. But great point. Looking forward to that, Chelsea. Thank you so much. Touche says, this testimony makes my blood boil. Culturally ignorant Whitaker is the worst kind of judge for a case centered around gang culture and rap lyrics. And I think that's true. And when you make a mention of a genre of music, I feel like there should be some poking and prodding to get more specific when the witness then says, and it just started to recently get popular in Atlanta. Well, if we're talking about it, I feel like the state should have made it relevant to Jeffrey Williams. It was just kind of like random gang testimony, and then gang expert testimony, and then she flipped back to talking about something that would make her a fact witness again. And which she ended up getting called out for later, but the whole testimony was like back and forth blending of gang expert versus these specific defendants and these specific incidents. So YSL Savage says, Catnat Williams, I need your email. I have info. Okay, so I'll drop that in the chat. I know that this was like half an hour ago, so my bad. I hope you'd gotten my email at some point. And I am behind on my emails. I did try to like glance. I saw a couple things from a few people. There's a lot in there. I'm sorry, you guys. But that is the email to use. Thank you so much, YSL Savage. Mahadi De Jesus dropping 5. Let's get Mahadi in the banner. You guys drop some W's in the chat. Get Mahadi in the banner. Hold on, I think we got to update. So that means we have passed 100 new slimes. So man, this gang is thriving. We're catching so many licks. Oh gosh. Well, let's see. Get this banner updated. We are up to 109 new members. Super big thank you to you guys. And again, if you just became a member, make sure you're clicking the emoji button and using some of those custom channel emojis. I think they're super fun. LB says, objection to all these curative instructions. Like, I do appreciate, I have some, it's minimal, but I do have some appreciation that they didn't make this curative instruction something that the Weinstein example of conjuring images of Dumbo, right? They're not asking them to not think about or remember this mention of Jeffrey Williams living a lifestyle where he catches licks. So +1 there, but overall, how many instructions? How many instructions? So thank you, LB. Peter Ortiz said she wasn't an expert on Thug's music. Like, why are we here having her talk about lyrics? Like, what did you actually look at? Because right there, that to me turns the switch off on her expertise for gang lyrics. Like, I get that she's saying that her expertise is broad, right? But if you're being called to talk about your knowledge that you hold of the meaning and the way gangs use lyrics and words and their meaning within a gang, you're here to give that analysis of how it applies to what's being alleged in this case. So if you haven't looked over the subject material from Jeffrey Williams' work of music, then what are you really here for as a gang expert? So thank you so much for the 2, Peter. I completely agree. Like, holy moly. Let's see if we're actually back. All right, looks like they're standing for the jury, so the jury's back. Oh, Muck Duck Inc. Again, happy birthday to Muck Duck Inc. Is it possible? Am I going to get my mistrial for my birthday? I was literally sitting here having a shot of tequila and this happened early. I nearly spit it out. Oh, man. If only, honestly, if only.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to instruct you to please disregard the last response given by this witness just before the break, as it was non-responsive to the question asked. And go ahead, Mr. Steele.
Thank you.
Resuming cross.
How many songs, if you know, does Jeffrey Williams in his poetry talk about licks?
I don't know how many.
In your testimony in DeKalb County Federal Court, I believe you said Fulton County, you might have said Gwinnett County. If I'm wrong, you correct me. You've testified as an expert in gang.
In Fulton, DeKalb, Federal, and that's about it. 3. Yeah, 3 counties.
I apologize. So in any of those times, have you ever testified about lyrics?
No.
This is your first time?
Yes.
And do you have any experience or study or expertise or training in the history of the rap music?
No.
And do you have any training or study or experience or education in African American literature or culture?
No.
Okay. To prepare for today's testimony, did you ever speak with Jeffrey Williams' producers, the people who actually put out the songs?
No.
Do you know whether any of your coworkers ever did that exercise?
I don't know.
Have you ever spoken with the promoters or the marketers who market this music?
No.
Okay. Have you ever spoken with any record label personnel that's affiliated with Jeffrey Williams?
No.
How about, do you know whether Jeffrey Williams is, you mentioned 3 songs, I believe, Slime, and I'm just not going to say it, but SH Blank T, Just How It Is, and Bad Boy. Fair to say?
Yes.
Do you know who actually wrote the lyrics to any of those songs?
I don't.
Okay. Do you know when any of those songs were actually created? By created, I mean actually done in the studio.
No.
All right. Did you ever speak with any of the co-artists on these songs?
No.
Now, when you talk about, let's say, let's take the song. I'm just going in order of the numbers. So 535 YA, which should be slime SH blank T, okay?
Yes.
You testified that it was released in March of 2016 from what you were either told, investigated, found out, discovered. Is that fair to say?
I think we said that that's the date that it was uploaded to YouTube.
Okay. Do you know the date it was actually released?
No.
And on that, you talked about you were interested in a lyric. I just want to make sure that I don't misquote it, about a Tahoe. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
And it's 100 rounds in a Tahoe. If I'm saying it wrong or you think it's different, just, correct me. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. Do you know what the next line is to that song?
N-word, lighten up your tacos.
What does that mean?
I have no idea.
When it says 100 rounds in a Tahoe, does that mean that the bullets went into a Tahoe, or does it mean that there's 100 rounds of ammunition inside of a Tahoe that someone's driving, if you know?
100 rounds in a Tahoe, it could be either or.
And did you do any type, and I know you, Detective Underwood, did you do any type of investigation to find out, if you could, what is the essence of that line?
I did not. It was just ironic that crime happened with a Tahoe and the victim was the ops.
How many rap songs, I'm just limited to rap songs, and if you don't know, just say, I don't know, talk about rounds in a vehicle?
I don't know specifically how many. I haven't kept up with that.
The next line of that song is something to the effect, and if I'm wrong, again, correct me, give him surgery, not lipo. Do you see that? Is that something like that? And if I'm wrong, just correct it.
Say give him surgery, no lipo.
No lipo, thank you. And then the next one, the next line or artwork is, they don't blame that, and I'm not going to say it, but B-I blank C-H for pulling you down. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
What does that mean as far as your expertise and analysis with the Donovan Thomas, God forbid, killing with the Tahoe behind him, that there's something to do with a B-I blank C-H pulling that person down?
They don't blame that B word for pulling you down. That could be a woman. It could be reference to a woman bringing somebody down, or.
How does the Donovan Thomas, tell the jurors, from your investigation, how does the Donovan Thomas killing relate to a woman pulling someone down?
I think on direct, we said that the entire song didn't reference the murder. You're making the song about the murder. We said on direct that first line was in reference to the murder.
So
that was it, just a snippet.
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Okay.
Are you done? I didn't mean
I'm
to.
done.
Okay. So from your analysis, you or somebody, your teammate, found one line and ignoring the context or the other words or lyrics around the line. Is that fair to say?
No, we didn't ignore it, but that particular line stood out because of the words that were used.
Did any of the other lines assist that one line that you're focusing on with the Tahoe?
No, but it jumped off into, like F12 and killing 12. And so 12, Donovan Thomas wasn't 12. So we can't say this song was about just Donovan Thomas. We know that. We know that just that particular first line. And he did it a couple of times. He said it 2 or 3 times in the song. So he jumped around talking about a lot of different stuff in that particular song.
So you don't know what he's talking
In your
about.
experience, and it doesn't have to be rap music, do they sometimes repeat lyrics throughout the song?
Yes, they do. The hook, maybe, or yes.
What'd you call it?
The hook.
Okay. Now, you mentioned killing 12, and the line is something like killing 12 and then SH blank T. Fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And
not, guys, help me in the chat, car people. Aren't Tahoes, like the police SUVs, aren't Tahoes one of the models that they use for police cars? So they could very well actually be talking about putting 100 rounds in a cop's Tahoe, but this lady doesn't know.
12 I think the jurors know, that's a symbol, a slang for police officers. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. And is this unique to Slime, SH blank T, Killing 12 in music of the rap industry?
I don't understand that question.
Is Killing 12, that phrase, or Killing 12, SH blank T, is that unique to this song?
I'm sure there's a lot of rappers that probably talk about killing the police, but this song had the YSL S word first, then killing 12 S word. Like it was referencing that's what YSL do, kill 12.
And which police officer, God forbid, was killed that you're referring to?
In this song, I didn't say one was killed, but killing 12 is like, I want to kill 12, or it could reference anything.
Do you have, through your investigation of this case, your knowledge and collective knowledge, do you have any police officer that, God forbid, has been killed?
No, but I have seen where YSL members have fired at the police more than once.
All right, let me do this. Could you talk about YSL members, and then we're going to come back to the other songs, if that's okay. I'm not trying to jump around on purpose. Can I, would you mind looking at State's Exhibit? I believe it is 418Y. And you just looked at it earlier and helped the jurors.
Okay.
Can you pull up the picture more if possible, if it's not? Okay. And you remember this, and this is in 2015 in Houston. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Who is the person to the immediate right? Well, you see Jeffrey Williams in the center,
Yes.
bottom, center bottom. You pointed him out to the jurors.
Yes.
Who's the young lady to his immediate right?
I don't know who that is.
Okay. Let's start on all the way on what we would look at the right, wearing the gray RG. You know what RG is, that sweatshirt?
Rich Gang.
All right. You know what Rich Gang is?
Yes, record label from Baby, Brian Williams.
Okay. And who is that person, if you were?
Who, Brian Williams? I'm sorry. In the picture, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Demikian Garlington, AKA D.
Tell the jurors the last time Jeffrey Williams had any contact whatsoever through your investigation with Demikian Garlington.
I can't tell you. I don't know. I don't know when.
Who is the person now above Demikian Garlington in the white shirt?
That's Kelvin Treadwell, AKA OG Bentley.
I'm going to ask you the same question. When is the last time Jeffrey Williams had any communication through your investigation with Mr. Kelvin Treadwell?
I don't know. Back whenever in 2015, when all this was going on, they stayed, in touch. But this has been, like you said, 10 years ago almost.
If you know when that touch ended?
No, I don't.
The young man next to him, is that Trontavious Stevens?
Yes.
Also known as Tick or Slug?
Yes.
All right. The young man next to, well, do you know how much contact Jeffrey Williams has with Trontavious Stevens since?
I don't know.
All right. The young man next to Mr. Stevens, is that Mr. Demise McMullen, also known as Nard?
Yes.
And how much contact has Jeffrey Williams had with him since 2015?
I do not know.
The gentleman to the right of Mr. McMullen, is that a gentleman named Mr. Sledge?
Yes.
Also known as Muntuk?
Yes.
How much contact, or when is the last contact Jeffrey Williams ever had with that gentleman?
I don't know.
The young lady next to Mr. Sledge, I know you can't identify her, but a sister of Jeffrey Williams, fair to say?
Yes.
All right. And then we come down from the sister, and right in front of her, there's a young man in black with his right hand up all the way to the left. You see that?
Yes.
And that person is?
I think I said on direct, I I don't remember, I can't identify that person.
Okay, and how about the person in the red sweatshirt right next to that person's left?
Yeah, I don't know who that is either.
All right. Did I do the person who is to the immediate left of Mr. Williams sitting down holding the bar?
Shannon Stillwell?
Okay, and do you know the last time, and I'm excluding obviously this trial, but the last time that Mr. Jeffrey Williams had any contact with?
I don't know, sir.
All right, thank you for that. All right, I want to go back to where we were, and I'd like to talk to you. I'm just going in order of the exhibit number. It's 537YA. I believe it's a song Bad Boy. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you said it's released.
No, I'm sorry.
You said it's released. Give us a year again or a month again?
We said that it was uploaded, premiered January 15, 2021.
Okay, so January 2021 is approximately 6 years after January 2015. Fair to say?
Yes.
All right. And in that, you highlight or articulate or focus us on a particular lyric. I just want to get the lyric.
I think this was the craziest to me. Like, did they want to say January 15th to trip people up and hope they don't hear the year?
And that lyric is, I shot at his mommy, now he no longer mentioned me. Fair to say?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
And you related that back to January, I may have get me on these dates, January 22nd, 2015, January 26, 2015, shooting at Mr. Bennett's mother's home, and his mother got shot on the 2nd or January 26, 2015 date. Fair to say?
Yes, but that second part, he no longer mentioned me, it refers to the back and forth that he and Lucci did on social media for the whole world in Atlanta to see. They were going back and forth for a while.
Okay, I want to talk to you about that back and forth, okay? If the shooting happens in January 2015, and the lyric that you're telling the jury about and educating the jury is, I shot his mommy, now he no longer mentioned me, is it your understanding that since the shooting, he being, you're saying Mr. Bennett, right? YFM Lucci?
I'm saying that the mother is that's who he said. He no longer mentioned me. He's referring to Lucci.
YFM Lucci?
Yes.
Also known as, well, his given name is Mr.
Rayshawn Bennett, right.
Okay. So you're saying since January 26, 2015, if I'm wrong, just correct me, Mr. Bennett no longer mentions Jeffrey Williams. Is that what the lyric means to you?
No, the lyric means to me that we have been going back and forth. I think that whenever
Why did it do that? Hold on.
That
It
what the
refreshed. I think
lyric
we missed
means
the
to you?
question.
No,
There we
the
go.
lyrics means to me that we have been going back and forth, talking about each other, targeting each other on social media, having words go back and forth. And I think that whenever Jeffrey Williams put something out about his mother. He said something about his mother on social media about
With a
he
big
glad he
if.
takes care of his mother or something like that. So I'm thinking that he was just taunting or just like he was doing on the videos that he was making. He was taunting him in this song.
Okay, and I know you're giving a state of mind. You're trying to say what Jeffrey Williams was doing, but through your investigation and through this lyric, are you not saying that once the shot, God forbid, came to the mother, on January 26, 2015, this lyric means that he, Mr. Bennett, no longer mentions me? Is that what the lyric means? And if it's not, and if your answer just states...
I can't say what exactly it means. I'm saying
Been
what
trying to say
I
it.
saw as an investigator, as a gang investigator, when the back and forth and the gang beef continued way after the 2015.
Now, the words before in the art, do you know what the words are right before I shot his mommy, now he no longer mentions me?
I don't have that copy of those in front of me.
If I showed you a copy, would that refresh your memory?
Please.
Okay, you have it? Now, may I approach?
You may.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Given you, if you want to see anything else from the song, just let us know.
Okay.
That refreshes your memory. Just tell me that it does.
Okay. I see where you got the arrow. Okay.
Can you tell the jurors if it's accurate, from your investigation, if it's accurate? Otherwise, we could pull up on Google, whatever you want. Tell the jurors what the line is above the line that you highlighted for the ladies and gentlemen jury.
It says, you say you won't smoke. I've been coming down the chimney.
And then the next line is the line about
Bars?
You got barbecue, your B word. I'm so fried and they crispy.
how does the line that you highlighted for the jurors, how does that coincide, if you know, in context, with the line about the chimney and the barbecue?
The part about the smoke is significant because that's slang for you want to keep starting stuff, or you want a piece of me, or you want.
Put some leaves in the
slang
chat.
for, when they say you want all the smoke, or I got the smoke, or you don't want no smoke.
I say that when I play Mario Kart.
That's significant. But the part about the barbecue and the fried and crispy, I can't say what that meant.
Detective, you told the jury that you don't study Jeffrey Williams' lyrics or songs. How did you come about learning about these chosen lyrics from these three songs?
It's not that I didn't study them or I don't study them. It's that I can read words and I see what the words say. And a lot of times if I'm investigating something, or if I know it's an ongoing beef between you and the ops, and you sending messages through your music or through the words that you're putting on paper or on wax or whatever they call it, it's noticeable because of the investigation.
Wouldn't you want to then go out and ask somebody who was there at the time of the creation of that song, how did this lyric come about?
No, it's self-explanatory mostly. I mean, it's words, but the words mean.
If it's self-explanatory, then we don't need an expert to testify to it for the jury.
Stuff. It means something.
From your vantage point of what you do for a living, those words mean exactly what you believe.
Yes, it's been several songs that have gotten people killed around Atlanta, for sure.
Do you know what rap songs are primarily, I'm not saying everyone, primarily about? Rap music.
What is rap music about?
Yeah. Did you ever bother?
It can be expression. It depends on, I guess who it is and what they're saying. Every rapper don't rap about violence and guns and gangs and killing.
Does any other rapper rap about violence and gangs? And
It's a lot of rappers rap about guns and gangs and violence all the time.
And have you ever been to a concert of Jeffrey Williams?
No.
Have you ever been to a concert of any rap performer?
I was just at Usher the other night, but he's not a rapper.
Okay. Well, have you ever been at any when you consider a rapper?
Yes. Maybe not recently, but I have been to rap concerts. I'm not really into rap as of late.
Do you ever notice the crowd, that they're all diverse?
Yes.
Do you know whether rap is the number one gross industry financially in the world?
I believe that.
Do you ever think about why is it popular?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Do you know whether this type of violence and gangs and killing 12, is that popular?
It is, but it shouldn't be.
Let me ask you about just how it is, okay? I think that's the third one that you asked about.
Okay.
Oh, before we go to that, Bad Boy, who is the co-artist on that? The jurors saw a video. There were two people singing.
Yes. That's another rapper.
Who is that?
I don't know Bad Boy.
One more time. You don't have to look at anything.
I mean, I'm looking at the name of the person. I don't know him. I just know that he's a collaborator with.
So he collabed, but you
Mr.
didn't look at
Williams.
him
Do you know that
contributing to the
person's
lyrics.
performer's name?
No.
Do you know whether any of these lyrics were changed in any way after they were actually sung?
No, I don't know that.
Do you know whether that can occur?
I mean, anything's possible, but whenever they play it on the radio or play it on YouTube, or you can kind of look at what the words are, and the person is actually rapping it on a music video, and you can see it visually, then the words are the words.
I'm saying after it's actually recorded, do you know whether sound engineers or record producers, do you know whether any of the lyrics sometimes get changed?
It's possibly, but like I'm saying, once it's released, the words are the words.
In 539 YA, it's just how it is.
Mhm.
And in that one, you referenced, I'd done the jacking, now I'm full-time rapping. Remember that?
Yes.
Do you know whether any other artist has that exact lyric before Jeffrey Williams used it in the song?
I don't know.
You also targeted, in my words, mentioned the word wax. You just said that. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Tell the jurors what wax means.
It was just my terminology of whenever music is made or the tracks. I kind of reference that with the tracks that are made, or or they put it on wax. It could be like on a record, or I'm old, so could be a album or a cassette tape for all I know. But it's just a term that a lot of the artists use when they laying down the tracks or the music.
So this song that the jurors heard is entitled Just How It Is. Fair to say?
Yes.
And in that, you targeted the second time, we known to kill the biggest, and I think you said...
I think I said kitty, but I think it's cat.
That's fine. I think you said something like kittens of the kitties or something, but it's...
The biggest kitty of the cats. I think I said.
K for kitten.
I had it backwards. I think it's...
That's fine.
We killed the biggest cat of all the kitties.
Okay. And you told the jurors that in your vantage point, you believe that that may have some reference to Jeffrey Williams, from Jeffrey Williams to the Donovan Thomas killing. That's what you said.
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware of Jeffrey Williams being friends with Donovan Thomas in January 2015?
I am.
And when it says, we known to kill the biggest, and I think you corrected, cats of all the kitties, the line before that, do you have the words in front of you?
I don't.
Would you need to see something?
Yes, please.
You're on me. May I approach?
You
May
may.
I approach?
Yes.
I turned it this way just because I did what I did before I made an arrow, but this is the whole song.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
Okay.
Is she gonna read the same song? I mean, the whole song.
I didn't mean to turn my back. If you were ready.
Just bringing it to the jurors' attention. She needs to actually look at stuff she's not familiar with. Look at him looking at the jury.
Okay, it said, you want me to read the line before, we known to kill the biggest cats?
Yeah, if it refreshes your memory, if that's accurate, yes, if you don't mind.
We don't speak about the S word on wax. It's all mob business.
And then goes right into.
We known to kill the biggest cats of all kitties.
So that line above, the one about we don't speak on wax, from your definition of wax, does that mean we don't speak on record, we don't go on something that's permanent to talk about mob business? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
But then this entire song is about criminality. Or most of it, I don't want to say all of it.
The song kind of, you know, it talks about the beef that, the interaction at Lennox, which happened. It tell you to ask the cops, the detective, they know all the business. So, you know, on one hand, he's saying that we're not going to talk about it, but we talking about it.
That's my point. So it's interesting in that song saying we're not going to talk about anything, but yet it's being talked about, right?
Yes.
You don't know whether any of this music, these lyrics, I know you don't know who wrote them, but you don't know if they're just art, do you? And not autobiographical.
It can be art. It can be looked at as art. I agree that it's art, but I think that when actual crimes are committed and you brag about it in a song, or you reference it in a song, or you taunt your ops in a song, then it causes problems. Because like I said, I've seen where songs have gotten 12-year-olds, 14-year-olds killed here in Atlanta because of things that were said in a song.
Well, that's terrible. But where in any of these songs that you looked at, does it mention the op means opposition? Fair to say?
Yes.
Where does it ever mention IF gang?
What?
IF gang.
It does not.
I mean, that's your, and you're entitled to it, but that's your opinion. That's your personal opinion, right?
Yes.
Okay. Where does any of these songs mention Jeffrey's friend Donovan Thomas?
It don't.
Now, I want to go to Jeffrey's releases, album releases, and songs releases. If you're not familiar with them, I'm not going to ask you about them, but are you familiar with his songs, like the names and how they're spelled? And
I'm not. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. That's fine. With regards to, you know who Dwayne Carter is?
I do.
Phenomenal performer known as Lil Wayne.
Yes.
Are you familiar with his music?
Yes.
Are you familiar that on or about the 26th day of April 2015, he was here in Atlanta and in a tour bus, and that tour bus was fired upon?
Yes, that was a part of our operation planners.
Okay. Now, you knew Jeffrey Williams was performing in or around Holly Grove, Louisiana during that same time, same date. Fair to say?
Yes. Yes.
All right. Now, were you aware through your investigation, through you or your teammates, your prosecution team, that earlier that year, 2015, 2014, Jeffrey Williams and the performer known as Lil Wayne did music together?
No, I didn't know that.
Were you aware that in 2016 and 17 and 18, Jeffrey Williams and the performer known as Lil Wayne did music together?
Objection, Your Honor. Assume effects not in evidence.
I'm asking.
Sustained.
I'm asking questions if she's aware. All right. Through your investigation, to you or anyone else, can you tell, ladies and gentlemen, jury, whether Jeffrey Williams and Lil Wayne did music together 2016, 17, and or 18?
I didn't see that in the investigation.
All right. Do you know if anybody ever spoke with Lil Wayne during your investigation?
I think they might have spoke to his people, maybe, around the tour bus incident. But
Okay.
I'm not sure who and how, because that was like a Cobb County incident, so I think somebody there did.
I'm excluding like a tour bus driver or something. I'm saying like let's do this. Anybody, to your knowledge, ever speak with you? I assume it's not you because you would have told us, but you or other people on your team ever speak with Lil Wayne's musical assistants?
Not that I know of.
All right. Were you aware that Lil Wayne put out, since the tour bus shooting, more recently, an album with or a song with Jeffrey Williams?
Objection, assuming facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
Do you know whether Lil Wayne has put out a song with Jeffrey Williams since the tour bus shooting?
I don't.
Do you do any type of investigation, or do you have any training or experience into the promotion of music, specifically Jeffrey Williams rap music?
No.
And by that I mean like something on YouTube, come to this event.
That
or-
wouldn't be relevant for my job as a gang investigator.
I couldn't hear you. I apologize.
I said that wouldn't be relevant for my job as a gang investigator. I don't study music. I don't, like I said, when we investigate crimes, we look at the crime. The music might come into play once we're looking at the crimes that happen. But as far as us just focusing on music or targeting music, that's not what we do.
Let me show you what I believe. Well, can I have state's exhibit number? Do you mind playing for me the name? Let me
All
show
these
you with the
experts are
court's,
so
sound
careful to
court's
say they
permission
don't
what's
chase
already
the
been marked
music.
and entered into evidence, but I don't have the number, so
Okay.
Ms. Knight is helping with the number, okay?
Okay.
Your Honor, is it okay if
Yes.
I play that once it
Yes.
is announced? While that's being pulled up, were you present for a February 28, 2015 interview with Detective Dennis? There's others there. And Mr. Copeland, you know, Kenneth Copeland is Lil Woody.
Yes, I was there, but I think I was like in another room. We have a room where we have a monitor where we can watch the actual interview live. I wasn't actually in the room where they were interviewing him.
Okay, so you're watching via some sort of
Monitor.
connectivity, and you can hear what's going on?
Yes.
Okay. I may want to ask you about that, but make sure that we get this first.
Okay.
And yes, Nick, she was Dauberted as Dauberted as an expert in lyrics. Did you get a chance to look at that transcript from that hearing? And the redefining of by Glanville of the ultimate issue?
Your Honor, may I play 117E?
Yes.
As an errand. Tell me if you've seen this before. It's already in evidence, okay?
Yeah, YSL. Carter 6 coming out Friday, first show. New Orleans, Holly Grove. Fuck, nigga. Meet me there, better yet. Beat me there, you did. With them dicks, too. Yeah.
Have you seen that before?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do any type of work to determine whether that was choreographed and promoted by the record label or anybody with the record label? Do you
No.
know? Okay. All right. In that February 28, 2015, I call it interrogation, interview, whatever, conversation with Mr. Copeland or Lil Woody and one of your team members that you're watching on the other line or other room.
No.
Do you remember it coming up by Detective Dennis saying it's marketing? A lot of rap is entertainment, it's marketing. Do you remember all that?
Somewhat. It's been a while. But
Do you have any knowledge of how much money has gone into marketing the performer known as Young Thug? Do you know?
I'm sure a lot.
And that marketing backs up a certain type of image for the music. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Did you ever speak with any of the marketers to prepare for this case at all?
I did not.
Do you know who Future is? A performer, fabulous performer, Future.
Future, the rapper?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you know whether that performer has any type of symbol, like an animal symbol? And if you don't, just...
No, can't think of one.
Okay. Do you know whether Lil Wayne has a symbol?
Nah, it's not coming to me right away.
Okay. Does a goat sound familiar? And if you don't know, just...
That sounds familiar. It seems like I've seen that on an album cover or something.
Okay. And Future, an eagle? Does that sound right?
That sounds right.
And Drake, an owl?
Yes. I remember the owl.
And have you seen Jeffrey Williams collaborate with all those different individuals, those performers?
I have.
And have you seen their album covers or pictures with the snake and the goat, the owl and the snake, the eagle and the snake? Have you seen that?
I've seen a couple of them, not all of them. I really haven't paid attention to them.
I want to go over with you. You were asked questions about the Rodeo Tour, or what known as the Rodeo Tour.
Yes.
And you were asked about whether crime slowed down in March of 2015, something to that effect. You remember that?
Yes, I do.
All right. Do you know what Jeffrey Williams' schedule was in January 2015?
No.
Do you know how many
There we go,
days
the
he was
January schedule.
physically in Atlanta area?
No,
How about in February 2015?
I don't know.
Is that going to be the same answer for the rest of 2015?
I mean, looking at this exhibit, he was pretty busy.
Well, that exhibit ends on around April 2015. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Did you ever, through your investigation, know that Jeffrey Williams was performing all over the world in 2015?
I did not really keep up with it, but we kept up with it, but we didn't keep up with it. So we kind of noticed, like you said, the slowdown of the crime in March, which we saw that, he was on tour and gone a lot. So
When was the uptick again in the crime?
it started back in April.
Trap.
Okay. Do you know where Jeffrey Williams, whether he was in Atlanta in April?
According to this tour thing, he was April 15th, April 1st, April 2nd,
Busy?
and April 3rd. He was on tour. So the rest of April, I can't say where he was.
Do you know whether
Trapped
he was in
her.
Atlanta?
I don't know.
And that's going to be the answer for the rest of the year, right?
Yes.
Where was Jeffrey Williams physically living in 2014?
I have no idea.
How about 15?
15, I was a part of the search warrant team. Can I talk about that? The resident?
Yeah. Your Honor, I think we need to move past.
So it's a cumulative?
Just answer the question of whether you know where he was living.
Yes, some parts of 2015.
Okay. How many residents did he have in 2015?
I'm not sure. I just know of one.
How about 16? 2016?
No.
Same answer throughout until May of 2022?
Same answer.
All right. Do you know whether he was living for a considerable periods of time outside of Atlanta during all those years?
I don't know.
Okay. How many times in and around January 2015, God forbid the killings, January 10th, 2015, okay? How many times did Jeffrey Williams initiate, he's the one to initiate the caller to Demise McMullen?
I don't know.
How about Kenneth Copeland?
I don't know.
Justin Cobb?
I don't know. I didn't look into that part of the investigation.
Okay. All right. Now, you were asked about whether Jeffrey Williams, you were shown a stack. It's Jeffrey Williams exhibit numbers 220, and then it starts with A and it goes alphabetically throughout. You were asked about January 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, and 15th, whether you found any schedules of concerts. You remember that question?
That was on the flyers.
Yes.
Did we see any flyers?
Yes.
Because it was a list of flyers for the whole year, I think.
Yes. Do you know who got those flyers?
No.
Okay. Do you know who Detective Racy is by any chance?
I do.
Now, January 11th, 2015, do you know where Jeffrey Williams physically was?
I don't.
Do you know whether he was filming a music video?
I don't.
Assuming facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
Same question on the 12th. Do you know what he was doing?
On the 12th, where he was? I don't know.
Do you know what type of work he was doing on the 11th, 12th, 13th, et cetera?
I don't.
No, this is incredibly messy.
May I have a moment? May I have a moment?
Yes.
Thank you.
Like, I'm stunned by what we just heard. Her use as her logic to explain why Jeffrey Williams is responsible for these crimes. Well, why do you think he was responsible? Well, there was a slowdown of crime in March when Jeffrey Williams was gone. He was out of town. Steele asks, oh, it went down in March. Well, when was there an uptick again? April. All right, where was Jeffrey in April? Gone. Like, I think that right there, that interaction, that exchange, is this case in a nutshell, how the state's presenting this case. They just say what they want. And they don't understand that their logic, their weird conclusions, don't make sense. Like, just goofy.
Yes.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
All right.
Thank
Mr.
you.
App.
All right, let's see Jay Apt. If you haven't gotten to see much of Jay Apt, really love his lawyering. Made some great arguments during
Detective. My name's
pretrial
Jay Apt. I represent Mr. Kendrick.
How you doing?
and
I'm well.
earlier
How
in
are
the
you?
trial.
Good.
So I listened carefully to your testimony. When you were giving an answer about, or answers about a photograph depicting Mr. Kendrick standing on the hood of a vehicle, you said you wanted to focus on, quote, the crime at hand and who committed it, correct?
I didn't say it was a crime. I said it was disrespect.
Okay. So you don't believe that my client was committing a crime?
If he didn't damage the vehicle, no.
Uh-huh. All right, great. And you didn't, you perceived that that was an act of disrespect, correct?
Did.
Okay. Did you question Mr. Kendrick or any of Mr. Kendrick's associates about him doing that?
I did not.
Did you question Mr. Rayshawn Bennett about that incident?
No, I didn't.
And to be clear for the jury, Rayshawn Bennett is the person who you believe owned that car, correct?
Correct.
He's also known as YFN Lucci, right?
Yes.
So you didn't question him about how he perceived it?
No.
And you didn't question any of Mr. Bennett's associates or friends about that incident?
I didn't, but Mr. Lucci spoke out on a pod with how he felt about that.
Okay. But you don't know for you're assuming that it was gang related, correct?
I'm not assuming. I know what was going on when that happened.
You didn't question anyone involved, but you knew
I didn't
what was
have to
going on?
question. I knew that it was a gang beef going between YFN, Lucci, and his
I didn't
crew,
have to
and also
question.
YSL and their crew.
When is the last time before that photograph that Mr. Bennett and Mr. Kendrick spoke in person? Do you know?
I think they ran into each other at Lennox, but that was just according to social media. Where they actually talked about them running into each other or talking.
Do you know whether or not they ran into each other that day at the mall?
I think I saw something on social media saying that they did.
Is it possible that they made a bet that day and this was just someone winning a bet?
I don't know what was said.
You don't know, right? Because you didn't ask anyone, correct?
No, but the
You're
guy
assuming.
stood on the
Hang on,
guy.
let her chain
ahead.
finish her
Oh.
answer, and y'all are kind of talking over each other, so try not to do that. Thank you.
Sorry, Your Honor.
It's all right.
I don't know it, but I don't think they even made a bet because, like I said, it was a lot of animosity and tension between the two groups.
And you wouldn't know because you didn't bother to question any of them, right?
I didn't question them, no.
Yeah. So you don't know whether for certain whether it was gang related or a bet or what the reason was or the intent was behind Mr. Kendrick standing on that vehicle. That's fair to say you don't know because you didn't question any of them.
I saw the reaction of Mr. Lucci when he was questioned about it.
Why not ask him? Why not go and ask him then?
I didn't have to ask him. I saw his reaction. He wasn't happy.
You didn't have to follow the evidence?
He
or
wasn't
investigate?
happy.
Is it possible he wasn't happy because he lost a bet and it had nothing to do with gang activity?
Objection, assuming facts, not an evidence about
Yeah,
the
it
bet.
is assuming facts. You don't know one way or another what the reason or intent was in my client's mind. Isn't that fair to say?
I don't know what his intent was, but he got a reaction out of Lucci.
You believe in the First Amendment, right?
I do.
You believe in our people's right to free speech?
Do you?
I do.
You believe in musicians' ability to create lyrics for art, right?
I do.
But you stated in your testimony that you think rap music that depicts violence is popular, but it shouldn't be.
I agree. It shouldn't be glorified.
And
I stand by that.
you also said that there are songs which have killed children in Atlanta. Which songs?
I don't know specific songs, but I know that it's music. The reason for the beef, as far as the Atlantic Station situation, they were going back and forth on social media with songs and disrespecting each other. Next thing you know is gunplay and children are dead.
You're the expert, detective. Which songs? Which songs regarding rap violence caused the death of children?
I don't know the name of the songs, but I know that those particular kids
Me
were
When I
involved
Lie.
in music, talking about each other in the music. Then it's violence spawned because of the music.
Do you think you should be an expert on rap lyrics? Do you,
Sustained.
I never said I was an expert on rap music. You said that.
No,
understand
Jay
that-
didn't say that.
lyrics and even lyrics about violence can be used as art to depict, to be marketed and for commercial purposes without being factual, right? You agree with that?
I have heard of that and seen that, but
And that can be done in
it's
movies.
not. It's not a good thing. That's all I said.
Not a good thing.
Right.
You ever seen the movie The Untouchables with Robert De Niro?
Probably not.
No? Goodfellas?
Seen Goodfellas.
Okay. So do you think Robert De Niro should be charged with crimes because he depicts murder and violence?
Is J-App doing so well he's just killing the stream?
No.
What about Al
do it.
Pacino?
If he was charged when he stepped off the movie set and he went and did the actual things that he did in the movie, then yes, he should be charged.
But you said in earlier testimony that if it's depicting previous actual acts of violence, then that should be a crime.
Like I said, if Robert De Niro left the movie set and went out and shot somebody like he did in the movie, then yes, he should be charged.
That's not what you said earlier. You said,
I would say argumentative, Your Honor.
okay. Did you say earlier that someone who is rapping about a previous act of violence should be held responsible for that?
That's not what I said.
Okay.
I said that they put in the music or in the wording of the songs things that have happened, meaning whether it was a shooting, whether it was a drive-by, whether it was a smash and grab, whatever. I say that sometimes this can be a confession. Sometimes it could be taunting just to the other gang members or the ops or whatever.
So if it's taunting, then it should be criminalized. Is that your...
I didn't say that either.
Okay. So Bob Marley singing "I Shot the Sheriff" is okay too, right?
He shoot the sheriff in real life like that man did up in Kentucky, then yes.
Yep. Yeah.
Or if it's like the sheriff shot the judge.
You don't know much about Bob Marley's life, do you?
What do I got to do with anything?
You understand that you've already testified that you have no concrete evidence that the lyrics that were played in this courtroom earlier are directly related to any actual criminal activity, right?
I didn't say it was connected to criminal activity. I never said that.
Well, okay. So they're just art. They're just free speech then. We can agree on that?
It's free speech, but like I said, when you talk about a crime that actually happened and your group is the suspect,
It's what? It's what?
It's obvious that you were involved maybe in that crime.
It's obvious that you were involved if you're singing about it?
Could have been.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to object to the characterization of it's obvious that you were involved maybe. And I'm going to object to Mr.
Overruled. What else? Hang on. To Mr. App's misstatement. Is that what you said? Ask your question again.
Thank you, Your Honor. So what you're saying is if someone sings about an act of violence that previously occurred, then it's obvious that they were involved.
That is a misstatement. That wasn't.
Is that what you're saying?
Not exactly. I'm saying that if crimes have been committed and then you go brag about it in a song, it's hard to defend that you didn't have anything to do with what you're pretty much confessing in a song.
Okay, and I guess that's my point. If Robert De Niro plays Al Capone and he's playing Al Capone in a movie, is it then obvious that he's the one who's in the mafia? I don't understand. Why is it that singing about a previous crime that occurred somehow ties you to that crime? What evidence do you, and let me rephrase, what evidence do you have that either Mr. Kendrick or Mr. Williams actually committed the murder of Donovan Thomas?
I didn't give you any, I didn't tell you that I had evidence of that. Did I tell you that?
You testified.
I testified that they killed Donovan Thomas.
You testified that it was obvious.
Got me
a moment
mixed
ago.
up. I didn't tell you that.
So it's not obvious that they're involved?
Objection, Your Honor, because I'm not sure where we're going to go, and so I want to.
Well, a minute ago.
Hang on and let me listen
Save
to
me.
her objection.
Can we approach her?
Yes.
Save me. I don't want to argue out loud because I don't know what her testimony was, but I'm going to argue that her testimony wasn't something. That's why we're approaching. Oh, the camera pan on her face capturing her. Get up on out of here. I mean, in any case, I think I don't blame Shart, Apt, Hilton for not knowing exactly what she said word for word, because she's throwing in like, Obi said it. I saw it earlier. You know, actually, sort of, obviously, kind of, maybe, like, things that don't really logically make sense. So, of course, you're not going to know the exact thing she said when she's throwing a bunch of words in. Oh my gosh. Shout out to Jay Apt. And yes, that is Doug Weinstein's co-counsel. So he's here representing Diamonte Kendrick. We've seen him on some stand-in days. He's also argued, he did opening statements, a lot of pretrial stuff, has been on in a few days, but you might have missed it if you weren't paying attention earlier. And even since the Glanville recusal, I think when he's been here, it was quieter days where he didn't really say much. So this is Jay Apt in action. You guys are all wide awake. We have the expert witness walking back herself from being an expert witness. She doesn't want to take that title. She doesn't want to claim it anymore. Oh my goodness. And now she's saying she doesn't believe, doesn't know who killed Donovan Thomas. And sure, maybe she shouldn't be making that conclusion if she doesn't know, but it's hilarious that on day 148 of this trial, we have a gang expert replacing Dennis Down Bad, getting up there saying, we don't know, we didn't chase music or anything like that and don't know what these lyrics mean or anything. We know because it's obvious, but we don't actually know. Like, what did we just accomplish today? If we were the state, if I'm the state, what did I accomplish today with this witness? AK, I think you're right. AK says she's discombobulated. D for discombobulated. 1,000,000%. Good to see you, AK. Thanks for the 2. Also says that detectives get in their feelings and crash out. Yep. Yep. And if you write a song about her crashing out, it might have some lyrics that seem like it involves some criminal words, like killing, getting waxed, being unalived. Because it's like, holy moly. This is like a murder on the witness stand. Oh, thank you again for your support, AK. Y Turner, right? Let's talk about the body language. She said he looked happy. Well, her smile looks criminal. So what does that mean? Shout out to Y Turner. Do you see? Did you look? They didn't look at what they should have looked at. They chased those lyrics, and they're projecting over and over, repeating as often as they can that they did not chase lyrics to try to build a case. Gina's over here like, I'm gonna lose it. Well, I think hopefully this is winding you back in, giving you some, what is it called? Communitas? With Jay Apt here shooting fire from the podium.
All right, Detective, we just want to make sure that with regard to Mr. Apt's questioning, he's going to confine his questions to things that have to do with his client, Mr. Kendrick. And you should likewise confine your answers to things that have to do with his client right now while he's the one questioning, okay? And not talk about any of the other co-defendants on trial here. And things like a search warrant that got the results of which were suppressed, don't even veer into territory like that. And I'm not going to go through all of the different possibilities, but just be mindful when you testify to be careful not to testify to anything that, as an experienced detective shouldn't be being talked about. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Any.
Whitaker's gonna lose her cool if this line is crossed. She just kept it so nice right there. What if this line is crossed?
Other kind of parameter anybody wants to mention?
Well, Your Honor, and I guess I'm speaking to the detective as well.
Okay.
Detective. I represent Shannon Stillwell. I am not asking this question, and he is specifically asking about Mr. Kendrick. I would not anticipate that the answer would include pronouns such as they or things of that nature. And I would ask that anything be strictly limited to Mr. Kendrick.
I understand.
All right. Anybody else?
I'll absolutely limit my questions relating only to Mr. Kendrick.
All right. Okay, I think we're ready to get the jury back. They may not be ready to come back, but
Well, they never raise their hands when you give them an out, so I think they're eager to see this continue. Oh boy. Heck yeah, White Turner says this is the most action I've had watching this trial since Woody. Yep. A little bit of fireworks going on. Neek Neek says, not him striking a pose in front of the lectern. I think we're going to have more coming. Ebony Eyes says, I think she peed a little bit. Oh, man. Oh, that wouldn't be the first time in this trial. Black Butterfly says, after this witness, I'm ready to write a rap song about 12. Sheesh. Yeah, everybody, we should do a fun exercise. Meech says he is swiftly breaking her down. Well, she had a second here to recoup. Let's see how long that holds. Thank you for the 2, Meech. One happy white girl says Hilton is regretting this witness. I mean, honestly, I think a little bit, probably. It's just walking too close to this line of the constant instructions and scared that your witness is going to creep into territory they shouldn't with their answers. Why, Turner? In other words, he isn't going to make you look stupid. I think AF anymore. It says if, but I think you mean AF. Yeah, that's kind of the layperson interpretation of the instruction. Shout out to Y Turner. Marlena Mack in cap says, to be clear, I freaking love his lawyering. Me too. Stephen T. Satchel says, are dumpster fire trials popular? They are, but they shouldn't be. Yeah, this one's a little dumpster fiery. Every couple of days, it's a new dumpster fire. Thank you for the 5, Stephen.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Detective, you were saying that it, and I don't want to misquote you, but that if someone raps or sings about an act of violence that actually occurred, then it becomes obvious of what?
To me, it's bragging. Could be taunting or bragging.
And well, let me ask you this. Are you aware of whether Mr. Kendrick wrote any of those lyrics that were played in the courtroom earlier?
No, I'm not aware.
So you don't know if if my client was even involved in writing those lyrics.
I never said he did.
And you're not aware of Mr. Kendrick in any way, shape, or form being tied to or involved in the murder of Donovan Thomas. Isn't that true?
I know he was arrested and charged or a suspect for it.
Were his fingerprints found anywhere?
I didn't work the homicide portion of that. You would have to refer to.
You don't know. You don't know if his
I
fingerprints.
didn't get into the homicide investigation.
You don't know if his fingerprints were found on the Tahoe or any evidence in the case.
No.
You don't know if his DNA was found.
No.
You don't know if any ballistics were found that were tied to Mr. Kendrick. Correct.
No.
In fact, you're not aware of any eyewitnesses who saw Mr. Kendrick commit that crime. Correct.
I don't know of any.
And you went to great lengths to give an expert opinion about what the state refers to as exhibit, I believe, exhibit 535 YB, which is the song called Slime. And I apologize, I may be less genteel than Mr. Steele is, but it's a piece of evidence. The song's actual name is Slime Shit. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you stated earlier, you don't know the date that song was released, right?
No, I only see the date that it was uploaded to YouTube, like I told Mr. Steele.
You don't know the date it was written?
I don't.
You don't know who wrote the lyrics?
I don't.
And so if that song, if I told you that track was released officially on September 16th of 2015, and that...
Sustained.
I'll withdraw the question. If, hypothetically, if those lyrics were released in 2014, before the murder of Donovan Thomas, then wouldn't it be fair to say that the Tahoe mentioned in the song had nothing to do with Mr. Thomas's murder, right?
That would be fair.
You're not suggesting that whoever wrote the lyrics was psychic and predicted the murder of Donovan Thomas, right?
I did not say that.
Okay. Thank you. I have no other questions.
All right, are there other defense attorneys with questions for this witness? Come on up.
Shart is next.
Good afternoon, former agent.
No, I'm actually a retired investigator, but I was a former task force officer.
Retired investigator.
Oh, she is retired.
Retired investigator Underwood. My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay?
How you doing?
I'm fine. How are you?
Good, good.
All right, good. First of all, I just want to get one thing out of the way. And I know you were answering a question. You brought up some Atlantic Station incident. That has nothing to do with this case,
Oh,
correct?
no, it has nothing to do with this case.
Okay.
It was just referencing gang violence.
Okay, cool. You, in preparation, you knew you were going to be testifying eventually, and you provided a CV
I did.
to the state, correct?
I did. It's probably been a while though, since, because I might have updated it since I did my Daubert maybe.
Okay. Yes, I understand. On Friday, when the state was asking about some of your background experiences, you were asked, have you received training on how gangs use music to promote violence? And you answered yes.
I have.
Okay, could you tell me the name of that class and who taught it and when that occurred?
I have attended like the Georgia Gang Investigation Association training where, and I can't remember the name of the individual. I know Marissa Viverito has taught one at APD, but when I went to the GGIA one, I can't remember the name of the instructor, but I've had like at least 2 or 3 classes.
So Marissa Viverito is someone who worked for the DA's office in Fulton County, correct?
She used to.
And and she's also worked for the state of Georgia, correct?
Yes.
And you know her to be on the witness list for this case, correct? Okay, so she taught that class.
She taught one of them.
Okay.
I've been to more than one.
Well, who specifically talked about how gangs use music? What individual, what professor, or was it an artist that talked about that? Who was it?
It wasn't a professor, it was law enforcement.
Oh, law enforcement. And who was the law enforcement?
the one that I do remember recently was Marissa. She taught one at APD.
All right. Marissa Viverito, who used to work for the DA's office. Okay. So there was no one from the music industry, no artists or anything there. Okay.
No.
How gangs, you were asked if you had training in how gangs use music to promote fear in other gangs. Again, who were the musicians or anyone that spoke to you about that?
No musicians.
Okay.
The classes that I've taken have been all from law enforcement when it came to gangs. My other classes at
The
Columbia
blind leading the
Southern were
blind.
professors, but they didn't talk about gangs.
Okay. And the how gangs use music to promote fear in other gangs. What date was that? Who taught you about that?
I told you what class. I don't remember the instructor on one of them, but I do. Like I said, the most recent one at APD within the last 3 years. It might have been while she was still here. She taught that one. That's the one that stands out. But I did go to one down in South Fulton as well, but it was like a GGIA training.
You were asked how gangs use. You were asked about your training or education and how gangs use music to promote cohesiveness. Who taught that class? Is that the same answer?
It would be the same. Yes.
Okay, so no one from the music industry, and it seems like
every class was law enforcement.
and the one that you're speaking of is Investigator Viverito, who's on the state's witness list for this case.
That's one of them.
Okay, and the same answer would be for your experience when the state asked you how gang members use music to send messages to rival gangs. Would those be your same answers?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then you were asked by the state here, among other things, to talk about lyrics in this case, and you've been speaking about specific lyrics.
Yes.
Okay, in that Bad Boy video, you didn't recognize the other artist?
No.
You
I
ever
don't
hear-
know who that is.
You ever hear Juice WRLD?
I've heard of it, but that's not anybody that came on the radar because he haven't probably committed a crime here in Atlanta.
Okay. So as I understand it, in preparation of this testimony, and correct me if I get the timing wrong, sometime last week, the state gave you some music videos to review or some songs to review.
Yes.
Okay. How many?
The three.
Okay. It was just those three.
Just these three.
Okay. And they were all songs by Jeffrey Williams.
Yes.
Okay. Did they not ask you to review a song called Homicide, written and performed by Lil Woody featuring Fagiano?
Never heard of it, no.
Have you ever watched that video?
I haven't.
Okay. Are you aware of this song?
No.
You aware that in that music video, in that song, Woody talks about putting money on someone else's head?
Not aware.
Are you aware that the person he talks about putting money on their head is a heavy-set African-American male?
Not aware of that.
Are you aware that the person he conspires with in that video to kill the heavy-set African-American male is Trevante Turner?
And I would say objection vague as to, are you talking about what happened in the video?
Yes.
This video, and so
I haven't seen the video.
Okay, so you're not aware that Trevante Turner played the role of the hitman in Woody's video where
I haven't seen that video.
he depicts killing a heavyset African-American male. Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
All right, are there any other defense counsel questions? No. All right, is there redirect?
So we look at the music that might look bad for Jeffrey Williams. We don't look at anyone that collaborates with him in a song, even if we're looking at lyrics within that song that we say are supposedly evidence of Jeffrey Williams committing a crime. But when there's other, and not for nothing, but they said that Trevante Turner and Kenneth Copeland were supposed to be associates of YSL as well. So why wouldn't we look at lyrics like the lyrics in the song Homicide? Why wouldn't we look at the people in the video and making that song? Great effective close. not for nothing, I get that she couldn't get into it because she says she hasn't seen it, and that's also, I would make an inference there if I was a juror, like, why didn't she look at that? Did the state not want her to look at it? Because they sure dropped a bunch of stuff. When they curate what they want their experts to look at. But I'd remember that video if I was a juror.
Mr. Steele asked you when he was questioning you if any of these lyrics mention Donovan Thomas Jr.'s name inside of those songs. You recall that line of
that
questioning?
question.
When you're listening to songs that may become a part of your investigation, do the ops usually say specifically the person's name, or is it more of a hidden message? What has been your experience when you're listening to the music that comes a part of your investigation?
My experience is not directly, saying the person's name is like sending a message, but like if that particular person or that person's group or person's gang know that I committed a crime or know that we have beef, then a lot of times they know it's obvious who they're sending the message to.
And when we say it's obvious, is it obvious to the opposition gang who the message is being targeted? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Mr. Shard asked you about whether or not anyone from the music industry came and taught your class. Do you remember him asking you a series of questions about that?
Yes.
The classes that you took, were they focused on music or focused on gangs?
Focused on gangs.
And have you ever had anyone from the music industry come and talk to you about gangs?
No.
Court's indulgence.
All right, any?
So Underwood is
requests
done?
by anybody? All right, thank you for your time. You're excused. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Sharon Ladders to the stand.
All right.
We're getting dispatched back with Latners. So probably moving into the Chamel drinks stuff again, maybe?
Welcome back, Ms. Ledners. You're still under oath.
Sit down.
Sure. Yeah, you can go ahead and sit down. You're still under oath from your prior testimony.
Good afternoon.
Before coming to the witness stand, did you have an opportunity to review a CAD report and some 911 calls?
Yes.
Ms. Latners, I'm going to approach you with what's been marked as 1 November 1 November Delta, and a disc marked that contains, I should say, 1 November Alpha, Bravo, and Echo. And Ms. Latners, just look up at me if you've had opportunity to review that. Ms. Latners, are those the items that you reviewed before coming to testify this afternoon?
Yes.
And what are they?
It's covered the CAD report for February 23rd, 2019, and the 911 calls.
And is there any markings on that 911 disc that you marked on?
Yes, I placed my initials on it.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the CAD reports and associated 911 calls for that incident?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 1 November 1 November Delta, and the disc that has 1 November Alpha, Bravo, and Echo.
All right, those are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Latners, I'm going to first publish 1 November? Ms. Latners, what is the date for this CAD report?
February 23rd, 2019.
And what did this call come in as?
Came in shots fired.
What was the call type and description when the call was complete?
Person shots.
What was the location for this person shot call on February 23rd, 2019?
50 Mount Zion Road, Southwest, Brandywine Townhouses, Atlanta.
In what zone is that, Ms. Latners?
Zone 3.
Now, what time was this CAD report a officer generated or 911 call?
911 calls.
What time was that call received by APD dispatch?
Call went up to dispatch at 04:37 a.m. hours.
Were officers dispatched at 04:37?
Yes.
Was the call received at 04:36:40?
The call came into 911 at 04:35. 911 sent it up to Zone 3, dispatched at 04:36.
And Ms. Latners, what time were those officers that were dispatched arrive on scene?
It shows 04:42 a.m. hours.
Now, Ms. Latners, I wanted to draw your attention on, you see on page 2 of this CAD report,
Yes.
at the bottom, you have unit ID 1394, and it has a code of a LC. Do you see that, Ms. Latners?
At the bottom of page 2,
Yes, ma'am.
1394 is the sergeant for that zone.
And what does that LC indicate?
Location change.
And what is, can you explain to the jury what that time and what that time is and what it reads afterwards?
Unit 1394 advised at 6:10 a.m. hours, he arrived at Grady Hospital.
Now, Ms. Latners, if you turn to page 3, do you see the CAD narrative?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury what that first entry is at 4:35:54 a.m.?
The person advised the 911 call take a shots fired in that area at 50 Mount Zion Road.
And Ms. Latners, if you look 2 lines down at 4:36:40 a.m., what is the remarks indicate following that?
Call advised he heard 10 shots in the area.
Does it say 10 plus shots, Ms. Latners?
Plus shots in the area.
And if you look further down at 4:38 a.m., what does that CAD narrative remark indicate?
When it shows the call came from a T-Mobile, then it says address at 2835 Old Hateville Road, Southwest, and they gave a phone number out, the person who called. It's a duplicate call.
And what is that last line at 4:38 a.m.?
It looked like second rounds of I heard from the hills of the apartments, did not see anything.
And Ms. Latners, if you turn to page 4, do you see at 4:39 a.m. it starts with male caller?
Yes.
What does that remark section in this CAD narrative indicate for the jury?
Another caller called in, advised male caller David requested to speak with officer at apartment Y Yankee 5. He gave out his phone number.
And beneath that, where it starts at 4:47 a.m., what does that indicate? It starts with unit.
Advised a unit told his dispatcher, advised male inside a blue Charger in passenger side, possible 50 was shot to the head.
So that's possible signal 50 to the head?
Yes.
And is there a related CAD indicated beneath that at 4:48:56 a.m.?
He advised this incident is related to CAD number 190540456.
And Ms. Latners, if you look a couple lines beneath that at 4:54 a.m., that starts with ELU. Do you see that, Ms. Latners?
Yes.
What does that indicate for the jury?
The officer advised the dispatcher blue Dodge Charge, gave out the tag number, temporary tag number 245-40289, which is a paper tag.
And Ms. Latners, what is immediately beneath that 1 minute later at 4:55 a.m.?
He advised his dispatcher possible vehicle, possible code 19, which is a stolen vehicle out of Cobb County.
And Miss Latner's at 5:07 a.m. Do you see the CAD remark that starts with unit ADV?
Unified shell cases near building X-ray.
And Miss Latner's, what at the very bottom, or a couple lines from the bottom at 6:10 a.m. It has unit advise. Do you see that?
Yes, unit advised the victim is 48, which means a person is dead at 06:09 a.m. hours.
Now, Miss Latner's, is some of the 911 recordings that are on that disc pertain to this CAD report ending in 454 from February 23rd, 2019?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state is going to publish one November alpha.
All right.
Are you ready? Atlanta 911 operator 7198. What is the address of the emergency?
I live in an apartment called, they used to call the Wood, but they call it the Crystals now. And the address is at 50 Mount Sinai Road, Southwest. Someone out here shooting, about 10 shots.
Okay, do you want to speak with an officer?
Yes, ma'am.
You do?
No, ma'am. Can you have someone just come out here?
Okay, we will. Thank you.
Hmm?
We will. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Ms. Latner, Your Honor, the state is going to publish one November Bravo at this time.
Thank you.
Atlanta 911 operator 7357. What's the address to the emergency? This is Atlanta. This is 911. What is the address to your emergency?
The address is 59 Pine Road, Southwest. Apartment 15.
I can't. Apartment 15.
Y5.
Y5. Do you need fire, police, or ambulance?
Police.
What is your name?
David Goodman.
David, what's your phone number?
Your Honor, I'm just briefly muting the phone number.
That's fine.
Is there a gate code, sir?
No gate code.
No gate code. Okay. All right. Let's see. And what's the name of the apartment, sir?
Crystal Apartments.
You said Crystal Apartments?
Yeah.
Okay. What's going on out there, sir?
I just heard a bunch of shooting. I'm not sure if it was aimed at my apartment, but it sounded like it was aimed over here at our apartment.
Okay.
I just want to make sure.
Did you call already, sir? Because it's showing that we did get calls in reference to this.
No, this is my first time calling.
Okay, yes, sir. We did get a call about, do you want to speak to the police when they come out?
Yeah.
Okay. And let me confirm, you said you are in Y5, correct?
Yes.
All right, we'll get help out to you, sir.
Okay.
All right.
Oh boy. Oh, loud tone. Make it stop. Oh
this
my
night.
gosh.
And Your Honor, the state's going to publish one November Delta.
All right.
Ms. Latner's is one November Delta the CAD report that was related to the first CAD report we discussed with the jury?
Yes.
And what are the last three on this incident number for this CAD?
0456.
Did this come before or after the first CAD report we discussed?
After.
What is the location for this CAD?
Is advised Oak Drive and Pendleton Circle Southwest.
And what was the call type and description?
Shot fired.
Is it the same zone?
Yes.
And was this a 911 call or officer generated?
911 call.
What time did this 911 call come in?
0436 a.m. hours.
And what time did officers arrive?
0457 a.m. hours.
Ms. Latner's turning to page 2. Do you see the CAD narrative remarks?
He advised multiple shots fired in the area, no further.
And then is that last line at 4:48:56 a.m. reference the first CAD we discussed?
Yes.
And Ms. Latner's at the very top or near the top on the front page. What is the disposition for this CAD report?
Code 12.
Is that an investigation?
Yes, it is.
Was there also a 911 call that corresponded with this CAD report, Ms. Latner's?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state is going to publish one November echo at this time.
All right.
Atlanta 911 37087. What is the address? Hello?
Can you hear me?
I can barely hear you, ma'am. It sounds like you're whispering.
Yeah, because it just woke me up. There's a shooting going on in my neighborhood, and it sounds like it's coming from Oak Drive.
Oak Drive and what other cross street?
Pennington, Old Hateville.
All right, how many shots did you hear?
It was around, and then it sounded like it was another gun that was weaker than the first round, that about five, seven shots, and then there was a second gun that was going off, and that was about 3 or 4.
Okay, did you hear anything else besides the shots being fired? Any vehicles speeding away, people yelling?
No, just the shots.
Okay, we'll get someone out there to check the area.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Oh my gosh.
No further questions from the state, Ms. Latner. Thank you.
Any defense questioning?
Good afternoon, Ms. Latners. I'm Attorney Dee Williams. I'm going to be very brief. I know you want to go.
Yes.
So looking at the CAD report, do officers have access to the contact information of 911 callers?
Say that again.
Looking at the CAD reports, do officers have access to the contact of the 911 callers?
Most of the time, officer want to talk to the caller, he would ask his dispatch to call the caller back.
And do all the 911 calls go over the radio or just to dispatch?
The 911 calls goes to dispatch. Dispatch the officer out.
Okay.
2 different sections.
2 different ones? Okay. Thank you. And then upon the request from the DA's office, your office turned over all the records regarding this incident?
Yes.
And all calls that require an officer on scene, are they entered into a CAD report?
Say that again.
All calls that require, I guess, are dispatched to a scene, are they entered into a CAD report?
The 911 call creates the CAD report for calls to come through 911. If an officer pulled out on a call,
their dispatcher will create a CAD report for them.
Thank you, Ms. Latners.
You're welcome.
Anybody else? Go ahead.
Oh, help me.
All right, let's not comment on the various attorneys.
How long do 911 calls preserve?
Well, since Atlanta take over 1 million calls a year, our system can only hold so much, so the system purge out the 911 calls itself. We don't purge it out, the system does that.
How long does it, when you say purge, you're saying call
He's
on
doing the
January 1,
surveillance delete.
2015, let's say, excuse me, January 11th, 12:04 a.m. January 11th, 2015, 12:04 a.m. How long will that call last?
We should hold the call, 911 should hold the audio for at least 3 to 4 years.
3 or 4 years.
Years.
So in my January 11th, 12:04 a.m.
What year?
2015,
We will not have.
we're going up to approximately 2019,
We'll have 2019.
and then it's gone.
2015, we don't even have that system anymore.
Thank you. Your Honor, thank you.
Anybody else? All right, any redirect?
Your Honor, one question. Ms. Latners, would CAD reports and 911 audios, are they subject to FOIA request?
Are they subject to what?
To Freedom of Information Act request?
Yes.
Are we going
No
there?
further questions, Your Honor.
All righty, any recross?
So Steele's going to recross the mess out of this. But what Adkins is getting at is equal access to the same evidence, the same records. So just because the state didn't go and pursue these things, even though I would say a thorough investigation, the state should be looking at these things. Nick's pointing it out. Oh, Mr. Williams, you sneaky one. You just told the jury that these missing facts, such as which cop went where, can be traced if you want to look for that information. He's saying, well, you can make a FOIA request. The defense can get access to this and look that up themselves and then challenge that. They have equal access or close enough to equal access to getting the same stuff. So let's see Brian Steele's recross, because I guarantee it's going to be on that point.
Do you know whether Mr. Jeffrey Williams was arrested on May 9th, 2022 in this case?
I can't answer that.
Do you know whether May 9th, 2022 is after January 11th, 2019?
I can't answer that.
Yes, you can. Thank you. Thank you. Your Honor.
All right. You are excused.
I can leave.
You can.
So he's saying it shouldn't have been
They'll have you back again,
deleted.
But call your next witness. Yeah.
And that was a funny moment regardless. Like, I know it was a hot mic and it was maybe mean to Steele, but it was hilarious to me nevertheless that she said, oh, help me or whatever. And he gets up there and goes, hello. Oh, man. Nick, good to see you. Please let us know if you are doing a recap of everything that's happening today. L. Allen says, Monday hugs to Kat. You are appreciated. That's super sweet of you. Thank you so much. Hugs right back. Are we coming back already? That was a quick approach.
The next witness has got the first initial of M. And
Oh, can't show this witness.
All right, thank you. Just last name, right? Last name.
Yes.
We ready? Is this Yes. Thank you. I can't see what's on that screen, so. Thanks. We're ready. Thank you.
One of the guys in custody was Rodney Uten. I think.
Yes.
You state your first initial and your last name and spell your last name. Okay? Into that mic.
My first initial start with an M. My last name is Smith.
M. Smith.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell the jurors how old you are?
I'm 23.
And can you tell the jurors, did you grow up in the Atlanta area?
Yes.
And where did you go to high school?
I went to Forest Hill and Maynard.
Okay. And back in February of 2019, can you tell the jurors where you were working?
McDonald's on Moreland.
Okay. And what were your hours or the shift that you typically worked?
3 p.m. to 11 p.m.
Okay. And I want to ask you a few questions about people you may have known or may have known back in February of 2019, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell the jurors, do you know someone by the name of Miss Tahira Hartfield?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how do you know her?
I grew up with her. I went to school with her. She was a friend back then.
Okay. And are you guys the same age?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And you said you grew up with her, you went to school with her. How many years would you say that you knew her?
From like the 5th grade to probably up to that time.
Okay. So 5th grade up until at least February of 2019?
Mm-hmm.
You gotta say yes for the record?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors, did you call her by her first name or did she have a nickname?
I mean, she had a nickname, but I call her by both.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors the times that you called her by her nickname, what was it?
Brazy.
Okay.
But I rarely called her that because I don't know her by that.
Okay. Did other people, when you guys were hanging out with your other friends, call her by that nickname?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, did you have an Instagram back in 2019?
Yes, I did.
And did Miss Hartsfield, did she have one?
Yes.
Okay. And were you friends with her on Instagram? Were you familiar with her Instagram account?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to show you. I'm sorry about that. I want you to look at States Exhibit 21 and 22 in, okay?
Yes.
And by looking at those, can you tell me, do you recognize what's depicted in States Exhibits 21 NN and 22 NN?
Yes.
Okay, and let's talk about first 21 NN. What is States Exhibit 21 NN a picture of?
Tahira Hartfield.
Okay, and is that her Instagram account that she had back in February of 2019?
Yes, sir.
And in 22 NN, can you tell the jurors, do you recognize that one?
Yes.
And how do you recognize the picture in 22 NN?
This me.
It's you?
Yes.
And is it your Instagram account back in February of 2019?
Yes.
Okay, and does both 21 NN and 22 NN represent the Instagram account for your friend, Ms. Hartsfield, as well as yourself back in February of 2019?
Yes.
At this time, out of the state would tender what's been marked as States Exhibits 21 NN and 22 NN.
M or N?
N, I'm sorry.
All right, Nancy. Those are admitted.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors, back in February of 2019, did you know anyone by the nickname Little Rod?
Yes.
Okay. Tell the jurors, how did you know Little Rod?
I met him through Tahir.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, do you know Little Rod's real name?
No.
Okay. Did you always call him Little Rod?
Yeah.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, did you know somebody by the nickname of Bally?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, how did you know the male whose nickname was Bally?
I was introduced by Tahir through both of them. I met them through her.
Okay. And do you remember, if we're talking about in relation to the shooting in February of 2019, how long, I guess, had you known the males with the nickname Bally and Little Rod?
I had just met them within that same month.
Within that same month?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, the male that you knew as the nickname Bally, did you know his real name?
Demine. But I'm like learned it from the stuff
Okay.
that's going on now. Yeah.
Okay. So did you know his last name back in 2019?
No.
Okay. You just knew him by his nickname as Bally.
Yeah. I met them through her, so I didn't know them personally.
Okay. And you said you met him in the same month. Can you tell the jurors within that month how many times had you hung out with Bally and Lil Rod?
I mean, that first day I seen them, from that day, like the second day, we was going over there to Bllelock them house every night. Like, it was never a dull moment. Like, we was having fun. So when that situation occurred, it was just like, came out of nowhere.
Okay. And you said you would go to whose house and hang out and have fun
Bllelock.
and chill?
Bllelock.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors how many times do you think that you went to Bllelock's or
I'm not
Bally's
sure.
house?
I'm not sure.
Okay. More than once?
Yeah, it was more than one.
Okay. And did you ever have an opportunity to go to the person you knew by the name of Lil Rod?
I mean, we all just used to be right there at Bllelock house.
Okay. And do you remember, I know it's been some time, where or what general area that Bllelock's house was?
I just knew it was on Cleveland. I'm not familiar with over there because I don't hang over there. I just went to school over there. I was introduced to over there by them. I don't hang over there. I don't know nothing about Cleveland for real.
Okay. And you said off of Cleveland?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in the times that you spent with Lil Rod and Bally, can you tell the jurors in your interactions with them, did you, I guess, did they tell you they were in a gang?
I mean, I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you remember the detectives after this incident asking you if you knew if Lil Rod and Bally were in a gang?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you remember telling the detectives that both Lil Rod and Bally were members of the YSL gang?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's talk about some other people that you may have known back in 2019. Did you know a male named BJ?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you know his real name?
Bernard.
Okay. And how did you meet Bernard, or the person whose nickname was BJ?
I was long time friends with him. Like, he used to come over my house and stuff. We grew up in the same neighborhood.
Okay. Was he friends with Miss Brazy?
I mean, I really don't know. I could just only speak for me, but we always around each other one time, yeah.
Okay. So I guess a better question is, did you and Miss Brazy and Mr. BJ, did you guys all hang out fairly often?
She didn't used to be with us, but when I used to hang with him, like, I used to see him in apartments and stuff like that. It was like a hey and bye situation.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors, back on February 23rd of 2019, did you work that day?
Yeah.
On the night of the shooting?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you work your regular shift or the hours that you talked about today, 3 to 11 p.m.?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors after your shift at McDonald's was over, what did you do next?
I went home, took a shower, and I was there like really the whole house was asleep. My mom, she was up and out. Like my sister, them, she was downstairs asleep. Everybody kept really telling me not to go out the door and go out the house with her that night. But me, I just wanted to be hard-headed, go with my friend, have fun. I went with my friend, and that's what went down.
Okay. And when you say go out of the house with her, who are you referring to?
I was with her, and we got in the car with Lerod.
So who's her?
Brazy, Tyra.
And so when you got home from work, was Brazy already at your house?
Yeah,
Okay. Can you tell the jurors why was she at your house?
because she was homeless, and she was already like asking me could she stay there and stuff. But my mom had already been telling me like she had to go prior to that because I guess she was doing stuff or giving them little signs when I was at work about what was going to go on and stuff like that. So my mom told me she had to go, but she was staying with me.
Okay. And you said you guys were leaving the house. Who picked you up?
Lil Rod.
And can you tell the jurors if you got off from work around 11, you went home, what time would you say you left your house that you live with your mom and Miss Brazy
I
was
can't
staying?
really remember what time we left.
Okay. Do you think you, after you got home from work, that you were home for an hour or 2 hours or longer?
Probably like an hour or two.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, do you remember what kind of car Lil Rob picked you up in?
Yes, it was a van.
It was a van?
Yes.
Remember what color?
No, I don't.
Okay. And I should have asked you this earlier, so I apologize. The people you're referring to as Little Rod and Bally, were they, do you know if they were around your same age?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you go to school with either one of them?
I'm not sure. I was introduced to them by her. Like, I didn't know them like that.
Okay. When you say her, who are you referring to?
Tahira.
Okay. Now, after Lil Rod picked you guys up, can you tell the jurors where did you go next?
I can't really remember.
Okay. What was the plans that night after you were leaving your mom's house?
I know, okay, we pulled up to Belly House. We got out the car. We went in the house and stuff like that. We in the house. I was talking to Bllelock then. Boom. After that, we went downstairs, played the game. I dozed off. In the midst of me dozed off, I hear Tahira on the phone saying, pull up, we finna do one. Do one mean fuck.
Okay. Well, let's not tell me what anybody said. So let's, you talk faster than any of us in the courtroom, okay? So let's just back up just a second. So you keep saying Bllelock and Bally. Is that the same person?
No.
Okay. So
Yes, it is, yes.
okay. So the person you know is Bally is his real name or the name he was given at birth. His last name Bllelock. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now you said that y'all went from your house when Little Rob picked you up. You went to Bally's house. Is that what you said? Yes.
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, do you remember, I guess, where the general area where Mr. Bally's house was?
I just knew it was some apartments. I don't remember, but I kind of do. Like, if I go there, I remember, but I don't really remember.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors, do you know or do you remember, you talked earlier about where you knew that Little Rod's house where he lived was off Cleveland. Do you know if the apartments you just described where Bally lived was close to the Cleveland house that you described where Little Rod lives?
Yeah, they stay across the street from each other.
Okay. Now, when you got to Bally's house, was it still just you, Miss Brazy, Lil Rod, and Bally? Was anybody else there?
I'm not sure. I just knew it was us four, though.
Okay. And you said once you got there, you dozed off? Yes?
Yeah, I went to sleep, and after that, I heard, like,
Well,
I hear her.
don't tell me what anyone said.
I heard her in the background, boom. After that, I heard what she said. I got up, In the midst of me getting up, Bllelock attacked me. I went out the door. I see a Dodge blue Charger pulling up. Next thing you know, I went to the car because BJ rolled down his window. And he was like, Mariah, where they at?
Just said her name.
He was asking me where somebody was. Boom. After that, me and him was talking about going to do, like, get some weed or whatever. Boom. After that.
Hold on 1 second. Ms. Smith. So
Yes.
you said there was a conversation. Was Miss Brazy, was she talking to somebody in the room or was she talking on the phone?
She was never outside with me.
No.
When I went out the door.
When you
Oh, she was over the phone. Yes, she was over the phone.
the conversation that woke you up was with Miss Brazy on the phone with was it a male or a female?
I'm not really sure. I don't know.
And you said then you went outside and there was a blue Charger.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta say yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. And when you got outside, did you know anyone did you know a blue Charger was gonna pull up?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And when you got outside and the blue Charger was there, did you recognize anyone inside the Charger?
Only BJ.
Okay. And was it just BJ in the car, or were there other people in the car?
It was 2 other people in the car, but I didn't know them.
Okay.
Never seen them.
Okay. Was this the first time you met him?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
And do you ever get into the car?
Yeah.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, once you got into the car, did you get introduced to, you said there was 2 other people in the car?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I mean, I can't really remember. I don't know. I just know we was all in the car.
Okay.
And we drove to the other side.
Was BJ driving? Was he in the passenger seat?
BJ was driving.
Okay. And do you know who was in the front seat when you got in?
And Jamari.
Okay. And who was seated in the back seat with you?
Brazy was by the door. I was in the middle, and little boy Red was on the other side.
Okay. So let's talk about that. So you said that you went outside and you met BJ and the people you met that night as Jamari and Red.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell the jurors, when does Brazy enter into the picture? When does she come outside?
She came outside when I got in the car.
Okay. And did she also get into the car?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Where in the car did she sit?
She sat by the door. I was in the middle.
Okay. So was she in the back with you?
Yes.
Okay. And so can you tell the jurors, when everyone's in the car, where are you guys going next?
I guess we was going to get weed.
Okay.
After that, we pulled over there, whatever she led them to, some apartments I never been in. I'm sitting in the car for a little minute. Next thing you know, she get out the car. She leaves. She come back and get me as soon as I got the car.
Hold on, before we get there. So how far did you go from where BJ in the blue Charger picked you up and took you to buy some weed? How far was that trip?
I mean, it was across the street, literally across the street.
And I think I heard you say.
So I saw My Pet Goldfish 101 saying they're heading out, going to bed because it's a different time zone where they are. Thank you so much for your kind words today. My Pet Goldfish had said, I want to thank you and the mods. Amazing job, which is super nice. So thank you for that. And I wanted to make sure I got to that before you head out. And also shout out to the mods. Thank you all so much. Mod love all the time. So My Pet Goldfish, if you are heading out, have a good one. Thank you so much for tuning in with us today and for your kind words.
That Ms. Brazy directed BJ where to go?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And when you guys got there, do you remember inside the car, did you or anybody else give anyone any money to purchase marijuana?
No.
Okay.
I don't remember.
Okay. And so once you get there, can you tell the jurors, do you all go inside to an apartment or?
No, she get out the car first. Then next thing you know, she come back and get me out the car, and the car just got shot up all of a sudden. But when we get out the car and we started running, I seen Bllelock and Leroy running towards the car, like literally shooting the car. I saw them.
Okay. And had you ever been, you said this was an apartment complex, had you ever been there before?
Never.
Okay. And I want to show you what's been marked. That's States Exhibit 10, N as in Nancy, N as in Nancy, through 19, N as in Nancy, N as in Nancy. let's start with States Exhibits 10, 11, and 12, and N, okay? You recognize those?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And how do you recognize them?
Because this were right here on this thing, I can't really.
Well,
know.
don't show us.
Okay.
Do
You can
have
show it to Mr. Abbasi who's questioning you, just don't show it to the jury.
Yes, ma'am. I remember this right here because this where we was parked at. This the breezeway I ran down to go in the back with Tahira. We was in the bushes, hiding right here until Lorette came to get us. She led us through a cut. We got in the car with him. They took me back to Bllelock house.
Let me ask you this question. In States Exhibits 10, N through 13, N, do those pictures fairly and accurately depict the apartment complex that you've described where you guys stopped to buy marijuana?
Yes.
Okay. And at this time around, the state would tender what's been marked as States Exhibits 10 through 13, N.
Those are admitted.
Okay. Now, I want to show you States Exhibits 13, 14, and 15, and can you tell me, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you recognize the photographs in States Exhibits?
Just the car that we was in that pulled up.
Okay. And is that vehicle or that's depicted in States Exhibits 14 through 16 and fairly and accurately depict the blue Charger that picked you up that night?
Yes.
This time around, the state would tender what's been marked as States Exhibits 14 NN through 16 NN.
Those are admitted.
Do they have the wrong ones? Yeah, it looks like, because they went through these, like, a bunch of them to see what was coming in or not. Seems like they got messed up. Shout out to Excited Utterance, realized she wasn't a member anymore. Became green again. And I think I was looking. We should be, when this is all done, redirecting over, if you guys are trying to catch up with the Sarah Boone trial. Excited Utterance on her channel has been covering that starting around 6 p.m. every day Eastern, which is really good. It lines up nicely with this trial ending. So if you're trying to watch both, Excited Utterance is the person to watch it with. I don't know which way I face.
Okay. So do you,
for you guys,
recognize and the vehicle depicted in States Exhibits 13, 14, and 15 NN fairly and accurately depict the Charger that picked you up?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This time around, the state would tender what's been marked as States Exhibits 13 through 15 NN.
14 through 16 or 13 through 15?
I misspoke. It is.
All right, those are admitted. 14 through 16, right?
It's 13 through 15. I apologize.
Okay, so what was, I thought it was 10 through 13 the first time around. Was it only 10 through 12?
I apologize. I
That's
got
okay.
confused this late now. It's so 10 through 12 NN
Okay.
are the max.
All right.
And then the car is 13 through 15.
Okay, those are all admitted.
Okay, so I want to put up on the screen in front of you here in a second, States Exhibit 10 NN, okay?
Okay.
And it's going to pop up right in the computer right in front of you, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Being put up. Ms. Smith, could you tell me, so you said you guys parked, the car parked?
Mm-hmm.
Yes? Gotta say yes for the record.
Yes.
And how long was Ms. Brazy, how long was she gone from the car when she left to go to the apartment?
I'm not really sure.
Okay, was it a few minutes? Was it an hour?
Probably like a couple of minutes.
Okay, and you said she came back?
Mm-hmm.
And can you tell the jurors, when she came back, why did she come back?
When she came back, she got me out the car. As soon as I got the car car got shot up.
Okay, and while they are pulling that up on the screen, I want to show you State Exhibit 17, 18, and 19. All right, so while that's getting put up there, can you tell me, do you recognize the photographs in State Exhibit 17 and through 19? And can you tell the jurors, how do you recognize those photographs?
Cause that's the breezeway we ran down.
Okay, do those exhibits, the photographs in State Exhibit 17 and through 19 and fairly and accurately depict, I guess, the apartment complex and the, bless you, the breezeway that you said that you guys ran after the shooting started?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender what's been marked as 17 and through 19 and.
Those are admitted.
All right. Okay. So can you show the jurors, do you see the red line that's in the middle of State's Exhibit 10 NN?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you see where it starts near the parking spaces?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, is that where the car parked, the Charger that you guys were in when you arrived?
I'm not sure what spot, but it was somewhere right there.
Okay, was it in that general area?
Yes.
Okay, and you talked about, I guess, after the shooting started, you saw Lil Rod and Bally, I guess, come running at the car, shooting at the car, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Can you kind of show the jurors the area which you saw them come running towards the vehicle with guns?
I mean, I really don't remember when I ran through the breezeway. I just knew I seen them.
Okay.
I don't remember.
And in 18 and can you tell the jurors, is this the breezeway that you're talking about as soon as it comes up? Do you see the breezeway?
Yes.
And is it the area in the middle of State's Exhibit 18 and where there's an opening with stairs?
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, you said you ran through that breezeway, and where did you go?
In some bushes with tire.
Okay, and the bushes, in relation to, I guess, the building that we're looking at, where you ran through the breezeway, where is this, I guess, the area with the bushes in the field?
I mean, the bushes was right there, literally, in the back. Like, as soon as we ran through the breezeway, the bushes was right there. It was a field in the bushes.
And in State Exhibit 10 and N, which will be in front of you in 2 seconds, can you kind of show the jurors?
Just skip through all of them.
Orient them, kind of where you ran through the breezeway and past the buildings.
I mean, I'm assuming these the bushes right here.
Well, I don't want you to assume. So, can you kind of circle the area or point to the area on the photograph?
You can't see it on the screen?
Oh, I forgot your screen isn't interactive. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna walk over here, okay? And I want you to tell me where to stop. So if this is the breezeway and you ran through it,
The bushes right there.
these bushes?
Mhm.
So the bushes at the top left-hand corner of State Exhibit 10 NN?
Yes.
Okay. And did you go to those the bushes or the area where the bushes were by yourself?
No, I was with Tahir.
Okay.
I ran in the bushes with her.
And you said you ran towards those bushes because you heard and saw Lil Rod and Bally shooting at the Charger.
Correct.
Can you tell the jurors how many shots did you hear?
I'm not sure.
Okay, did you hear one shot, two shot?
Multiple.
Okay, more than 10?
I'm not sure. I just know I heard shots.
Okay. And how long did you guys kind of, I guess, wait or stay in the bushes?
Not for long. Like after it happened, she led me through a cut with her, and we got in the car.
Okay. And prior to kind of going, I guess, through the cut into the car you just talked about, can you tell the jurors, as the shots are being fired at the charger, who's inside of it?
BJ, Jamari, and Red.
Okay. And as the shots are kind of ringing out and being fired towards the car, can you tell the jurors, do you see the charger that BJ, Jamari, and the person you knew as Red were in? Does it stay there or does it move?
It stopped. The car stopped, and only 2 people got out.
Okay. And when you say it stopped, how far did it get from the area you described where you guys had parked?
I'm not really sure. I just know I seen the car after.
Okay.
When we was in the bushes and stuff.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, when you saw the car after when you guys were in the bushes, do you see anybody get out of the car?
Only 2 people.
Okay. And do you, at the time the 2 people get out of the car, do you know who it is?
BJ and Red.
Okay. And
I didn't know at that time, but now I know.
Okay. So at that time you only knew 2 people got out of the car.
I never knew who they was though.
Okay. And you said you guys were in the bushes for a little while, and then you said your friend Miss Brazy, she led you through a cut. Yes.
Yes.
And how far, I guess, from the bushes, or how long does it take you to get from the bushes and through the cut to the car?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Was it a long walk?
I mean, I really can't remember like that. It's been so long.
Okay. And once you said, how did the car know, I guess, to where to pick you up?
I don't know. I was following her.
Okay. And who was driving the car?
Lil Rod.
Okay. And jurors, was it the same car that Little Rod had picked you up in earlier that night from your house?
Yes.
Okay. And once you got in the car, who was in it?
Just Lil Rod, me, and Tahir. That's it.
Okay. And where did you, Lil Rod, Miss Brazy, and you, where did y'all go next?
They took me back to Bllelock house.
Okay.
And we was there. They left, locked me in the basement, and went back to the scene.
Okay. And you said they locked you in a basement. Why did they lock you in the basement?
I don't know.
Okay. How long were they gone?
I mean, I'll say like 30 minutes at the most, because the mom came in, she was screaming and stuff. It's like she knew what was going on, and she locked me back inside the basement. After that.
Whose mom?
Bllelock.
Okay. And did you tell her what happened?
No.
Why not?
I mean, she was in a rage. She was looking for her son.
Okay. And did the time that you, I guess, are locked in the basement, did you have a phone?
Yes, I found like a little phone in there. I called my mom. I called her 2 times, but she never told me that no police was at her house right then. After that, I called my grandma. My grandma told me to call my mama back. I called my mama. My mama yelling and screaming, homicide at her door at this point. I tell my mom where I'm at. At this point, I'm scared. I really don't know what to do. I didn't tell them that I talked to my mom when they came back. They just kept telling me that we was going to the basketball court. They come back. I played like I ain't talked to nobody or nothing. We all get ready to go out the house. The police pull up. Everybody take out running except me.
Okay. Now, you said you found a phone in the basement to use. Did you have a phone that night? Your own phone?
No, I didn't have no phone. No.
Where was it?
I mean, I didn't have my particular phone on me. I don't even think I had a phone.
Okay.
At that moment.
And when you got back to Valley's house, and before they leave you in the basement, is Valley and Little Rod, is there any conversation about what just happened?
Yeah, like they was getting calls from people people was telling them about.
Speculation, hearsay.
Let me ask, I'll ask a more direct question, okay? So, and I should ask you this first. So, when you guys get to Bally's house, is he already there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
And you three go back, I guess, you, Miss Brazy, and Lil Rod, you all go down to the basement. Is that where Bally is? Yes? Okay, so I just want to ask you these direct questions. So what do you hear Little Rod and Bally discussing about what happened with the shooting?
I mean, I really don't know what to say because they keep saying objection every time I say something, so I really don't know.
All right, I get it.
You don't worry about what they say. Just stop, and then if he asks you another question, unless you hear objection again, go ahead and answer.
Okay.
So just tell me what Bally and Lil Rod say. Don't tell me what anybody else said, okay?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I really don't know.
Do they say, well, let me ask you this. Are they talking about the shooting of the Charger?
Yes.
Okay, what do they say?
I mean, I just hear Bllelock saying, "Oh man, I ain't know that was him, this and the third."
Okay, and does Lil Rod say anything?
I'm not sure.
Okay, and as they continue to talk, would you say they're kind of bragging about the shooting?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And then how long, I guess you guys, let me back up. You said you're going, when they get back, you said you go to a basketball court?
We didn't never make it there
Okay. And why didn't you ever make it there?
because the police came.
Okay. And you said when the police came, everybody else ran?
Yes.
Okay. And do you go with the police
Yes.
anywhere from, I guess, the area where the basketball court is?
Yes, I went with them.
All right. And where do you go?
Down to homicide investigation.
Okay. And do you remember, do you speak with a Detective Hogan and a Detective Casey?
Yes.
Okay. And when you, I guess, are talking with Detective Hogan and Detective Casey, does your sister, I guess, come down to APD
Yes.
headquarters?
Yes, she did.
And when you first begin to talk with Detective Hogan and Detective Casey, is it just you and the two of them in the room?
I'm not really sure.
Okay. And tell me this, when you initially start, I guess, answering the questions that the detectives have for you, can you tell the jury, are you honest? Do you tell them the truth about what happened that night?
I mean, at first I was kind of shook up. I kind of lied a couple of times, but when my sister came in there, I felt more comfortable and told the truth.
Okay. And do you, I guess,
I hate when interviews happen with somebody else present that's anybody other than an attorney. You heard her? She said she lied a couple times because she was scared. But then her sister was sitting there with her and she got it straight and felt more comfortable.
kind of tell them a
And that's not uncommon.
series of stories and lies about what you knew happened with the shooting of Jamari?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And why do you tell them several different stories or different lies as they're questioning you?
Because I was scared.
Response.
Self-serving what?
That's her up out of.
You can answer.
Paige isn't picking up what you guys are.
Could you ask me again?
So why don't you tell them the truth as they continue to ask you questions?
Because I was scared. I was feared. I never been in nothing like that. I don't even get in trouble. I don't even have a record. So,
What were you scared of?
I mean, life. Things go on.
Now, you said your sister, they let your sister eventually come in the room with you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And when she comes into the room, can you tell the jurors, I guess, why do you feel, or do you begin to tell them what told the jury that you saw Bally and Lil Rod do to your friends inside the blue Charger.
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what about your sister being in the room, I guess, makes you feel more comfortable to tell the truth?
Yes.
What about her being in the room?
I mean, I felt more comfortable
Okay. Why?
because that's my sister. She was there with me.
Okay. Now, do you remember during the speaking with the detectives, are you able to give them like the Instagram names or usernames for Little Rod and Bally?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to show you, do you, I guess, do you look up Lil Rod's Instagram and give them pictures
Yes.
or show them pictures? Okay. Let's see. So I want to show you in State Exhibits 23 NN and 24 NN. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
And how do you recognize those?
Because that's Lil Rod.
Okay. And are those the photos of Little Rod that you showed and sent to the detectives on February 23rd of 2019?
Yes.
And do those photographs fairly and accurately depict or are copies of the photos that you showed and gave both Detective Hogan and Detective Tracy?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would tender what's been marked as States Exhibits 23 and 24, N as in Nancy, N as in Nancy.
Those are admitted.
All right, so I want to publish those photos. Now, in States Exhibit 23, is this how I guess, how Little Rod looked back in February of 2019?
Yes. I'm not sure if that's how he looked, but that was a picture of him.
Okay. And is that the same with States Exhibit 24, N as in Nancy, N as in Nancy?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see in both of those photos, the person you've described as Little Rod is holding a gun?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors the guns that you see in either one of those photos, does it look similar to the gun that you saw Little Rod with on?
I'm not sure. I'm not familiar what type of guns they had.
Okay.
Are they wrapping it up?
Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about, we just talked about the guns. Can you describe to the jurors, do you remember telling the detectives or describing for the detectives I guess, the type of guns or the size of the guns that you saw that night?
I'm not sure.
Okay, do you remember describing?
Sustained.
Well, during that interview on February 23rd of 2019, do you remember describing, I guess, the length of one of the guns that you saw Little Rod with?
I'm not sure.
Okay, overruled.
You can answer.
You can answer.
I'm not sure.
Okay. When you say you're not sure, do you not remember?
No, I don't.
Okay. So you don't remember describing for Detective Hogan and Detective Tracy that you saw Little Rod with a long gun?
I probably did. It's been so long. I
Okay.
don't know. I'm not sure for real.
And do you remember specifically talking about the statements that you heard Little Rod and Bally saying after they got back to, or after y'all got to Bally's house? Do you remember telling the detectives about that?
Objection, leading.
I'm not sure.
Overruled.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Paige wants to go.
When you say you're not sure, do you not remember telling the specific statements that you heard Little Rod and Bally talking about at Bally's house to the detectives on February 23rd of 2019 during that interview?
I don't remember.
So do you don't remember telling Detective Hogan and Detective Tracy that you heard Little Rod say, "We really just popped them N-words"? Do you remember?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And then Bally, you heard Bally say, "Hell yeah, one."
I'd ask for a limiting instruction. This is not going B2E, this is spilling beans. I would object to anything used against Mr. Wood.
I don't know what the full thing is going to be.
I mean, I don't object to I guess the limiting instruction we've been giving as it relates to any statements previously made by any previous co-defendants.
I don't think that was exactly his objection. Y'all come up to the bench with us for me.
They're going to work out limiting instructions with spilling the beans. So she's probably about to say that either Lil Rod or Bllelock spilled something to her. So there's probably, Steele's probably requesting some limiting instruction on, you know, you're about to hear what somebody said, but you are the determiner of the credibility of what is being relayed to you here. And also, good question, how are they allowed to say the statements if she says she doesn't remember? I don't know. They're not really like asking to refresh her recollection or anything. And she's saying she really doesn't. She's like insisting she doesn't remember. I have some, I'm confused about some of the storyline here, right? Like, she said Bllelock attacked her at some point before she gets in the blue Charger. So I don't really, at first that sounded like inflammatory, like she was ready to spill all and just say, Rod did this, Bllelock did this. And then later she was treating it like they kind of like rescued her and got her out of harm's way. So I don't know, I'll probably rewatch this when Nick Starro does his recap and try to make the order of events line up a little better, because I didn't watch like Lil Rod's trial for this actual murder charge. The reason that this is part of this indictment is because they're trying to say that that murder and then the attempted murder for the other two guys in the car, that they want this jury in this trial under this indictment to determine whether or not those things were an overt act, whether they were done in furtherance of whichever OCGA statute that is. I need to learn them. I need to memorize them. But conspiracy. But yeah, I'm like trying to, I'm trying to figure it out. There's a little bit that makes sense, and then there's parts that don't make sense. So. And again, it could be a memory thing too. So we'll see. We'll see what they come up with this limiting instruction.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you know, I've already told you a couple of times that sometimes witness comes in, a testimony, evidence only comes in for a limited purpose or against only particular people, and this is another one of those circumstances. So you have just heard and are going to hear about statements by Bllelock and Defendant Ryan, and you may consider those statements only against defendant Ryan and only as to count one. You may not consider either of the statements from Bllelock or Ryan as to any other count, and you may not consider them in any way in determining the guilt or innocence of any of the other defendants in this case besides Mr. Ryan is to count one. Okay. All right, let's get the witness back in.
So she's about to tell us what they allegedly said to her after all this. Oh, we're reapproaching.
We've done that beforehand, but yes.
Yeah. So the Honorable, yeah, that love the name change here. Need a YSL J apt emoji to pair with Doug. I know we need a lot of emojis. They are kind of limited in how many I can have. Maybe a temporary one for J apt, because I think we have Doug back in the courtroom soon. You guys ask for like a ton of new emojis every day. We got to vote some emojis out. Gap Girl says she should be embarrassed. This was talking about the previous witness, Underwood. I think that was very damaging for the state. To be honest, I feel like they could have just done without trying to get any of that testimony in. Like, to be honest, do you think the jury really forgot the picture of Yak standing on the car? I would have made the strategic call, like, if we don't really know, maybe we don't need to call her, but I guess they wanted it for the record. But that was a whole time. Steven says, I'm committing a crime when I wax my car. You know, honestly, I thought she was about to go off about how wax means, like, to wax somebody. And she didn't. She was just talking about the, like, vinyl. So I was actually really relieved that it didn't go down that road. KRE Divinity says, ladies and gentlemen, Maximilian, middle name reports, Shart. And I really liked, that was pretty short. I thought it'd be longer from Shart, but I liked the way Shart did his cross-examination with Underwood. Like, go after the training. You were trained by yourself, essentially. You know, APD training, APD. It's circular. I thought he did really good with that. Closed out on a punchy note. So, and shout out, not only does Max ask about these reports, but man, every time Brian Steele gets to ask anybody, do you use technology at all? Do you know of anything that just deletes automatically in a lump sum format on its own at a certain date? Oh man, the two of them. Thank you so much for the super. Mike the Mob says, this is why you need to rely on evidence and not testimony. You'll have to walk a thin line. Now remember, testimony is technically evidence, but I get what you're saying. Like, things, actual tangible things that aren't just words out of somebody's mouth. We need other stuff that can at least corroborate. And a lot of this stuff we heard from Underwood, and then with Dennis, and then with Gaither, and even with Thorpe. Like, the best corroboration we have is somebody also happened to drive a Tahoe. Well, that doesn't really corroborate much when you also argue that the song mentions 12, and 12 can also drive Tahoes. So, a little bit more stuff to corroborate what your theory is would be great. Otherwise, your testimony isn't really great evidence. So, thank you so much for the 5. Deliterate D for deliterate, says, the state is really showing their fanny. Thank you for the opportunity to pronounce it as Fanny. If Nick Staro's in the chat, one of my favorite things, you know, he's in Sweden. I guess the word fanny means butt in the United States, like rear end in the United States. But in Europe, fanny means the front part of a woman. So that's one thing I always thought was really interesting about how words have different meanings. So thank you here for the super. David Raposa, thanks for becoming a slime. Stephen T. Satchel says, lurking while preparing my ballot. Now, guys, if you want to avoid any hiccups, you think you might not be available to vote, and you plan on voting, I'm hearing a lot of states are already, you can go vote. You can get it out of the way. So, and you might be mailing it if you're preparing it at home. but still. in any case, early voting is opening in a lot of places. I know a lot of people also like to vote on election day itself. But great reminder. And don't forget, Judge Whitaker reminded us, she told the jury, she said, I just want to let you know that early voting has started in Georgia. You guys can go vote. So don't have any excuses for me. Don't be late on November 5th. We're running this court. We're going to be here. We're going to have a full trial day. So keep that in mind. Also, big shout out to Excited Utterance. Before we had this long testimony, and I've been locked in trying to understand, she also gifted 5 memberships.
So
super, super nice.
Sorry, are you ready? I just referenced statements by Bllelock and Defendant Ryan, and what the court means to say is that according to this witness, statements were made. The court's not making any kind of finding or comment or determination whether the statements were in fact made, whether they exist or not. Okay, obviously it's up for you to determine all of the evidence in the case. So, okay.
That's a big correction, because when a judge says something, you don't really challenge too much of what a judge says. If they tell you something like, well, now the witness is going to tell you what really happened, that sounds like the judge is vouching for something. And here, we're about to hear alleged statements, spilling the beans, of Bllelock and Rodelius Ryan to this witness that's on the stand. She's relaying. So this is a great clarification and very sharp of his counsel. Hold on, we got to approach. Well, I wish you'd done that earlier. No, this is a problem you need to take the time to correct, Whitaker.
Back with the witness. All right, go ahead, Mr. Abadi.
You guys had pointed out in the chat, and I had thought it on my own, and I wasn't going to say it out loud because I don't know, but this is the second time we're hearing it when they bring the witness back, and I don't really hear that when they walk other witnesses back and forth. So are you guys hearing metal? Like maybe it's jewelry on her? My brain is kind of curious why we're hearing that kind of jangle there.
Thank you, Judge. Now, Ms. Smith, we think we left off. Do you remember talking to and telling the detectives that you had then heard Valley, or the person you call Valley or Bllelock, say, hell yeah, one of them N-words dead twin?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And I want to show you State's Exhibit 20, N as in Nancy, N as in Nancy. And do you recognize the photograph depicted in 20 NN?
Yes.
And how do you recognize that photo?
That was the little boy that was shot in the car.
Okay. And does it fairly and accurately depict the person you met that night is Jamari in that photograph?
Yes.
Your Honor, the State Pretender, what's been marked as State's Exhibit, what did I say, 22 NN? 20 NN, I'm sorry.
20 NN, it's admitted.
Now, Ms. Smith, can you tell the jurors, did you set up BJ, Jamari, and Red to be shot that night?
No.
Okay. Did you know that Bally and Little Rod were going to come running out, shooting at the Charger with BJ, Jamari, and Red?
No.
After all of this happened, Ms. Smith, can you tell the jurors, did you fear for your life after this?
Yeah.
Okay, tell me why.
Because my mama's house got shot up multiple times. I was working, I was receiving threats. People went to my sister's job. It was just a lot of stuff that happened pertaining to this situation.
Thank you, Ms. Smith.
All right, are there any defense questions to this witness?
And shout out to the mods. I know we're talking about voting, but
No, we
make
need to go
sure.
ahead and get moving on this, so it's time.
make sure we're not causing trouble. You know, we keep politics to a minimum unless something's relevant. So shout out to the mods for holding it down in the chat. And I saw someone in the chat asking about Cash App, but anyone that was willing to provide their Cash App as the mod, I do put them in the descriptions, just so you guys know.
Good morning. Good afternoon. I'm attorney Angela D. Williams, and I represent Rodeo Tour. And I'm going to talk to you about what you testified to at the trial in September 2021. Do you remember testifying?
I kind of don't.
You don't remember?
No,
Do you
I don't.
That's fine. Do you know how to read?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Going right into her prior testimony. Hard to be a Pawsey McPauserton, but when they were writing so ferociously earlier, even though she was relaying hearsay statements, I believe they were letting it go because they wanted these contradictory pieces of testimony. So let's see what we cook up.
All right.
So Adam just asked to approach. So, oh man. And guys, by the way, while excited utterance, also we call her Hella. So if you hear me say Hella instead of her screen name, I just switch them back and forth, but that's who I'm talking about. She will be starting her Sarah Boone trial coverage today at 6 p.m. Eastern. This will redirect, but we might be a little late getting over there. Also tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern is Club Classy over on Classy Beach channel. So that's a good time, great way to decompress and do something different than some of these stressful trial days. So as far as Nick, I'm assuming he's going to also do a recap, Nick Starro. Let me see if he has one scheduled. Which is great if you just want to digest it twice, especially like this testimony with this witness. There's something I want to, okay, he started his already, so he is doing a
We're gonna
recap.
break here for the
Oh my
day
gosh.
and start back again at 9. So I'm going to excuse y'all with your same instructions as always.
All right, so they're excusing. So there we go. That's the end of the testimony for today. We'll get the housekeeping after the jury gets out. In the meantime, thank you to Old Grumpy Batman, who says, just because you make me laugh. Love to hear it. Glad I can do that for you. T-Vel says, De Williams, this is going to be your time to shine. I know you're underpaid and your client deserves to be incarcerated, but I'm rooting for you on cross. Now, I'm actually kind of curious what the appeal is going to be like for Bllelock and Rodalius Ryan. So, I don't know if I...
And Ms. Smith, I'm sorry to have to
I don't
make
know
you
what I
come back
think.
tomorrow, but we're going to need you back here at 9 tomorrow as well. I think it was just going to take too long to get through it all today. So sorry about that.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you're excused. Yeah.
Yeah, it might be like jangly bracelets. But yeah, I don't know. That kind of sucks. So... Ike says, Kat, you are wicked smart.
So
You're
the
headed
issue
to
on the floor
Boston,
had
travel
been,
safely.
Misty Williams reference to a trial and how that needs to get handled. And I had asked at the bench, was the state intending to ultimately tender Mr. Ryan's conviction at trial for this murder? Because if that's the case, then they're going to know there was a trial. And otherwise, and if so, we need the limiting instructions still. And if not, then we need to figure out how we're going to refer to, if testimony is going to get used, how to refer to it.
Prior proceeding.
Right. And that would certainly work. So what's the state's intention with regard to whether you're introducing the conviction?
The state intends to do so, Your Honor, but I honestly wasn't going to mention it or do so until
Basically, yes is the answer.
Yes.
All right, then we need the limiting instruction, and we're going to need that probably, before tomorrow. And, yes, sir.
Your Honor, and I'm not trying to step over Ms. D. Williams' case. From my perspective, I'm not sure under what legal theory the conviction would be entered. Mr. Ryan is, to my knowledge, unless he testifies, it wouldn't be for impeachment. The legal determination by another jury, I don't understand the relevance. I mean, this jury needs to make a decision, and this is listed as an overt act, to my understanding, in this indictment. So we're inviting the jury to know that a separate jury made a factual determination on one of the overt acts, and I view that as problematic.
Well, I think that, as to Mr. Ryan, that's evidence against him, and he's frankly already been confronted with it. The issue is with regard to anybody else.
Well, from my perspective, and I understand what you're saying, Your Honor, but why would we're hearing from witnesses in court.
I mean, I guess in the same way that some other co-defendants' guilty pleas have come in.
But those would be admissions. This is not an admission. This is just a determination by a separate jury, which I don't believe that's not evidence as I understand it.
What's the state's response?
So instead of just giving you an off-the-cuff answer, I'd like to do some.
All right, so we're going to have to arrive really early in the morning because these are some pretty critical issues that I have raised over and over with y'all that we were going to have to deal with this when it came to Mr. Ryan's conviction, and I think Mr. Kendrick might have a plea or something as well. So I don't want to wait till first thing in the morning for them. But of course, that seems to be the way we do a lot of the things we do in this case, off the cuff. So get something to everybody as soon as possible, including potential limiters. All right, where are we on the Wooney Lee evidence? Since I assume he's going to get reached sooner rather than later this week as well, right?
Your Honor, I had sent out a document we received from the state which had the compilation of everything they originally submitted that they wanted to offer into evidence with Mr. Wooney Lee. I think the state has possibly gone through and eliminated some pages, but they've not finished doing that as of earlier. So if they want to specify which pages, and we can raise our objections. It was a document I sent earlier, 31 pages.
So, Your Honor, I have, and he's going to be testifying in this trial. And so unlike the Bllelock Instagram that we hashed out before putting up this act, the predicates for introducing his Instagram, for the most part, there is a couple that I do believe are co-conspirator statements. He's also testifying that they would be via impeachment in terms of the right predicate questions. And so when what this PDF that defense counsel and the state are working off of is items that the state had identified, I think back in August, or when we made this larger co-conspirator statement of party opponent Dropbox link that we shared with all counsel. And so that what I'm doing is, as the state continues to do, looking at what the state had organized as potential either co-conspirator statements or items that would address in Instagram with this witness, the universe of items that need to be pre-litigated, so to speak, in terms of these are group threads, messages that he makes to other parties. So what me and Ms. Abbasi were doing was just, I was going through them, giving courts previous rulings and thinking through the efficiency of this witness and what the state wants to use. And so,
might we reach him tomorrow?
We could reach him tomorrow, Your Honor. I think it's most likely to reach him Wednesday.
Okay.
But we could reach him tomorrow.
So then our lunch will be spent at least partly hashing out whatever y'all don't sort out.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay.
And I do think one key thing with this witness is pre-hashing out. It's essentially what questions the state can ask is kind of predicated on these items, because the state, other than just a small few, can't introduce any of these Instagrams unless we ask the question. So for example, some of these are firearms. If we asked this witness a question about, has he ever possessed firearms, ever sold firearms to other YSL members? I'm using hypotheticals for purposes of this. The court may let us ask one of those questions. He may agree. We can never get these in. The court and the state would not intend to ask him repetitive questions on that. And so I highlight that in terms of this evidence for him is just like, for example, if he said something contradictory on the stand, the state could use, as impeachment purposes, a wide range of items.
Right.
So I just highlight that for the court in terms of the efficacy of going through his specific Instagram before he
if y'all
testifies.
end up concluding that this is just kind of normal trial evidence, that if it comes in for impeachment because he needs to get impeached, then it comes in just like anything else, that's fine. If it's stuff that we're going to have to litigate other issues about, even if it does come in, then obviously I'll need to know that.
Yes, Your Honor.
So y'all need to be thinking about and working on that before lunchtime
I
tomorrow.
just need to know which ones the state actually
Well,
intends
y'all
on.
can get together on that. Okay, so witnesses, and I know we haven't gotten through all of the Monday witnesses, but witnesses 3 and 4, you now intend to call both of those people or no? Or is that just still an either or? It was an either or before. You don't know?
It's like, yes.
Your Honor, it was an either or before. Depending on how these witnesses testify, the state may need to call both of them. And so out of an abundance of caution, they are both included there.
And then ADA Hiles, is he like taking
They
the
wanna
place
call
of
another
some other
ADA?
witness? 'Cause
Yes,
I
Your
didn't
Honor.
see him on this list before.
So, Your Honor, he testified in the initial trial specifically about
Mr. Ryan's trial?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
And so there's trial transcripts. He actually testified at the motion for new trial as well. And so when defense counsel and I, and by defense counsel, I mean Ms. D. Williams, Ms. Sabasi, and myself, given the guardrails, so to speak, of his testimony is well lined out, he's essentially describing these Instagram records that both so that witness is replacing what initially on that list was going to be either investigator Viverito or Sprinkle for the Jamari Holmes murder.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
And just FYI for the media, it is okay to show that witness whenever he takes the stand. Hiles. All right. And can I also just ask, as long as we're talking about scheduling, I know y'all are going to circle back on your big order of proof and exhibits list to Mr. Arnold at some point, and y'all have indicated the date. Other than him, is there any other witness in the first 50 that the state still intends to call? Are we through with those acts and counts and what have you? How about if y'all just take a look at that tonight and let me know in the morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Because it appears to me that we're through most of 1 through 50, like I said, other than Arnold, but just let me know. Okay. All right. I think we need to be here at 8:30 in the morning. And that probably is, we're still, I'll see whether we end up starting at 9 or not. Hopefully we can, if y'all can get me things.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. See everybody at 8:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Are they actually stopping here? Will they stop here? And also, real quick, let's put these hand in hand. We'll mute this. Toothless Tiger had said again that news that Ashley Merchant, because remember, she took the stand in the public records request hearing. Toothless Tiger, thank you so much. Good to see you. Says, Kat, congratulations to Merchant Law Firm. My shero, Ashley Merchant, has successfully won in court the challenge against the Fulton County DA's office for untimely providing open records requests. And at the end of the day, the victory is one thing, but I also think the battle was interesting. Just the attitude, well, we didn't think your request, we thought your request was frivolous. Kind of interesting if you live in Fulton County and you should have access to records that should be accessible through public records requests. And that's the attitude that's dished out. You know, the battle, I think, is just as telling as the outcome. But going hand in hand, some context here from Jason. Ashley Merchant ruling could change depending on the ruling on Gonzalez v. Miller. Supreme Court ruling tomorrow. So that's off my radar a little bit. Thanks for putting it on the radar. Interesting to see. And I mean, hopefully, if something should be accessible through a public records request, that problem's fixed. But thank you for putting this on my radar, Jason, and wanted to read those comments together for you guys there. Steven's joking here. Yeah, we didn't make it too far into that questioning, but we did get someone asked if someone could read. That's a first. So there we go with that. And guys, I really don't know what to make of Miss Smith's testimony quite yet. I'm waiting to see what Cross puts together for me, but we don't get that today. So sorry, I don't really have much background information on, you know, does the storyline, what is it? What was the A to Z? I really just don't have it on this storyline. I didn't follow Rodalius Ryan or Daimoni Bllelock. They're separate trials, so. But we'll learn more. We'll learn more. And then Stephen also says, finish, I'll be redirecting to early voting. There we go. KC Dog says, what happened to that trial testifying training? Yeah, a whole mess all around. And as far as this issue at the end of the day, guys, I swear I thought this issue was litigated about Rodalius Ryan, mention of the previous conviction. I'm not saying I remember what the outcome was. I just swear we've heard about it so many times that I'm just shocked that we don't actually have a ruling or an outcome there. So I guess that's one of the big messes of a trial this long, with someone that keeps deferring homework over and over. L. Allen showing love to the mods here. Thank you so much, L. Allen. Monday mod power. Shannon Alexander, back to the prior witness, Underwood. Get her, love it, Mickey D's commercial. Sing, y'all. And don't mention McDonald's, because Brian Steele's going to barge into this chat asking us if we know how video cameras work. Oh, man. Thank you so much for the 2. Squirrel Brain is out here sniping with the gifted membership. Thank you so much. My Pet Goldfish, thank you again. If you somehow are still here listening, thank you so much to all your support today. 7 Angels wants to forward to not guilty, please. Look, my feed, as far as it goes, I can't jump 100 days into the future, unfortunately. Shout out to 7 Angels. Y Turner says, told y'all last week that 30 years means nothing. So, you do this training, you've been in this career for 30 years, you claim to be an expert in certain things, and then we find out that not so much. And not only are you not really an expert in these things, but you didn't really investigate all of the stuff that one would think you would have looked at. So big problem there. And I wonder what the jurors are making of it, because they might not think like us. So, and we're not really a monolith. We're not really like one big cohesive thought in the chat. But I do think like 99% of us are like, there is some stuff that it's weird they didn't look at. I think most of us in the chat agree on that regard. Thank you, Y Turner. One happy white girl says Steele should ask her what genre of music she listens to. She's just gonna say Usher. Shout out to one happy white girl who says, does she know anything about music? Right, we should have gotten these questions. She's just gonna say Usher again. At least she knew who Lil Wayne was. Give her that. The Juice World thing was funny though, just Bad Boy. It's like, I wonder if her brain was stuck on Diddy news, like Bad Boy stuff relating to Diddy, and it just like blocked her brain out, or if she really didn't at all look at a collaborator on a song that she's testifying about. Oh man, a whole problem. Seven Angel says, Cat and chat, thank you for allowing me to be part of the gang. You don't even need to use quotes. You don't even need to use quotes. Welcome aboard. Thank you so much for the 5. Lottie B says, I'm an expert in rap lyrics because I can read words and I can see what they mean. FFS, shout out to FFS if you're in the chat. She's a bigger disaster than Dennis. And I kind of agree, not because of her in and of itself, right? But the fact that she followed Dennis, and it was like, we're going to clean up the thing that Dennis messed up on. And then it not only did it not get better, but she did the same thing, mentioning something that she shouldn't have mentioned. As an experienced investigator who's testified before, we did the same oopsie. So I think for that order of events, she's a bigger disaster for the state than Dennis was. Because it's like a 2-for-1 special. Thank you so much for the super, Lottie V. Stephen T. Satchel says, and she probably doesn't know anything about multi-track recording either. I don't think she looked at any of that. Like, the music expert is really just her saying, somebody put a song in front of me and I picked out a word and I decided that it meant something bad. That's it. Like, she didn't get into any music artistry at all. Nick Johnson, see, this is why, great example for the state. Tons of martini glasses here, and says, drink up. We killing one too. We're killing 12 drinks, right? How do you know what it means if you're killing 12? Like, 12 drinks. There you go, and that's why lyrics, I'm all around against the use of lyrics to prosecute unless, and this should be the rare circumstance, there is a substantial showing that the lyrics we want to use against somebody are particular, are specific, are highly likely to be about this specific event, specific thing that we're alleging. So I'm with you, Nick. Great example to illustrate. Cheers. Shantez says, look at Hilton. She's on the edge of her seat for sure. Yeah, I pulled this up. They looked like they were like going like this the longer cross went on for Underwood. And I always like to see that stuff. Like, you guys didn't expect defense attorneys to ask these questions? How are they a surprise to you? But who knows? Thank you so much for the 5. Yeah, Peter Ortiz, we're going to Steele's cross-examination here. He's giving Hilton the gotcha look. Yep, Steele is really great at asking a question while the witness figures it out or is giving a long-winded answer. He might look at the jury, he might look at the defense. When it's a gotcha question, the state, he looks at the state like yeah, I asked that, and I know their answer is not helpful to all of the things you're saying about my client. So, love to see it. Thank you so much, Peter. L. Allen says, and I don't know how you became an, quote, expert. Oh, the most beautiful part of today was the expert witness walking back from being called an expert witness. Just great stuff. Stephen T's definition here, expert. Good enough for the state, no depth in the eyes of the defense, inconceivable. And this is so funny because this is before she walked back from wanting that title. Thank you so much, Stephen. Sherry Aguilar out here sniping somebody. Thank you for making somebody green. And hold on, I don't know. I've got a language barrier here, so what does odele mean? Odele los limos. What do we got? Something about a limousine. I need an assist from the chat. You guys are probably like so quick at translating this stuff. What is this? Odele the slimes? Wait, what does odele mean? It translated to the slimes. I mean, good enough. We know it's the slimes. But this is what I've got. So I don't really mind what Odelay means, but thank you so much for something something slime. Love it. Jason Sorensen says, Page, quote, "It's never enough. It's too vague. It didn't rise to that level." The DA could literally jump Jeffrey and she would say it was an accident. Do. Yeah. And I wonder, this could be a good example of trying to be nice after being harsh on the state. Good to see you today, Jason. Thank you for the 5. Byron the Great, I almost said the GOAT, but either or, says, "In front of the jury is crazy work. Young Thug a millionaire, everyone else was hitting licks." Yeah, his lifestyle, it's like she thought he wrote a song about lifestyle, and I'm just going to throw that in the mix. It's his lifestyle because he said it in a song, one of his hit songs. Like, all right, lady, all right. Thank you so much, Byron. One happy white girl said, "The Dixie Chicks didn't get no charges for killing Earl in Goodbye Earl." Very selective there. And it's like, do you guys on a daily, listen to music and you hear something suspect in the lyrics and, overinterpret it just to think of this trial and how an overzealous detective or an overzealous prosecutor might conclude those lyrics mean something else? I walk around thinking about this trial way too much now. Thank you so much, One Happy White Girl. Throwback there. Crispy Clean says, "Ashley Merchant is a masterclass on the stand." And guys, I've got to catch up and be able to watch that, but I'm just going to take this at face value and say, I believe you. I believe you. And Crispy Clean, if you would wear a wire. And the reference I'm making here, we looked back at Detective Viverito's transcript hearing from her Daubert hearings, and she says that her reason for believing that Young Thug was doing things in furtherance of a gang is because Kenneth Copeland said so, and he said he would wear a wire. She didn't actually make him wear a wire, but just a suggestion was enough for her to conclude that Kenneth Copeland was truthful. So that's the reference I'm making there. Those transcripts are linked in the description. Great stuff. Check them out. But yeah, I agree. I can imagine Ashley Merchant masterclass on the stand and really can't wait to watch that. So thank you for building up the excitement. Oh my gosh. KC Dog says, "The irony of Thug's lifestyle almost granted mistrial." Yes. Sorry, I wish I saw this right when I was saying it, because now it sounds like I could have just pulled this up and you probably say it better. So KC Dog says, "The irony of Thug's lifestyle almost granted mistrial. If I was defense counsel, I'd ask if she ever heard that song. You know she has, LOL." Yep. See, you said it better. I wish I saw this. Oh, thank you so much, KC Dog. Touche says, "Steele is masterful. His lawyering makes me want to be better at my job." I really do think beyond his lawyering, some careers, success, the skills you need to develop and hone in and the life experience, it's got to be well-rounded. And I really think Steele is so good at reading people and adjusting himself to make sure he's approaching people in the right way that they'll reciprocate what he's trying to put out and give to them. And I really think Steele is excellent and skilled in many, many ways, which put those things together, you've got great, great lawyering. Wonderful, wonderful to see. And really, so many great lawyers in this room. So, kind of love all of them. And do you guys ever feel like they match their client? Can you really picture anyone having a different attorney? If they played musical chairs, it just wouldn't make sense to me. I feel like Doug and Yak are like this. I don't know. I feel like Shannon Stillwell and Sharp. I feel like Matthews and Huey. I don't know. I just see it. And then you've got Mr. Williams, who really is looking out for Rodalius Ryan, doing his laundry. I've heard that she's helping to make sure his clothes are cleaned, washing his stuff. These attorneys and the clients in this case are like peas in a pod. And I can't picture it shifted around with other matchups. So really interesting to think about how that works. Casey Dog also says this makes Paige either look so gullible or biased for the state. You qualified this woman as an expert talking about Underwood. Yep. And it makes Whitaker look stupid 2 days in a row. You qualify Dennis and then he does that. And then you qualify Underwood and then Underwood does that. So double whammy there. And again, I've said it before, I really think Whitaker is kinder to women. I don't think she wants to make, I think she plays into, she takes it to heart that people expect women to be more sensitive, and if you offend them, they might start crying, and men have thick skin. And I really think she said that she didn't really think that this witness should have known better the same way Dennis should have known better. I don't know, part of that I feel like might be because she gave a female the benefit of the doubt. Maybe. Just possibly. So, she just didn't want to see someone get upset or cry or something. Victor Johnson says, Kat Nat Williams is the best. Keep it up. Thank you so much for the kind words, Victor. And I wanted to close out on a positive note. So we had been celebrating Muck Duck Inc.'s birthday all day. If you guys could say happy birthday one more time to Muck Duck Inc., that would be awesome. And right in line, we've got Stephen T. Satchel gifting out 10 gifted memberships. So presents all around, celebrations all around. And we're going to close out with a theme song sent over by Survivor Speaks. It'll be like a little hootenanny. So happy birthday to Muck Duck. Thank you for sharing the joy all around, Stephen. And we're going to get to this song where, and I want to get this correct, Survivor Speaks wrote the lyrics, put it through AI to create the actual song through share-ai.music. So this is what we're going to hear as we close out. When this stream does end, it will go over to Sarah Boone with Excited Utterance. Nick Starro is also live right now. And then, of course, we will have Club Classy tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern. So as you guys head out, stick around, hit that like button if you come over to Excited Utterance's show. Say happy birthday on the way out to Muck Duck. And a big thank you to Stephen T. Satchel for the gifts. We're going to hit the play. Let's get this going. And see you guys tomorrow morning.
Love is on the run. Love is on the run. She wanted to charge this Rico, now she realizes it's no fun. Love is buffering on the courthouse steps. She's scared to enter because she created all this mess. You can't run, but you can't hide. We know where you are because you've been a thorn in our side. Buffer away, buffer all day. Love, get it together before you become an inmate. Love, get it together before you become an inmate. Get it together before you become an inmate. Love is on the run. Love is on the run. She wanted to charge this Rico, now she realizes it's no fun. Love is buffering on the courthouse steps. She's scared dead because she created all this mess. You can't run, but you can't hide. We know where you are because you've been a thorn in our side.